We need to put passwords to the teams.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Ace Racing League. My name is Cemal Halafi and today you're joining us for a very, very big event. Mainly, it is the 12 Hours of Le Mans here at rFactor 2 Endurance Championship. This is a very big race. I'm sure you're very familiar with the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's talk about this track. The Le Mans circuit, located in France, was opened back in 1921. It is nicknamed Circuit de la Sarthe. It has a total of 21 turns, varying from low to high speed. You can now see the planning for today's video. There will first be we'll first have a 1 hour qualifying session and a small 15-minute break until we follow up with the next event. The formation will start at 1:55 Central East Time, and the lights will go out at 2 o'clock. If you're new to this channel, please consider subscribing. This way you won't miss any of our races. Let's go over to the track now, to the qualifying session that has started. Well, this is very awkward, ladies and gentlemen, but what isn't at Ace Racing League? I hope our director can put a funny image on the screen. Well, not funny image, just put a Formula 1 car on there. That'll be good. Everybody loves F1. Well, since we are fixing our technical difficulties, I'll start talking about some other news, some pressing issues, if you'd like to say. Silly season has started in Formula 1. As we all know, Sebastian Vettel touched the house of cards and everything started falling apart. And by that, Daniel Ricciardo is going to McLaren. He left Renault after a year. They probably invested way too much money in that guy when they wanted to build with him, but nope. As well, Carlos Sainz has moved to Ferrari, which is a good thing. A lot of people wanted to see Ricciardo at Ferrari, and Ferrari is a championship-winning capable team. Well, every team could win a championship if the odds play with them, but the odds are with Ferrari. Not recently, but you get what I mean. It's possible. Sebastian Vettel is probably out of the game. I cried when I heard the news at 3 in the morning, something. But besides that, I wanted to come back to what I said. I think it's a good thing that Carlos went to Ferrari and Ricciardo is gone to McLaren. And I can already hear the keyboard warriors going, "Oh, why would you say that? Ricciardo deserves a championship-winning car." And let me just direct you to some history. Remember when Max Verstappen and Daniel Ricciardo were both in the car? That was absolute carnage. You could see in the press videos, oh, they're such good friends and everything is fine. But trust me, it wasn't. Both of them wanted the championship, both of them wanted to win, and we all saw it topple down exactly like in 2010, in 1989 it was, or 1990 at Suzuka with Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna. 2010 is the Turkish Grand Prix, I think it was. Yeah, it was, with Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber, both wanted a championship equally, again in 2013 in Malaysia, when they both had the Multi-21 controversy. And 2019 for Sebastian Vettel and Charles Leclerc. Oh, and 2018 in Baku. This guy really wants a championship. That's his sole thing in Formula 1. He really wants a championship. Charles Leclerc really wants a championship. Both of them want a championship. And you're going to see some horrible chaos in that team. Trust me, because it happened before. Carlos Sainz, on the other hand, he's a brilliant driver. Let's not forget, last year was a brilliant season for him. We've all seen the meme coming up of Smooth operated by Shade. And the thing with it is, I personally think Carlos Sainz is a brilliant driver, but not close to Charles. Charles is a next level. He's turned up to 11. Young, fit, and very full of energy. Sebastian, it pains me to say it, as a huge Ferrari fan, and I love Sebastian Vettel. I had goosebumps when he won the Malaysian Grand Prix in 2015 for the first time in a Ferrari, when he was screaming through the radio. I fell in love with him all over again, from Red Bull to now. But I think he really needs to sort out his priorities in life before he wants to continue in Formula 1. If you're a four-time world champion and you get beaten in 1 year by a rookie who's only in the sport for 2 years, who was in a midfield car before that year, I don't think you really have it. And as well, the negotiations between Mattia Binotto and Sebastian Vettel, as they said, this was a joint agreement. They both didn't want to sign a contract that Sebastian didn't want to sign. I've just been informed that we have some footage finally back from the game, and we'll be soon continuing to commentating on this, so I'll look forward to this. And we are here. We can see Jay Feenstra in the number 43 car. Ahead of him is another car. I think there's a... I know... Let me just say clear right now, I know nothing about World Endurance Championship. I only know that it's really hard, really difficult, and those cars are bloody fast. Actually, the 919 Evo, which is a LMP1 car, well, it's a modified LMP1 car, still holds the lap record at Spa, even though Formula 1 is 3 years ahead. 2 years, because this year doesn't count, because, well, Corona. I think this is a very interesting strategy, because the car behind has a bit of a slipstream in there, and going into the second chicane after the long straight. So he'll probably make up some time, but he'll have to brake earlier, because he's taking a lot more speed through there. Right, into the right-hand kink in there. Car pulls along to the side. Very mature of him, getting a blue flag, as Sebastian Vettel famously said at Suzuka one time. Down into the right-hander we go. Very big braking point right here. You can see those brakes glow up very easily, but it's really easy to lose the back end here as well. And even I know this, and I only have a G27. These guys are driving with bloody Thrustmasters and Fanatechs. Now onwards until the last sector of the track. Interestingly enough, those cars are actually bloody small if you see them in real life. For many of you who have visited motorsport events, they are actually really small. Much smaller than one of the GTE Pro and AM cars. Now here with Rither, number 35, in the BMW M8, the big chungus of all cars here at the World Endurance Championship. Coming along now to the long straight before the first chicane. There's a car in the background just went through there. The good thing about this track is that we have nothing near the World Endurance Championship amounts of drivers. I think it was 60 last year. And there's a McLaren Senna right in the background. It is back. The Sennas are back. But I do wonder, does the GTE M8 have a higher top speed? No, it doesn't. Because that Senna is closing up quickly. There's a Porsche in the background. The M8 is blocking off the Senna, but I think he only did that just so he can get the apex correctly. But you can see that Senna is through that corner blindingly much more quicker. Look at that. Let's just say that Senna is absolutely light. I think it's about 500 kilos lighter. I should buy rFactor. It's like a great game. Now in towards the final corner of the long straight. Now almost full on the power. The Porsche behind, I think you can hear it right there. There's an LMP car in the background closing up quickly. It does sound like it does have a dirty sound, but that Porsche just screams towards you. Very brilliant noise. Very slow right-hander here. And we can see that the LMP car already overtakes the Porsche, even though it was way far behind where we were just on the straight. Let's just see the speed differences between the M8 and the LMP car. It's already there! It's already there behind it! I think we're going to see some really good overtaking. Good God, that thing's fast! My goodness. My word. I never realised it when I looked up close. It's like you're getting overtaken by a Volkswagen GTI. You're still in your mum's crappy old Fiesta. I know this because it happened to me before. Ooh, going a bit wide there. I don't know. Is this track lap? Is this lap invalidated now? I don't know. But that Porsche is doing absolutely its best to keep up with the BMW. On a personal note, from the host, I hate Porsche. I told this to my colleagues here at Ace Racing League. They can't understand it, but I just don't like Porsches. Now, in towards the first chicane after the lap has continued. Ooh, bit of a tank slapper there. Backhand tries to step out a bit there. Oh, it's Vladislav Michelinsky, the 2018 champion at Ace Racing League. Coming along now into the right-hander here, before he goes on towards the long straight. No, it's not. I really don't know this track. I've only seen it in I've only watched the Le Mans 2018 and 19 races. Oh wait, no, I've seen 2017 as well. Yeah. Look at that Senna. It does look really, really dirty, but I like it. A Serrano in the number 38 car coming along now. No, I think that's the position they are in right now. Because it keeps changing numbers. I know nothing about rFactor. Please excuse me. Well, I still stand better than most commentators here on this channel. Just kidding, guys. I love you. Right then, in towards the right-hander they go. I saw Porsche there. I knew one of the corners was called Porsche. And Bugatti. Really quick section here. I've seen Aidan Millward trying to take a car around here. Really, really quick section. Ooh, I saw the LMP car trying to step out a bit there. Hope its lap time is still valid. Is that McLaren closing up to the LMP car? Because that would be some brilliant racing, even though we're still in qualifying. God, that thing is planted, though. What has happened there? What the bloody hell has just happened? Did I just see that correctly? Am I dreaming? No. He just despawned and went back to the pits. Veenstra, right here with us in the LMP car. Going along now, full on onto the power. I think that's an LMP1. Is it? I don't know. Haven't got any notes of this race. I should check my notes. Hang on. Nope, nothing concerning the drivers or the cars. So I'll have to do this all improvised. I hope you stick with me because I'm really boring. Our race director is back with us after fixing some technical difficulties. I'd like to thank all the 62 watchers that are with us here today. Dubai right here with us in towards the left-hander. Bit of a slow motion view here, and he went off on the runoff area. Is that going to be a hard hit? Ooh, very hard into that wall. I think there's a lot of damage on that car. The BMW nearly avoids that with a bit of a lockup before he goes into that corner. Now, the center here into the fast chicane of the long straights. That car just disappeared. Is the qualifying session over already? No, it can't be. Oh, it just despawned it. It just spawned into the I'd like to inform everyone that qualifying has just started. Good God, I'm an idiot, because I was thinking that was qualifying, but it was obviously not, because I don't have any timesheets or anything with me. I'll be watching the live timing here with me as well. Just listen to the roar of that Porsche. Finally, I got the bloody time scheme correctly. Right, in the McLaren centers we have Albert Sereno and Sean Jacobs. Due to the fact that this track is absolutely humongous, nobody has still completed a lap. But I think this Porsche still is on its opening lap. Wait, I think it is. Yeah, people are still in their opening laps. Ooh, that BMW just went off there. Picked up a bit of smoke there. So, dust. Excuse me. Dust. So, what you need to remember is simulators have gone so much more technologically advanced, meaning that when you go on the grass or on the gravel or anything, your tires are still dirty after they exit. Even F1 2019 has that, for bloody sake. Ooh, he hit that sign. You can see that thing still falling all over the place. Now on towards a lap time, and the BMW as well there in the background. It's going for its hot lap. We're still very early in the stages of qualifying, but you still need to put down a lap time. in towards the left-hander and right-hander chicane at the first sector of the track. Hard on the power when you come down here. A long right-hander. And find your braking point when you want to slow down here through the left-hander. And open up the throttle when you come here through the right-hander. For those who don't speak French, because I do, because I'm a communist, it says Land of the King, if you're wondering. So you don't need to Google Translate that. Please excuse me, I'm not a communist. Oh wait, no, the French were socialists. That was it. Or was it communists? I don't know. Never mind. Now, on towards the BMW. I'll try to look up who that is. That is Marcel Rither in the BMW M8 GTE 360. I hope he doesn't do his Binala. For those of you who get that, my hat's off to you. Bit too much on the curves before you go into the left and right hander of the first chicane. It does sound a lot like a BMW. This noise team has their shit better together than Gran Turismo before Gran Turismo's bought. Ooh, went almost over onto the grass there. Don't want to do that because puff of smoke there. You don't want to do that because that differential just shunts you everywhere. Ooh, lock up there from the back end, and it just spins around. Sadly, that is your lap time ruined. I think I'll have to respawn into the pits to take care of that damage. Due to graphics sake and frame rate, we keep the graphics low, so I think we don't see the damage, but the drivers do. You can see the car there in the background trying to get some temperature in its tyres and its brakes by weaving. That way, when the tyre carcasses heat up and the tyre surfaces, they get more grip because they're more sticky that way. There's only 1, 2, and 3 drivers who have completed a lap. 4, excuse me. And that's just 1. You're in for a hell of a race today with us. This is the longest event we have ever done at Ace Racing League. The best lap so far done by Michael Wozniak is a 3:54.179. Mike Froome just went quicker. He has a purple sector and it's gone. Just appeared on my screen and it's gone. But what I can remember is the 3:53. What's the track record here? fastest lap during a race at, at Le Mans is a 3:14.791 done in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team of 2017. Are these guys not driving LMP1? No, wait, no. The fastest lap done right now is by GTE Pro cars. So understandable, these cars. So I've just been informed that the GTE AM cars are now qualifying. So the road cars, the race car version of the road cars. There's a car standing still on the track. So I think that car just went slowly. That car just stopped. I think everyone is stopping. Wait, no. Or everybody ran out of fuel. They're just respawning into the pits, excuse me. As I was saying, first the GTE AM and Pro cars are qualifying. And afterwards we'll move up to the LMP cars. AMC as well. Flying towards you is that Porsche. Still don't like it. And I've driven the Porsches in sim races. I think that is the most brilliant car there is. It grips so much. It's so stable through the corners, especially at Le Mans. So I think this is the car that's going to be doing it today, especially the Pink Pig. Remember the Pink Pig from 2018? 19 or was I think? No, it was 18. I hope to you all everywhere to this day that you're all healthy and well and doing your best to stay away from this coronavirus. I have to be honest, that car has just gone wide. Is it going to hit the barrier? Because it's doing a slow motion. That's not us, that's the game, and it's in the barriers. Car just spins around, wants to go the other side. The other way, excuse me. Terrible crash, especially if that's the last sector of the track. Just done all the you've done all the good bits, and you go on. You prepare yourself to go to the difficult bit because the last sector on this track. Jesus Christ! But as well, what I was saying, I hope everyone is doing well and staying healthy and staying clean away from this coronavirus. I want to be honest, I'm easing up a bit. But yeah, so far the fastest lap on this track is still held by Michael Wozniak with a 3:53.194. Now the RSR Porsche coming along now on towards the long straight, probably one of the longest straights of any racetrack here, and that's excluding the chicanes. It's very difficult to find your braking point after such a long straight because you're going so fast and don't realize what you're doing. As I was saying, the Porsche is such a brilliant car. It's really good on this track. At any track, actually. It's even done rallying. But I don't like it. Now, please type in the comments what you think of us. Oh, a bit of a tank slapper, but he still manages to correct it and continues on. And type in the comments what you think of me being a psychopath who doesn't like Porsches. 75 viewers here with us. Thank you very much for joining up. Now, following the BMW into the left-hander, followed up into the right-hander here. Does a better job than the Porsche by not getting a tank slepper. Hard on the power into the right-hander here. That's a dirty, dirty sound. Flick the car towards the right when you find your braking spot into the right-hander as you heat up those tires and go full throttle out there. Now on towards the difficult bit of the track. You can hear that engine still bubbling up everywhere. Just grumping and rattling everywhere. God, I love that sound. Still wish BMW's kept that V10. It's understandable because of the EU laws that with CO2 emissions as well, but that V10, that bloody V10 sounded absolutely brilliant. Now on towards the right and left hander of the first chicane of the long straight. Just listen to that. Can listen to that for hours. Could you imagine what the drivers are hearing? Following Osayu Imumwen. It's always those difficult names. Funny world. Could be super easy for him and can be very difficult for me. Ooh, almost stepped out there. Is this lap time still valid? Well, we'll see in a bit when he respawns into the pits. It's all quiet and nicely until you come along here when you flick the car towards the right and find your braking spot somewhere. Don't know where it is. Bit of a lock-up and upon entry. Interesting line. Usually drivers like to go a bit wider than that. That is a ginormous car. You have to admit that is a ginormous car. In the background you can hear that Porsche screaming, but here comes the BMW. In towards the right hander here, followed up into the left hander. "42 minutes of this session left." I don't know, is it? It's the timing that says it on my screen. As well, we have green flags here, nothing going on. It's a lovely summer's day at 20 degrees centigrade. Dry weather for now. 60% of the damage is turned on. That is quite a lot, if you ask me. Because one small hit and your suspension is gone. The car has spun around. It's a BMW. Yeah, it is. I think it's decided to go do some farming in the gravel there. But this car, though, I'd like to see its lap time. Because probably going to do a good lap. Because we're following it up here. In towards the last chicane. Hard on the power. Bit of a jump there as he comes over the curbs. Cuts away right at the end. But I hope that I can see the time here. The fastest lap done right now by Osayui. You guys have to see his first name. I'm not kidding. Emunwen done a... And it's gone. The lap time is gone. What a... Oh, wait, no. It's back. No, wait, no. That's someone else's driver's time. This website, Jesus Christ. Oh, I have to keep it professional. Tone Lawyer, who was with us in the Formula 3 race, is back here with us in the endurance race. Good guy. Never met him before, but heard he's a good guy. Very sympathetic. Sympathetic. Whatever the word is. Right, so I've just been informed that the GTE cars have to come come towards the pits right now because it's qualifying time for the LMP2 cars. Yes, I was yawning. Excuse me. But I finally got Wen's time. It's a one. Wait, no. Where is it? It's a 3:51.699. Followed by the second fastest car, Tone Lawyer, with 3:52.969. Nice. Followed closely is Mike Frome in the Porsche 991 in a 1:53.069. Nice. On board with the Porsche. And how do I know that's a Porsche? Just listen to that sound. Millimetrically precise in the last sector. You can see the Ferris wheel on towards the left. Find your braking spot in towards the left-hander, into the right-hander. There's an LMP car going off! Ooh, tank slapper there. Hope you catch that. No, he doesn't. I don't think he does. That's going into the wall. Bang! You do not want to experience that. Now here we can see the LMP cars. Pawn Robert from Romania. Or Robert Pawn, I don't know. I'd like to give a shout out to Pawn Robert because he does so much for this channel. Without Pawn, we wouldn't be where we are right now. It goes for everyone, trust me. For everyone at this channel, thank you so much for your hard work. And to the viewers who keep sharing this with their friends and doing their best to watch every race with us. We salute you, we thank you very much. And probably the parents of the drivers as well. Thank you for joining us as well. Please like this video, press the subscribe button, it's free. And share this with your friends and family. Because God knows how much we're getting paid for this, because it's all free. You went a bit off there. I think we're going to see some overtaking done now. Because that car behind is right in its slipstream. It's that car weaving to get it out get out of its slipstream. Yeah, it is. It is. And a car has just gone off and lost its rear wing. What happened there? The game is now doing the slow motion after the impact. I wish you could do some replay as well. I'm watching your comments now. Lovely, lovely comments as well. Robert Pawn just commented in this. Shout out to Santu as well. You're racing and commenting on you. What is this guy? It's impossible. Jessica's eggs are a suspect cure to the coronavirus, according to Donald Trump. No, don't you dare say that. Oh wait, everyone's even Stein Prince is commenting, and Nick Barnsdale. Jessica's eggs are a suspect to the cure to the coronavirus, according to Donald Trump. As if we need to hear more from that bloody muppet. Bit of a slow-mo right here, Dubai. I think he lost control there, and he's gone into the barriers and into the wall! Oh my word! That is a horrendous crash. Here we can see it again. Oh, I think he's Pawn Robert's teammate. But good God, thank God that this is just a simulator. Especially look at the marshals in the background just chilling there, like, oh yeah, just another day at the office. Almost died, don't care. Left hand here, right hand there as the brakes glow up from the heat. Ooh, touching that sign there. Just to say hello, I guess. Very hard on the edge. Did he just complete a lap time? Fastest lap so far is a 3:28.902. Darius Andre just did a personal best lap. Danny the Swart just did one as well. A 3:29.394. The fastest lap, the provisional pole by Jelle Binsbergen? I'm Dutch, I can pronounce those names. A 3:28.902. Patrick, that is, wow. It's an S-Z-I-L-V-A-S-I. Is that Polish? If it's Polish, I can say Szilwasi. But Polish don't use the V, they use a W. Patrick Szilwasi, whatever. Just done a 3:28.964. But the provisional pole by Jelle Binsberger is still held closely behind him. And that's really closely, only 22 thousandths of a second. is a 328.924 compared to a 328.902. That is quick. That is really quick and consistent. Are they teammates? Hang on, let me have a look. No, they're not even teammates. This is a battle for the pole. My screen is showing that one of the emblems, no, two of the emblems are on fire. Does that mean they're on a hot lap? All their cars are on fire and we have to probably red flag the session. On board now, following Jelle Binsbergen, who is the provisional pole sitter here in the purple car. I think Prince would have liked their car, rest in peace. That is a really, really red car. Could you imagine if Ferrari entered the LMP1 game? Would just be screwed over by its bloody strategy again. Coming along now across the line. George Lopez in the Eureka Gentle 313 just did a provisional pole lap. Wow. A 328.341. That's quick. I don't get what you're saying, but that's quick. I'd like to ask the race director, are we having stock setups or free open setups? Free open setups. So this makes it more interesting because you could have one bloke who is a genius at setups, Ham, but is a terrible driver, or a brilliant driver who is a weak simpleton with the setups. You'll have I've just been informed that I've been sent a link towards a Discord with an interview of the some of the endurance races. just been informed that we can do some interviews while we're at it. Bit of a wide going car there. And the stream has just paused. Because bloody hell, this internet is slow. Mine, I think, or theirs, I don't know. It's probably caused by the bloody coronavirus. All those Karens who think the 5G is making everything worse. But yeah. Well, hello, Dennis Wieringer. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great. How are you guys?
Well, absolutely doing very well.
Well, that's good to hear.
Just enjoying the race. Well, what can you tell us about this track?
Well, first of all, it's especially a legend of a track. It's a great track to drive, but it's also a hard track to learn. Actually no, it's easy to learn, hard to master, because you really need to know how the flow of the track goes.
Yeah, I noticed that because I noticed that the first and second sector of the track are the easy bits, and the hard bit is at the end.
Yeah, especially the Porsche curves in the LP2. You can go flat out, especially now in the qualifying section. But it's especially hard in the race, especially when you have the GTE cars in front of you. You will lose some downforce. Of course, most cars, well, especially the LP2s, and also I think the McLarens will not have many downforce on the cars. But you notice that you will have some understeer when you go into the corners. So that's also a tricky thing you have to be careful for. But yeah, it's great to watch. Of course, also great to watch the qualifying right now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I'd like to ask a personal question. What is the most difficult bit to understand from this track? What was your breaking point for you to go faster?
Well, especially the fourth chicanes, the last couple of corners. It's very easy to get a cut track, so you have to be aware of that. But on the other hand, you also have to really throw the cars into the corner to get a little bit of lap time out of it. So I would say especially sector 3.
So you're actually just carrying some momentum in there, just hoping that the car will point into the right direction.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, we saw some cars of the fourth curve you were talking about just going off there and straight into the barriers.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's easy track to drive on, but it's a very hard track to really master every corner. Indianapolis is same corner like that. You know, you can go flat out, but the car will be easy to lose control, especially on the rear of the car. So it's especially a thing that you really need to learn, and also sometimes you have to brake earlier than you might goes.
Good man. Well, Dennis Wieringer, thank you for joining us, and
Yeah, no problem.
good luck at the race.
Yeah, thank you very much, and you also good luck with the stream.
Thank you very much. Saw that car almost losing control there. Doing its absolute best to still get a good lap time, but it slowed down before the last track. I think it's going back into the pits. Luke Meijer joins us for the interview of the 12 Hours of Le Mans here at Ace Racing League. Luke, how are you doing?
Not bad, guys. How about you?
Very well, thank you very much. So tell us, what can you tell us about your personal experience on this track?
It's a very difficult track to continuously do for a long amount of time. I'm actually an Assetto Corsa. This is my first RF2 Pro race, so I'm still coming to terms with the game. Really fun track though, because you never know what's going to hit you, especially with multi-class racing. Yeah, just fun to be here.
I couldn't help but notice, but are you perhaps Australian?
Yeah, I thought you might pick that up. Yes, I am indeed. Pulling an all-nighter tonight, so...
So you're in Australia right now. What time is it there?
It's 9:16 p.m. Too late, but...
Wow. Oh, you're really going for it. That's a lot of dedication there.
Gotta keep yourself occupied during these times.
Right. May I just ask, as I asked the previous guest here at this interview, what was your breaking point? What was your moment that you actually thought, this is how I'm going to do it on this track?
It was actually the first sector. I was struggling a lot with understeer. So I started pretty much knuckling down on that. The rest of the track I'm okay at. I was really just trying to knuckle down on that first sector.
Well, I can imagine the first sector, but the previous guest just mentioned that the last sector of this track is very difficult to see, to understand, excuse me. But for you, it's the first sector, so it's more of a personal thing here. Is it due to the setup, or is it more to your driving style?
I believe it's more to my driving style. I'm still trying to, as I said, first race and practicing and all that. I'm still trying to come to terms. Have kind of got a grip in the third section, especially the Porsche curbs. I studied those a lot. I do a lot of video recalling and all that and practicing, and I have a driving coach who goes through it with me and everything. So I've been trying my hardest to learn this circuit. If you can do that.
Right. Thank you very much for your time, Luke. I wish you the best of luck in the race, and good luck.
Have a good night.
It's actually daytime here.
Oh yeah.
Domos Garcia. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Almost, but yeah, good attempt.
Right. Thank you for joining us. So, as I asked the last guests on this interview, what was your breaking point for you to understand this track?
For me, it was last year when I took part on the Studio 397 Le Mans race. I could have a lot of time to practice around this track, and I noticed, of course, how on the edge you have to be to do a great lap around here. You need to be really concentrated, and you need to hope that every single braking point, every single turn you make is perfect just to get the lap time you want.
You're reminding me of Ken Miles in the Le Mans 66 film. So, may I just ask, what to you is your most difficult part of this track?
For me, it's going to be the whole third sector of this track, which goes from the end of the Mulsanne Straight to the finish line. Obviously, the most technical section of the track, very high speed, also very hard braking zones. Obviously, also the course curves. You just need to flow through that zone to be as efficient as you can. And yeah, basically, that's what you need to practice one time after another just to get the time you want.
So it's a bit more of a muscle memory going through there.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're not thinking corner to corner, it's more muscle memory.
Yes.
Right. Anything to add?
Well, obviously, qualifying for LMP2 has finished. Our car has qualified in P7 at the moment, so I think we are happy with the performance at the moment. And yeah, I know that we have the pace also for the race, and hopefully we can do better in this 12-hour run.
A car has just gone into the barriers after it went onto the gravel there. Well, Thomas, thank you very much for your time here. I wish you the best of luck in the race, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Ciao. Sereno in the McLaren Senna with a beautiful sound there. You know, from far away, that car looks like a Audi R8. But here you can see the speed differences between the two. That's an LMP2 car. Good God, that thing's fast. My word. My word. I'm pulling back my time scheme here. downshifts in towards the second chicane. Wait, no, that's the first chicane, excuse me. There are only 3 cars on this track right now. There is a LMP1 car right now on the track, but it's getting a penalty due to the fact that it kept on driving under slowdown conditions. What the bloody hell did I just say? No, I just really misunderstood that. Could the race director please re-explain that? Oh, that's big news. So, one of the LMP cars is getting a penalty because he kept on driving during the AMC qualifying session. God, this is quite realistic because you can go out on track even though another session is busy. I thought like the game restricted you from doing that, but it's all free in game right now. God, that car does sound good. Right now, the fastest lap done right now is in a McLaren Senna, the number 17 car by Sean Jacobs in a 3:19.402. God, that's fast. That's the second fastest lap on this track is a 3:27.007. And it's only done 2 laps. Who is this bloke? My word, my word. Sean Jacobs on provisional pole and probably not going away for a while. That's him right there in the purple Senna. Or probably has a hack that it's got more power down the straight. Yeah, he's hacking. Remember the old Modern Warfare 2 games where someone was just so good, or probably even you were so good at it, and people were blaming you for hacking? Good times, good times. Ooh, bit of a lock-up there. Probably gonna jeopardize his lap time right now. He is just sliding through the corners. He's on the limit. Seriously, look at him after he exits some corners. We're coming towards the last bit right now. Right-hand kink coming along now. The backhand just slips a bit. I'm a karting driver, and some of the people here at Ace Racing League are as well, especially the race director, Cemal. What you want to do in a kart is be on the limit that it just slide through the corners, you know what I mean? If you've ever done some karting and you're really on the limit, it just starts sliding, and you really want to catch it before it goes too far. But this guy's doing it in a sim, in a McLaren Senna. Look at him! Good God, who's this guy? Now, in towards the last sector, right-hander right here, bit of a lock-up there, but... Oh my word, this guy's consistent. I hope he doesn't ruin it, because this lap could be faster. Bloody Nora. Slight chicane here. Left, right. Well, whatever. Now another chicane into what the last bit of the track. Almost at the end. Blimey, that's quick. I think this guy is smiling while he's doing it. Is he gonna be able to? No! He's gone into the wall! Oh my goodness, no! That was horrendous. He was on such a quick lap. Oh no, he's devastated. I think you're absolutely... Here it is again, a replay. He went on the curb a bit too much. Car lifts off, no grip. Comes back down. Goes onto the grass, gravel there. BAM! Into the wall. Oh my god, that must be heartbreaking to see. And to even feel. Never mind, this guy's quick as well. He's in the last bit. I don't even know where the Porsche curves are, but I think he's done with them. He's coming over to start finish straight. Don't do the same mistake as he just did. Going for it. No, doesn't beat him. But here we are back again with Sean Jacobs. But the previous driver just now did a personal best of a 1 minute 20.68. 3 minute. Ah! Excuse me. 3 minutes 20.268. That's quick. That's only 7/10 of a second behind the provisional pole sitter of Sean Jacobs. Did I just say Jeff Jacobs? That's another driver. Excuse me. He's not even with us today, I think. I've just been informed that Jeff Jacobs drives as well, and I'm going to be confusing Sean Jacobs and Jeff Jacobs a lot today. Whee! Ooh! Yeah, I noticed this already. I didn't want to speak too soon, but he was a bit too early on the brakes. Oh, wait, no, he braked too hard a bit. He was trying to trail brake, I think, what he was trying to do. And went too hard and too long on the brakes. So he'll have to do a blisteringly fast sector right now. This guy is so quick, I just shut up and just watch him. Is he going to do it again? No! Now, over the start finish. As it goes for a hot lap. Now in towards the first and second chicane here. Before continuing to the first sector. I need a track map. I've got so much lag. Right, I can finally see what the drivers are doing. He's on towards the first Mulsanne straight bit. Closing up towards the first chicane. Ooh, a bit too much on the curbs there at entry. Moving up into the second chicane, bit of a lock up at entry. Some onboard footage as he closes up towards the end of Mulsanne Straight, which is called Mulsanne, into the right-hander. Yeah, you can see him. He's slipping through there like it's nothing. Just going really early onto the power. I think he really matches this track and this car. Hard braking point in towards the left-hander called, what's it called? Indianapolis. Before entering Arnage. Oh, I think that's where Bentley got their names. Or the other way around, that Bentley named this corner. Whatever. Now on towards the difficult bit, which the other drivers were talking about, the Porsche curves. We can see the onboard footage now. Downshifting towards the right-hander. But he is flat, I think. Downshift again in towards the right-hander, followed up by another left. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 S curves. Bit of a straight there, almost going into the pit lane there, but into the Ford curves here. Watch that. The barrier over there and over the line. Is it going to be another quick lap? He's done it! He just went quicker! Sean Jacobs extends his provisional pole gap by a 3-minute 18.951. What the hell is this guy doing? He's hacking. Please, somebody investigate this. He's hacking. There's a car slowing down. Wait, no, excuse me. It's just lag. A lot of lag with this today. Spit of flame as it exits the car there. As the car downshifts, excuse me, exits out of that corner. And the car's just got off into the barrier and it's lost a wheel. That was a hard impact. I hope the game qualifying is over. I hope we'll see some replay footage of that. Probably the first time ever here at Ace Racing League that we can get some replays of crashes and overtakes. I'm buying rFactor 2 after this. I think I am. Hang on, I'm going to look up how much it costs right now. Well, thank you for joining us for the first bit. We'll have a 50-minute break, and we'll be back with you afterwards. Welcome back after the break to the Ace Racing League Le Mans 12 hours. We are preparing for the formation lap right now as we speak. You can see the drivers trying to get some heat into their tires, get the temperatures up, get those brakes up to optimal temperature, and just preparing for the big event that lies ahead of us. I'd like to tell our race director that the YouTube still shows the brake sign. Oh wait, no, there it is. Good God, there's a huge delay between me and you guys, but anyway. you'll get the information at time. You can see the marshals there waving the green flags that there's nothing to be worried about. There's no Magnussen. There's a car who probably went off track and during the warm-up and did a Grosjean and has to overtake some few cars there. What you see as well is cars just accelerating, braking, accelerating and braking. That's so they can get the tires up to temperature, and that as well the tires. You can get the brakes up to temperature. That transfers heat from the brakes into the wheels, and the wheels heat up, and that way the tire carcass heats up. And when the tire carcass heats up, it's heating the tire surface as well. But the tire surface is already being heated up by the road friction. But you don't want to do that too much, because if you overheat, your tires will become too sticky and you'll just slip off the road. Just starts picking up debris everywhere, or just not function properly. That's the word.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
I just heard that and I really thought there was somebody on track. Why is this happening? Here at the 12 Hours of Le Mans at Ace Racing League. The drivers are preparing right now for their launch of the start. That McLaren is happy to get a go. Right next to it is the pole position holder of its category. On the left, Sean Jacobs. And we are off here at the 12 Hours of Le Mans. This is another formation lap, I have just been informed. Why are we getting two formation laps? Is that always at Le Mans? The session had to be restarted. What a terrible day at Ace Racing League. But but we're doing our best to keep our hopes up for you guys.
Hello guys, Stijn here. There's some information. There are some trolls in the TeamSpeak. They're causing like the server to glitch, so they're logging in with a lot of people with IPs, getting people banned, and that's why we're restarting now. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. We're trying our best to get rid of them. So we will get rid of them. But Spawn is working on it. Just a quick update. Have fun.
What absolute twats.
Yeah, I don't know why people think this is fun to do. It's quite pathetic in my
You
opinion.
guys have been working for like
We've
weeks
been
on this.
investing time and money, and oh my god, and yeah, it's sad that people think this is fun to do. Yeah, we'll get through it. Yeah, okay guys, have fun. No, good race.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye Sami.
Bye. Anyone who dares to call me Sammy is dead. Only Stein can call me Sammy. Onwards onto the first chicane of the long straight.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
From the TeamSpeak session, and just to see what's going on with this. so many collection problems with the trolls trying to ruin our race, so we're going to do our absolute best so people can finally join up into the server and we can start racing again. I want to do a correction of myself, because at the beginning of this session of this stream I said it says somewhere in purple Pays de la Loire. It is actually Pays de la Loire, which is a French region and not meaning land of the king. It does say land of they, but it doesn't specify what. Well, I think Loire is just a name. Did that car just smash into the pit wall? Yes, it did. That is a blunder. That's a huge blunder. Oh, and the car's just gone off and it's gone into the barriers. Here you can see it again, slow motion. Bang into the wall. A lot of stuff happening right now here. Wait, are we racing? Right, I thought we were racing, but it's just a warm-up. You've just been informed that the race will finally start in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, until lights out. A car's just gone off and it hit the barrier because it locked up its brakes. Bang! Oh my word, that's a hard hit. Good God. think it's fair to say that everyone is really bored right now. We're just seeing some warm-up. And I'm getting quite cold. Oh, I'm just having goosebumps because of all this glorious sound that's just playing. An ominous soundtrack. As we wait for the start of the race. Billions of messages in our Discord right now. Obviously people imposing that we shouldn't race because there's no point because of all the trolls. But why are we listening to people who have an anime girl as a profile pic? Why are we taking them serious?
All non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
I'm gonna have a look at what is all being said in our Discord. "5 minutes until lights out." I hope this will be the inaugural Le Mans race here at A Racing League. Because this is very exciting. I've never done an endurance race before. Well, I've done one for 4 hours, but nothing comes close to this. I'm not commentating the entire 12 hours, let me remind you. But we here at Ace Racing League do really hope that we can reach a lot more people with this. There are cars on the grid. I hope this is our final formation lap before the start of the race. Because it is about time that Ace Racing League finally starts racing. And to the man who said you love seeing people with anime profile pictures, no, we don't. Fine, go ahead, do what you want, but don't be surprised when you don't get taken serious on the internet. The internet is a vast and toxic world. So watch it out there. I'd like to ask the audience a question. What is your predictions for the 2020 Formula 1 season and your predictions for motorsport in general in 2020? I'll be having a look at your comments right now. Oh, look at that. Bobby Schmurder has joined us in the chat. I can understand people are getting quite frustrated that the delays are hampering our race. But, as I just said, internet trolls are destroying our race, and this is a huge letdown for all of us, for you, the viewers, and for us here at Ace Racing League. Codemasters will screw it up as usual. You got that right, mate. They just don't want to listen and create a better tyre model and better physics. It's too arcadey. Free Bobby. Got that right. I've just seen that Fernando Alonso will be taking place in the All-Star races. I got you there. You thought he'll be joining for Renault. That would be a good thing, though. If Fernando Alonso joins Renault, but Valtteri just got a one-year contract, so drop Valtteri and put Vettel in the car and see what he can do in another environment. Well, it's 3 o'clock and the race should be starting right now. GP2 Renault, says Bobby Schmurder. Never thought I'd say that in my life, but Luke just said you can put Clement. Squid Flipper just said cancelling it would have been better. Cancelling the race. Just to clarify for everyone, it is a huge mayhem here with our technical directors. It's a rampage. It's absolute chaos. I wish I could do anything about it, but I have to stay commentating for you. We're about to start, finally, after such a long time, and we're off here at Le Mans in Ace Racing League. Only the McLaren centers, but who cares? We're finally racing, for God's sake. Now, in towards Dunlop Curve we come, as the pole position holder is actually behind them. And these cars, oh my god, that's a long delay. Following up now, huge traffic there. But the moment those cars cross that line, it's all free to go. Free for all. Go! And that car has a much better start on the left-hand side of him. And is in the lead of its class, in the LMP2 cars, right behind him. One of them is closing up. I don't know who that is, but he's trying to do his absolute best. Ooh, bit of a lock-up there, but he's hanging in there. The BMWs as well, and the Porsches, crossing the line. The M8 is leading its pack. We've seen a lot of this guy in the practice and qualifying. Now, here we're going to see some beautiful overtakes. That looks like Fernando Alonso trying to go through traffic back in 2019, or 18, I don't know when he won the race. Well, he won twice, so I think it was 19. Ooh, an overtake. When it's coming out close to its slipstream, I think he's got the inside line. He'll outbrake him because he's so close. He can do it, but I don't think that's a fight worth fighting for, because it is still very early in the stages. But he does hang on. Oh my word! Excuse me, I yawned there. I think I'll go for it again because it's still in the slipstream and he's got a lot more speed at going through that corner, through that straight, excuse me. I think he's done it. Wait, no, he's done it again. The blue one, and still manages to hang on. Good God, there's a lot of lag. Interesting wing design. It's not a fully covered one, it's more of a grooved one. I don't know if that helps with a lot more aerodynamics or... Ooh, hitting the bollards there. God, rFactor 2 sounds good. It's wheel to wheel between these two. Very hard into the Ineapol. following up into Arnage right here. And back towards Mulsanne. When the BMW team right there, their teammates, remember, they're still in the same car, but they're fighting for a position. I don't know if team orders are here a position, but I don't think any of these guys have a team principal. Beautiful battling here happening between the two. And somebody's going up for an overtake up Dunlop curve. There's so much battling happening right now, so I can't even concentrate on one thing. Probably my ADD heading up. Ooh, that's a good bit of outbraking there, done by the car in front. Battle now for the Mulsanne corner here happening. It's the number 4 car. Or it's 4th in its position. I don't know what those numbers mean on the side of the car, so I think that's the position number. Or even if it's active, but crying out loud. A lot of stuff happening on track right now. My screen is literally lit up in red. Somebody trying to go look down the inside of that one. Trying to have a look. Ooh, bit of a tank slapper there. But these two guys are side by side trying to do its best. And he's ahead. He's ahead of him. Good God, that's a train of cars right there. The beginning stages of this race is... It's a ginormous one. Look at that one. Forgot his name, it's a Romanian guy. Now on towards the final curve. The first... bloody hell, the first chicane. Right here. Andre, finally, we get some names about the cars. We've been waiting for this forever. I don't know, is this the fault of the TeamSpeak trolls? Or that the internet connection wasn't good enough? Anyway, we can finally see some names popping up above the cars, so this can make it a lot easier for me to commentate on. In 54th position we have a... it's moving too fast. Oh, Terra. Coming along to Jan Veenstra. Or Jesse, I forgot his name. He's closing up on Veenstra. Terra closing up on Veenstra. He's right in the slipstream, but Veenstra has a slipstream from a car in front. Even though it's far away, he can still make it. We're coming up to the second chicane of the Mongol straight, and Veenstra dives and he's gone off! He's went too late on the brakes and he's gone off. He just went there and just went on the gravel. Sadly, that's a position loss. Jacobs, Sean Jacobs, right now, who was the pole position holder of his class, holding his head together. Now back with Vladislav Michulenko, battling with Nieuwensberg. Is that it? Is that correct? Yes, Onno Nieuwenberg in the XG UGX Wieringa. Closing up very closely into his slipstream. He's moving down the inside. He's went on the curbs a bit. He pushed him off. He was very aggressive. Nieuwenberg being very aggressive, but Michulenko trying to do his absolute best when he goes through the first few Porsche curves. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Good God, this is a close battle. Michulenko flashing his lights to distract the driver in front, probably. I think that's a dirty tactic. Now, in towards the Ford curves that are coming along now. Wait, no, wait. We're in the Porsche curves. What are we talking about? Oh, and a car's gone off! It's in the gravel, and Nieuwenberg, trying to avoid it, went into the barriers himself, and Michulenko moves up a place there. That's a position granted to him, but that means that the driver behind Michulenko, I don't know who that is, I don't see a name popping up, because the screen is moving way too fast. That's, Eggert? Eggert! It's Pascal Eggert, right behind him, moving up closer to Michulenko there. I don't know if the game is going to show us a replay of that, but should be interesting to see. Pascal Eggert battling now with the reigning Formula 3 champions at... Wait, not reigning, the previous champion at Ace Racing League. Ooh, Eggert almost losing the back end there. Brilliantly still catches it after he exits the final corner before the Mulsanne straight. We can see a battle happening here between can't see who that is. Too pixely of a screen. Minsberger. I've just been informed that's Minsberger. Let's just hope this will be a result for the better position. Oh, and he's gone off! That's Clement. Clement has just gone off into the barrier and lost the back end there after the exit of the second chicane of the Mulsanne straight and hit the barrier very, very hard. I think he's got a lot of damage on that car. I think I'll have to pit and get some damage repairs on that car because we've got 60% of the damage turned on. Yeah, you can see how a lot more slower than the other cars he's going through that corner. Probably a shock, a suspension broken there. Doesn't seem slow through that corner. could see the car in front almost losing its back end there. And that's... It's Andre. Serrano just put down a personal best lap here. Dinsberger trying to do his best to keep close to the car in front, but he's defending his position from Tortui, who is behind him. Ooh, all three of them. All three of them losing it a bit and going onto the curves a bit too far. But closing up now to the Ford curves here. Funny news just happened to me. If you go to OMP Racing on Instagram and look in their story, you'll see me in bed with a full OMP Racing suit. That includes gloves and balaclava. Still, moving on, here we have Dobe in the Romanian team. Back to Andre and Dinsberger. Still the battle for the position ahead. Come on, Sonny, you're in the slipstream. Before they close up. Oh, and it's a 3-wide battle here. It's going 3 wide. It's like Spa 2000 all over again. Hakkinen and Schumacher. Who's going to take the position? It's Oteri. Is it? They make contact. And it's Binsberger who takes the positions. But no. Oteri takes back the position. Oh, my word. This is brilliant racing here. Andrew is in the back there. And... who was previously in front, but it appears like the formation has been swapped around, but it's still again 3 wide in there, going for it, but no, it's Totehi who takes the position ahead. He has won this battle, I think, and now he's going to sail off into the distance because he's probably got the better setup. See him trying to make sure that they don't stay in their slipstream, but respectively keeps the racing rule in mind that the car in front only can make one correction to defend his position, but not too many. Otero here, battling with... can't see that, way too long of a name for a way too small team. I hope that's not the super duper ultra mega difficult name to pronounce. Otero fighting with Boswell, and oh, it's down the inside. He's making a slide down. They're both on the gravel, but he makes it. He's done it. I don't know if that's penalty worthy, but oh, respectively gives back the position. What a gentleman racer we have here. Very good man indeed. Dobe in front, leaves the pack behind as he goes along for a better sector than the rest. The number 22 car just put down a 3.7 second lap faster than previous. Mandas fighting with Lee. It's Porsche versus BMW. The ultimate driving machine versus the machine from Stuttgart. It's Bavaria versus Stuttgart right here. He's in the slipstream. Probably the BMW has the better top speed. He's going through there, but probably the Porsche has the better chassis and goes along better into the corner. Who's going to be outbraked here? It's the BMW ahead. It's Mendes who's ahead of Lee, and he's done it. He's in front. Unbelievable racing here happening. Beautifully done. Beautifully, absolutely beautifully. He's back at it again. Lee is still trying to take that position back. Ooh, saw an LMP car in the background going a bit on the grass there, but Lee takes the position back from Mendes. This is going to be epic. Hard breaking into the right-hander here with Admiral San. The Bavarians are fighting for that position and the Stuttgartians are defending. But in the background we can see an LMP car closely approaching quickly. And behind that there is a Senna, and here we have, if I can read that correctly, Van Doren versus Andrew. Andrew's here, doing his absolute best to come close in that slipstream. He's still on the power. He's in his slipstream, so we'll probably see some overtaking done right now. But Van Doren seems to have a lot less, more aero on him, so he can defend better. Into Arnage here. Good God, what a setup that car has. It just glides through those corners, and we can see Andrews battling his car to stay together with him. Ooh, a bit of a tank slapper there, but he manages to keep it together. Slivlaski fighting with Muchlienko. It's Poland versus Estonia here. And there's another car in the mix between them too. I didn't see that. But it's De Zwart. It's Arno De Zwart, I think. There's a different car there in the background. It's white. Don't know what that is. Balor. Is he Jewish? Still, anyway, in the BMW, being overtaken by that Senna, you could see the speed difference between the two. I've just been informed that a friend of mine has... Oh wait, no, here we have Nuremberg fighting with Wozniak. the BMW again versus the Porsche. Serrano in the McLaren Senna. Nuremberg in the LMP car with the slightly different shark fin there. Trevlaski and De Zwart. It reminds me of that Turkish dish, that Turkish sauce souvlaki. Very delicious. Did I say Turkish? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry for everyone who just heard that. I meant Greek. I meant Greek. Oh my god, I just created a genocide. Ah, that was terrible. Oh my god, that was one of the worst things you can say to a Greek or a Turkish person. Funny enough, the race director is Turkish, so I think he's laughing his butt off. Oh, there's a car gone off. There's a car gone off. It's Eggert! It's Eggert! Probably lost the back end there, or has underbraked himself. Ooh, that's going to be a long way back there. He was doing quite well. Shivlaki and this was still battling it out. Muchilienko, on the other hand, is just waving them goodbye up front. Ooh, and that's a good overtake there. Probably an LMP car. I think it is. It is. You can notice by the sounds of it. Shivlaski still behind the Swart. And I think he's losing time on him. Tatahay, who has had an incident before, I think it was, with the 3-wide battle, is back at it. Van Doren closing up, and no, that's not that Belgian racing driver. Ooh, a bit too wide into that corner there. Stoffel, that's what I meant. Stoffel van Doorn, not him. Tatahay now in the mix. The Savlaski and the Zwart, because he is in a slipstream. I think we're going to see something happening right now. Stick with us. Gaining on Shavaski. Gaining on Shilvaski, claiming on Shilvaski, going up for a move there. Is it going to happen? Is he going to go for it? Is he going to underbrake himself? We saw a big lock up there from a car in front. And he's off! It's Muchilienko! Muchilienko has gone off! He probably lost the back end there, but he's off. But here we have him again, closing up to the SWAT. That means one car less to take care of. Muchilienko was doing so well going away from the SWAT and Tatahay. But Tatahay has now taken the position Muchilienko was in. Very consistent driving from him. Dubai, which is funny because in Arabic you'd say Dubai. Comes very close to the Arabic pronunciation of the city Dubai. Been there 3 times. Very lovely city. Before it exploded with fame and whatever the whatnot. Dubai fighting for the position of Eggert. Ooh, and Eggert made a big tank slapper there. But I think Dubai is going to be able to take that position away from Eggert. Big off-shift sounds there. Closing up very quickly. Oh my god, who is this guy, Dubai? You were nowhere in qualifying, now you're here on the big screen. Side by side, you could... Bloody Nora, that's quick. There's a BMW up ahead, but now Eggert is behind the slipstream of Dubai. And I think the BMW of Mendes will have to get a black flag to get in order to get these... Blue flag, excuse me, don't get black flag. Blue flag in order to let these guys by. Let it by. Ooh, and there's Muchilienko overtaking the BMW. The BMW respectively gave him a lot of position in that corner. Ooh, I think he gone off again. There's something up with that car when it enters the second chicane. Still there. Who's that? Marshall. That's Marshall in a Aston Martin, that is. Oh my word. Didn't see that. Didn't know we had an Aston Martin. I think it's the only Aston Martin here. Turn lawyer here, the man who was infamous at the Formula 3 race at Ace Racing League, is back at it in the BMW in the endurance race. That sound quite scared me. Oh, big flashy lights from the LMP car behind him. Clement trying to overtake the Aston. I think it's going to do it though, because there's a lot more speed in that. Here comes the Senna. The Rieke. Here we have Riekes flying through those corners. Absolutely limitless car this is. Jaus battling with... didn't see the name of the other car, but look at the speed difference between the two. Good God! What a brilliant machine McLaren have built. And it's a road car as well. It's the McLaren F1 all over again. Marshall in the Aston, coming up now towards the Ford curves with the LMP car going into the pits. Now, back to Binsbergen. The man who was infamous in the previous shots. Is back at it again. Good God, that's a big helmet. Big brain boy. I'll be informing everyone now that I'll be leaving at 4 o'clock. And my position will be taken by Vladislav Mirzilenko, because the stint will be over by then. my connection has gone. So please bear with me. I can't see anything. We have image of the race with us. We've got some footage right now, and with us we have, let's see who it is. It's Violet Benton 5.
Hello.
Hello there. Introduce yourself.
My name's we kind of had a good start, then got got a little bit of damage by the 24 Endu car after it didn't lock its brakes and kind of hit us. So we continued for about 5 laps with some dark blue damage before having to pit because this whole incident with the start messed up all our driver stints.
Right. So what is your thoughts about this race until now?
It should have been abandoned and put forward to a later date instead of continuing, but seeing how I can maintain P12 with a damaged LMP2 car with the strength of the field we have here, I'm saying keep it going.
Well, it's a good thing that you held your spirit and kept with us. Any predictions?
We are going to get top 10 and all the hacking will stop, TeamSpeak will be usable, and like maybe 10 code 80s.
Let me just ask, what do we use TeamSpeak for? Could you please explain to the audience what it is?
TeamSpeak is used for calling code 80s when there's an incident on the tracks. It's an easy way to communicate to every driver that there's an incident on track, be careful, and when to bring it down to pit limit for code 80s. It is also used for driver communication for the teams because it's a lot easier with a push talk function, and you can create individual channels for each team so they can talk to each other about strategy and stuff.
Lovely. Right. Thank you for joining us. It was lovely to speak with you. I hope the best for you in the rest of the race, and stay well.
Thank you. Have fun commentating or whatever you're doing.
Thank you. Good luck racing.
Thank you.
So there we go. Even though the TeamSpeak is being hacked and trolled and DDoSed all over the place, here at Ace Racing League we still hang on. And if you're doing this, please stop it. You're a little twat. Yeah, I can curse. Who cares? It's not the FOM who's watching this, or Liberty Media, for that matter. It's the internet. Still a long way to go. Lopez closing up to Bensberger. Probably has a lot faster car with no damage on it at all. Mitrienko, who has infamously just lost 2 positions while battling for a position. Ooh. Just hit a bollard there. Not very Mitrienko-like. I think he's doing a Vettel. Be at the top and just slowly lose your mojo. Or Kimi. Or Michael. Or Rosberg. Still, here we have Lopez battling with Binsberger. I think it is ahead. Yes, it is. Here we have Otero and Andrews back at it again. Hard on the power. Ooh, lost the back end there, and a bit of understeer when he exits and when he tried to correct that oversteer there. He's in a slipstream. Big rain time. He has to think what he's going to do now. Because you don't want to underbrake yourself right now, because that will be very, very unprofessional. Left-hand curve coming up now, braking at the 100-meter board. Into the left-hander they go, into the right-hander we go. It's Mike the bus stop at Spa again. Ooh, he is closing up under braking. That is very good. That's very good driving from Andrews. Otero and Andrews. Ooh, he went on the grass there, almost lost the back end there. He's losing it all over the place. I think he's got some damage on his car, or that his suspension is giving up. I think he'll have to pit for better tyres. But Lopez on Binsbergen on the Mulsanne straight before the first chicane. And I think he's done it. He's taken the position away from Lopez. Wait, I meant Binsbergen. God, I hate this. Beautifully done. Lopez ahead of Binsbergen. But Binsbergen now in his slipstream probably has the upper hand now because he's closing up on him. Ooh, he shouldn't have done that. Lopez trying to be defensive because he knows Binsbergen wants to have a look down the inside there. The Porsche right there. Ooh, that's not good. That's going to play in the hands of Binsbergen. But Lopez beautifully maintains that. That was brilliant driving. Back to Lopez and Binsbergen before they come towards Mulsanne. Into the right-hander here. Blue flags being waved at the front. You can see the blue lights turning up. Into Indianapolis before opening up towards Arnage. The Porsche being given the direction, the order to move out of the way for the LMP cars. But now Enqvist ahead is having a bit of Lopez on his back. Ooh, and he's off! Binsbergen trying to avoid the BMW, just almost went off into the barrier there. Much like Alan McNish in 2015, I think it was. Straight into that wall. How he walked away from that just tells you motorsport does have a purpose in this world. The most safest and most dangerous sport at the same time. Safest, what I mean by safest, I think I should say safest equipment with the most dangerous circumstances. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Still, Muchilienko approaching Eggert, and up front we have Lee in the Porsche, that is. Let's look at the speed resistance between the two. Ooh, and the Porsche went away to let the LMP cars go ahead, because he's nothing to do there, he's just driving there. Ooh, and Muchilienko goes down the inside of Eggert and does it! Beautifully done! That's the Muchilienko we know. Good driving by Vladislav Muchilienko. Back into the Ford curves before going to the start finish, and Eggert lost it! He's on the gravel! Good boy. Here. Feenstra. Looks like the Toyota Gazoo. But there's a Senna in the background who's probably going to be overtaking them too. The BMW is ahead of Feenstra. He'll have to get the blue flag to move out of the way there. But look at that Senna. Closing up now on Binsberger in the slipstream. Go down the inside of him. Lopez back at it again with Binsberger. What the hell happened here? I thought he was ahead of him, but I guess not. A very distant noise comes along closer, and it's an LMP car. Clement fighting with the Zwart. Oh, he's got a mirror on his back. Very interesting colour choice. Ooh, a bit of a touch on the grass there. BMW ahead. I think he's going to do the same technique there. No, it just slows down. Or it's just at full speed, and those cars are just miles and miles faster than that. Did you see that? Look at the BMW, how huge it is. Still, beautiful battle between the two of Clement and the Zwart. Coming along now to the second chicane, Engqvist and Lopez. Lopez has overtaken Engqvist. So that means Binsbergen is... Oh my god, it's the Swart on Clement! Clement moves down behind him to get some slipstream, but I think he's trying to have a look down the inside of him so he can now break him. But, ooh, that's close during braking. Oh my word, that's close. Just listen to that Porsche screaming towards you. Ooh, look at that speed difference between the LMP car, but the Swart is ahead of Clement. Binsberg on Engqvist. Here's the battle we've been waiting for. He's in the slipstream, coming along now. On towards the Ford curves come Binsberger and Engqvist. But there's a Senna in the back in the mix there. Gotta love that Senna. Sounds like a jet fighter flying along. Ooh, that's a very interesting tactic from Binsbergen. But look at the speed difference and the power from that Senna. My word. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sadly I have to go. My time's up. I hope you enjoyed my commentating. I'll be back later on in the evening. I wish you all the best of luck for all the drivers, and enjoy watching this. And please remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, press the bell notifications button so it's on, so you'll know every time we're racing again or announce something very big. Goodbye.
I'm taking over from Summit. I don't know if I'm live actually, but... Am I live? Okay, I'm live, okay. Let me have a look at the stream. So I haven't been able to keep up with everything because I'm driving myself. So I'll still have to have a look a bit what's going on. I saw that a few Sennas had a crash, and there's also a big gap between them, so it probably happened. So I'm driving with the Sim Apex car. Vladislav Mochilenko is driving right now. We're in P12, so I think we're doing fine, but we have a little damage from the chaos at the start. There was a lot of chaos in the back, a lot of spins. People didn't really want to back out or anything, so it was kind of hard to get through that, but now we're through that and everything settled down. We're having a good race. And we have a lot of hours to make up everything, so we're looking forward to it. I see you in the chat. Yeah, I don't commentate much, so for me this is new experience. There are a lot of battles on track, I see. I'm quite happy how this race turned out. A lot of drivers, a lot of competition. It's really fun. Also, to practice for this kind of races is really fun. You actually feel like the nerves because it's an actual race. Like when we started out with this league, it was almost nothing. There were a few drivers. We did like a 6-hour spa race and we drove around with 6 cars, just hot lapping. Oh, it was actually a 3-hour race, but we were like hot lapping for 3 hours. So that was kind of boring, but now it's actually a race. This is really cool. In the back, someone almost spun. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, these cars are really twitchy, so the LMP cars at least. I don't know about the GTE cars. But yeah, these LMP2 cars are really twitchy on the brakes, so if you overdo it, then you spin. It's really unforgiving. So that's why you see a lot of crashes also in the beginning of the race, and right now there are probably a few cars half spinning as well. Vlade also had a bit of issues with the car. A bit rare for Vlad to make mistakes. But he's doing a good job right now, so... Yeah, the trolls were really annoying. That's something we should fix for the league, I guess. I feel like the cars match up really well. Everyone has kind of the same amount of setup, so the top speed doesn't differ too much. So as you see right now, they're not really catching up on the straights. The pink car behind in the hypercar is catching up though. Those hypercars are like a few seconds faster and a lot faster on their straight, so those cars have really a fun time of overtaking every slow car on track. That's probably the best thing they have to do the whole race. He's getting closer right now. It's Veenstra, if I can read correct. Yeah, it's Veenstra versus Eggert, if they're going to happen anything. I can also see that Ramon Clemente is really close to David Colotsai. I probably butchered his name, but it's also a battle going on. Oh, and he spun. That's unfortunate. He overdid it and then spun it. That's unfortunate. I think it's not his first spin, so maybe it's just trying a bit too much. Not to give him a bad reputation or anything. it's really hard to drive these cars consistent for this amount of time. And this is also a battle we have to look out for. Clement is driving really well. We kept open up a bit to David Kulok's side, so that battle is gone right now. Yeah, this battle is also really good between Gergo Bullock and Bart Slope. Oh my god, what are these names? I can't even try it. The GTRs look quite fun as well, I must say. Everyone has done a great job on the liveries. I think the cars look really cool. Oh my god. My friends are trolling me a bit. Okay, this is looking like a good move. Is he backing out or is he still going? Ooh. He kind of squeezed him, but it's alright, it's alright. I think he's coming back at him now. Next corner is Millstone, so that's definitely gonna be an opportunity to overtake. Yeah, he's going for it, alright. Let's see. It's a hard corner because it's easy to lock up and it's a really hard braking zone. So mistakes are definitely going to happen in this corner. Going side by side still. For an endurance race, this is a really great battle. Oh, and he lost it. That's what I mean. It's a really hard track to like absolutely nail. And without ABS, it's really hard to look up and mistakes are bound to happen. Let's see. No, yeah, I think this is not a possible move, but he's trying it still. He outbroke himself. Yeah. Oh, that's a unfortunate accident. I would say a racing incident, but oh my god, that was really close. As I said, it's really hard to, really easy to look up there and make a mistake, and that just exactly happened there, and they spun into each other. Luckily for... Sorry, I can't read his name, I have no clue. Luckily for the guy who came out on top, he didn't get hit too much. But there might be a bit of damage for both of them. The hypercar is picking out his moves. Let's see if they match through the Porsche cars, because I still don't know if the hypercar is so much faster for here. Well, it looks like he's catching up. Yeah, those hypercars are insane. I think it's a great addition to endurance. Those hypercars, because LMP1s are not really cars like production cars, so this is actually something really nice for the manufacturers. They have something to work on that's also a little bit more like real life. We're going to the Sim Apex car of Gergo. Where is he at the moment? He's driving in P27. He's quite high up in the GTE cars. In class, he's 5th. So he's doing a good job. On track, there's not a lot happening at the moment. I'm curious about strategies because LMP2s have 40-minute stint, but it could be a little bit less, between half an hour and 40 minutes. If you save a bit more, you can have a bit longer stints. And that would maybe make the difference in this race. I don't think pace is everything here because it's an endurance, everything can happen. Strategy is also really important. The softs last really long though, so the tires is not really an issue, it's more about fuel. Again, I don't know too much about GTE or hypercars because I haven't driven those cars. Let's see if he catches up. The dirty air is really annoying though, so... And because of the lack of overspeed in the slipstream, it's really hard to overtake someone or to even catch up. The Porsche curves are really hard. You can easily spin in the dirty air. The gaps are staying the same right now. I'm having a look at my mate, what he's doing. Vlad is actually in P4. He might have not done a pit stop yet. Yeah, he's on one pit stop. He's overtaking a lot of guys who have done the second pit stop already. But we're doing really good on fuel then because we're going longer than the rest, so... The pace seems to be a bit better as well now. So the average on this track is around 31, 32s, which we're matching right now. Like the top guys are doing 27s, maybe 28s, but those guys are exceptionally fast. to match those guys is like a real challenge. For me, that would be impossible. For example, it's just. I think they're doing like better other leagues as well, which are like official licensed, or I don't know exactly, but it's really cool that they're driving here as well. And like Stein is saying in chat, Vlad is right now in P1 of class. We'll see if he stays up there. Well, he definitely will drop down after his pit stop, but maybe he can catch up to a few other people. So here we are with Bart as well now.
Hello, I'm joining up the commentating.
Like Stein was saying, it was a good option to add Bart to this conversation. I think it would be fun. So he's here for... How long are you here?
Half an hour maybe.
Okay.
That depends on how eventful the race is mostly, of course.
So,
But I have some high expectations for the drivers.
I can make sure this is an eventful event. Oh, that's really sounded great.
An eventful event.
Eventful.
Oh, well, we see some great moves by the M8 GT. It's coming back at Torreca.
Although his top speed sucks, so...
That's very unfortunate, the GTE cars.
Those guys have to stick with blue flags only.
Also interesting is, of course, the future of Le Mans, now that LMP1 is gone.
Yeah.
We have the Sennas in this league, I saw, but how about the Ford GTs? I thought that they were also making a hypercar. The Aston Martin Valkyrie as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
All poised for 2021, I think. So.
It's all based on road cars, right?
Yeah, the road cars, the hypercars, the Mercedes AMG 1, Project 1 was also linked to Le Mans. So
That would be really nice as well.
I'm looking forward to the adaptations in the ARL league, of course.
Yeah, I think it's all dependent on rFactor as well, what they bring out.
Yeah.
Because we're
Well,
all
maybe-
with DLC.
Maybe, of course, an iRacing switch.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would be happy with that. So.
Oh, someone is in the wall, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, it glitched a bit.
So a slight.
Here,
slight
you can
dip.
see my mate Vlade.
Nice.
He went
Nice
back
car
down
puller.
to 10.
Yeah, you slightly dipped into P9 earlier, I saw.
Yeah. Well, he's doing a really good job, I think. So I'm really proud of this guy.
Well, you have a lot of praise.
Oh.
Ooh, and a crash.
What happened here?
Virengo. He
Was it
overcooked the
on
brakes, I think.
Yeah.
It was on the brake.
Yeah, the race looked really easy, so I think that happened.
That's very unfortunate. The LMP2 design. Kind of poor.
Yeah, but it's also a lot of really satisfying to get if you nail the brakes.
You see the red glowing brakes of
Yeah.
that 2A. Very nice, of course. But I saw that we have around 34 drivers in the league overall now, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's really nice.
A lot more than when you started, I remember.
It's really nice seeing ARL grow so fast. And it seems like everyone is enjoying the league, so...
And then also, of course, knowing that there's 3 drivers per team, I think, maybe even more.
Yeah, some teams have more, some have less. I think there are a few teams driving with 2.
Imagine driving 12 hours on your own.
I don't think that's even allowed, but yeah, it would be ridiculous.
Just have 2 accounts and then switch yourself. Oh, you saw a nice move on the straight there.
Yeah, you have to really pick your moments in these cars, in the overtakes, because if you stay behind them for too long, you lose time. But if you do it too fast, you might crash. So it's
And
This
of course,
goes like-
maximize time loss.
yeah,
Or
That's
minimize, of course.
Exactly. Oh, Nick is adding to the conversation. He's eating really good bagels.
Oh, that's very nice. Power snack.
Yeah. Hey, he's also going to commentate in a few hours.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I do think it's unfortunate that the Sennas have no real match.
No, only with 3 cars.
They get to overtake the rest. But...
Yeah, that's their fun. So Jacobs is doing a really good job though.
Yeah, he's flying up at the front.
My life timing has gone, so.
Yeah, he's driving some pretty good laps as well. With a 3:21 as best lap.
Yeah, that's really fast for race pace compared to qualifying. It's a few seconds down, but of course you're not going to drive qualifying pace.
He even drove a 3:18 earlier. That might be his qualifying lap.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then we have Paul and Robert in the Senna as well with a 3:22. That's also flying. And then the third Senna is back at 2:27.
I think he might have damage because he was at the back in the beginning.
He also has 2 pit stops, so that might be it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're racing there. Sean Jacobs has a gap of 2 minutes, so yeah, he's doing a really good job.
Fine. He has a free pit stop, roughly.
Yeah. And here we're looking at Vlade battling with David.
Ah, nice.
I hope he stays in front, but is doing a really good job probably for David.
Of course, coupled with the rear damage.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Oh, he's closing up.
Rear right damage a little bit, but I don't think that's the issue.
Ooh. Side by side now?
Does he stick it?
No. Vlade brakes. Maybe a cutback.
Yeah, he has the slipstream. Oh, he made a mistake.
Oh! It was a nice try though.
Yeah.
Briefly in front.
The car tends to slide when you steer in too heavily, so probably that's what happened.
Maybe he has a second opportunity, but I don't think so. He's too far away.
He's not driving in the slipstream, so I guess he's just backing off.
Maybe he overcooked his tires.
Yeah, that could be true. Oh no, Vlade has a little moment.
Slide.
Yeah, it's a lot of fighting. This car.
That's really good. Some close racing as well. I hope they don't spin out. And side by side again.
He has the inside, he has the corner. Yeah. There was no way Vlade could overtake him there anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe he can stick with him.
Yeah, I hope so. But the IndyCar corner is coming up, so I don't know if he can overtake into there.
Otherwise he has to wait for the next lap again.
Yeah, Porsche curves are also impossible. Although I want to see an overtake there, that would be really cool. If someone can do that, would be
Maybe one of the Porsches is feeling lucky today.
Yeah. Yeah, GTEs may be possible.
Such a shame we lost the 919 hybrid.
True. Those cars were really nice. And then Toyota got a free domination.
Free win.
Yeah.
Imagine losing as the only LMP1 car.
Yeah.
Fernando Alonso. That would be unfortunate.
As in the background, Vlade made a little mistake. A little bit of oversteer into the braking zone.
Vlade also had a poor last lap, almost a minute longer. So maybe that's also something to do with the unfortunate overtake.
A minute longer?
Yeah, he drove a 4:32 instead of a 3:30 something.
Oh, that sucks.
Maybe that was the pit stop.
Yeah, I think so though.
I hope so.
I hope as well.
We see some Orekas going at it again.
If he doesn't do it now, he definitely has a chance in the next chicane. Oh,
He won't do it. Just showing to be like, hey, I'm here.
Ooh, that's really close though.
That was great.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the overtake, I feel like.
Yeah.
Although his accent doesn't seem.
No,
his
yes.
accent goes good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
We
we'll
see
see
the
what
M8 in the back again. Nice.
That car looks really good, in my opinion. It's really great that they added it in rFactor as well.
It's really big though. Oh,
the dummy.
oh! He's on the inside.
Oh, this is gonna be a crash. No.
No.
Great
Oh, he
driving by
sticks
the
it.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he stayed on track. That's a good job. Nice, good save.
He has a second try. Although
Oh.
it's gonna take a few laps to get back
Yeah.
there. But he definitely had to speak to catch back up again. So.
Well, it was a really nice try. I tried to dummy, but it didn't work out.
Our compliments to overcooking the brakes.
Yeah.
It happens to everyone. We have seen it a lot recently. So,
Happens to the best.
especially.
And when we're looking at the LMP2 class, Santu is leading right now. He's done 2 stops, so he's doing a great job. He's actually leading the race. He's also by far the fastest at the moment.
Driving some really quick laps at the 3:28.8.
Although that is his fastest lap, and his last lap was slower than the guy behind him. The traffic is a bitch though.
Some really good pace in there. Also curious to when the first driver switches are going to happen.
Probably after the next, in the next pit stop there are going to be some driver stops, I think. Because then the guys have driven 2 hours, and I think
Yeah.
they're the driver swap.
Maybe some have to go for dinner.
Yeah, probably as well.
Unlucky timing.
Some people have to miss out on dinner. But,
Eat in the car.
it is how it is.
You can eat your hamburger behind your sim.
Yeah, exactly. You have long enough straights to eat, so it won't be an issue.
A couple of bites while being overtaken.
Yeah, exactly.
So unfortunate. They still have the Toyota Gazoo racing up there, but they don't have any Toyotas racing.
Well, the
Multi-
problem is actually rFactor doesn't have a hybrid system, I think. So they can't really add an LMP1 car.
Oh, that's kind of poor.
Otherwise, I think we would have driven LMP1s in this race as well.
The hyperclass hasn't really been finalized yet, I feel.
Oh my god. I got some bad news.
Oh no.
Vlad got a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane.
Ah.
So, well, for the other teams it's really good news, but for us, not so much. But yeah, that shit happens.
That's some unfortunate news.
It's an endurance race though, so I wouldn't really make a big issue out of it.
It's like with the turtle and the rabbit, right? It's not about being the fastest, but it's being about consistently fast or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Nice childhood stories.
Yeah.
Of course it's about being the fastest. Like, come on. Putting down these laps.
As long as you don't crash or have damage or...
Like, just on the limit, mate.
Yeah, something like that. Not over it at least. This battle is shaping up to be a good one though.
They're entering the main straight on.
This is definitely gonna be an overtaking opportunity.
We'll see how the Swart defends this position. I don't think he has enough distance to I'm sorry. Svil Vazi. He's going up the inside. Yeah, that's done. As long as they don't ruin their brakes.
Oh, but these brakes next time? The exit is gonna be better. No, he messed it up as well.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
There goes his chance.
The curves really mess up the balance of the car, so touching them will throw off the car a bit and your exit won't be as good.
Maybe I think 911 can also help. Slightly blocking off the drive behind him, keeping the distance.
But the LMP2 actually has done a great job by overtaking the Porsche.
A lot smoother than expected, to be honest.
Yeah. Really ballsy move, but it worked out.
Luckily the Porsche gave him his space. So we see the Swart still following. Maybe looking to make a move up to the next lap after the Porsche curves. I think it's possible before that. We see that the Kaloksai has also joined the battle. It's now a 3-man race. For the 8th position.
Let's see what happens. David Koloksai has a really good pace compared to the guys around him, so I think this is going to be a good battle.
And of course we just saw the overtake from Patrick Svalsi. Sorry for butchering your name. The Swart still in the middle. Patrick is drawing a small gap to him though. So maybe this is going to be a single overtake for David.
It's going to be a hard sector though, in the dirt year.
He manages to stick with it.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Here you see it.
Nice closing.
Right. Not the perfect line, but it's alright.
It's good enough.
Yeah, but you see like the dirty air effect on it.
Oh, he's almost through. So if he manages to stay this close. Slide. Closed up well. Passing the grandstand. All the people celebrating and cheering.
Well, this season of endurance will be a lot of cheering because of.
Oh, and the Swart makes a mistake. David goes past. The Swart spun out in the chicane.
Like the same mistake we saw earlier, overcooking the brakes up there.
A really common mistake, the brakes in these cars. I think that Patrick has gone too far. I don't think David will be able to catch up with him.
Unless his pace shows to be really good.
He managed to close up to Swart as well. So.
Yeah, I think he has a chance. At this moment, it's 3 seconds, it's doable.
There's still some good opportunities left.
Yeah.
We have a lot of hours of racing left to go. So the timing sheet standings are not really relevant yet, to be honest. There's of course no mechanical failure due to like engine problems as there is in real life.
Oh,
there is driver error.
I think there's a chance you blow up your engine, but and you still haven't figured out exactly how or when it happens.
Well,
which is really bad when you're driving in the race, but
we'll see then. If it doesn't happen in these 12 hours, or well 11.
Jacob is going for it. Is he gonna overtake the other guy as well?
He's closing up. Yeah, we'll do the Porsche as well.
Yeah, easily.
But I don't think he'll make the LMP2 this lap, especially. GTE cars are also driving really close to each other. Yeah. We have unfortunately not really seen any great GTE battles yet.
We don't have enough cars.
Yeah.
We don't have as much cars as the LMP2, so...
There's like 10 GTE cars. So.
Yes.
I'm correct, the first one being MUN with the BMW M8 GT. So.
Hypercars surfing really aggressive. We knocked up a bit.
They have some time to make up, probably.
Yeah. I think it's Albert Serrano, if I'm correct? Yeah. Yeah, he's 3.5 minutes behind Sean Jacobs. He's about to get left, I think.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, it's 3 minutes now, I think. Timings were
error, maybe.
It's going down to 2 minutes, so.
And it's back to 3.5.
I don't know what the timing is doing.
Yeah, the timing is a bit buggy, I see.
The other Senna is
I think we're about to see a move from the M8. It's been closing up all lap.
Yeah, you're right in that. It's getting really close. But this is, yeah, going into, oh no, we're going into Indy. It's not really easy to overtake here.
Maybe a GTE can.
Yeah, but still. Maybe next corner, but that's gonna be hard. Looking up there is also really easy. No, it's too far away. He's definitely gonna have to wait for the next step.
Probably the main straight.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity. Or maybe going on to the start finish straight.
That could also be. And we see another LMP closing up again. Will he be able to overtake?
He's flashing.
Ooh. Whoa!
Whoa!
That's some balls right there.
The MP2 car has some balls, yeah, what the hell?
And yeah,
Actually,
he's
that's
gone.
my teammate. Or not my teammate, that's the other car.
Yeah. Really fast. Well executed move. Wouldn't have done it myself.
No. But it worked out, so.
Yeah. Ooh. There's some slight dirt being kicked up by the Porsche, I think.
Really close now, though. Let's see if they can overtake each other going up to the first chicane. The Dunlop chicane.
This is going to be a battle. I think there's a Senna in the rear also coming up to the battle right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, these chicanes are too tight to overtake. And then coming up to the Dunlop. Oh, we actually have a chance to see something.
That hypercar is closing in real fast.
Yeah. That's gonna be close.
Going for a move.
He's gonna overtake the other one as
This
well.
might hurt Bode's
Ooh.
chances.
That was really close.
I don't think this was what Bole needed in his overtaking attempt.
No.
He lost a lot of time due to the Senna, I think.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for him. But if he has the pace like he showed, he could easily overtake him back. Or at least catch up.
He'll be back there again. Might take another lap. We're back to some. Oh, yeah, they're back again. He closed up a bit.
Yeah, he's closing up really quick. He's definitely the faster driver at this moment.
He's definitely going to make a move this lap.
Maybe this corner.
Might not be the first.
Yeah,
Going in the first chicane. Yeah, he's going. And he's alongside. Late on the brakes.
He's gonna make it. Yes, he is.
Porsche broke early.
Really great move, really great move.
And a nice exit. Yep.
Porsche had a twitch on the exits. Oh, but
He might not make it stick. Let's see if the Senna has the same favors for Bode as he did for the Porsche. He might be in luck this time.
this battle is going on for a while as well, I think.
Yeah. But I don't think they really moved yet. It's just a bit of rubber banding between them. Both drivers having enough pace to stick together, but neither really having the pace to overtake the other.
Well, maybe actually... I think Macron is the P2 guy, but I'm not sure.
Quick overtake on Dave Blue.
I'm having
And
some
timing.
issues with my live timing, so
Yeah, same.
I can't really tell right now what's going on, to be honest.
I have a really nice empty lap.
Same.
No cars driving on
I
it.
think he's letting him pass, but I'm not sure. No, he's
Yeah, he went fast. And that was an unexpected move actually.
I hope the cars with 1 and 2 is that actually the battle. Yeah, that's the battle for P1. That was a bit underwhelming, but
Why did he let him pass so easy initially?
yeah, he broke kinda early.
Slight error maybe.
He's moving a lot. Maybe he tries to get heat in the tires.
Maybe he's eating a quick burger, as discussed previously.
Oh my god.
Going now in the lead. On the David has managed close up. And he's alongside. And he's ahead in the chicane. What a nice move.
Yeah, really great move. This was coming for a long while. They're actually at the pace like we saw.
He closed up the gap real nice. After the sword.
He's in net P3 at the moment. His pace is really good.
He has to close a really large gap now, unfortunately.
Yeah, at this moment it looks like P3 is the best they're gonna get, but you don't know.
Also, Bobby Schmurda in the chat, the BMW sounds angry. Yes, that's a lot of horsepower and a lot of torque from that 4-liter V8. At least the road car has. I think the GTE car also drives with the V8. Twin turbo. Yeah, that should be.
In the meanwhile, Marco Antonio Rod set the fastest lap of the race. 3:29.9. Or actually the fastest lap of the LMP2s.
It's still very nice. Spin Prince with a reason, of course. Being slow with crashing a lot is my thing. Stein's Gulag is where I put my underperforming drivers. We see some nice comments in chat. Of course, a lot of people are supporting their own team members. Just checking in where they are before they have to start.
Yeah, I might be slightly biased as well, so...
Not at all. Some really unfortunate news about that drive-in penalty. Drive-through. Oh no. It's understandable. Everybody wants to win, of course. Ay.
Go, 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 SRT, BMW, hashtag 17, hashtag 18. I see someone is supporting their GT teams. What just happened to the 77? I have no clue. I don't know which racing number belongs to exactly. It doesn't show here.
It doesn't show racing numbers for it.
That's a 77 car in our screen. Let me have a look at the timings. Increased. Sector 1 was 2 minutes too. I don't know if... I think he did a pit stop.
In 8th place, so he's doing pretty well actually.
Yeah, it was his
Trading the first 3 or Senna. So. He might have had some damage. Off-screen accident.
Why is it like 6? I think it has something to do with the pit stop. He's done an extra pit stop compared to the rest. So he might actually go up in a few minutes when the other guys do pit stops.
And we see Enquist on the straight, going at it, following the other LMP car. Actually following Megang, who I think also made a pit.
Oh, this is very interesting. Alejandro
Lanza
has only done 1 stop. And I think still driving, so
I think he's maybe on another strategy than the guys.
Yeah, but on fuel, that's
That's a monster.
I
Monster
have
map.
no clue how that. Must be something wrong because otherwise it's really impressive. Oh, the 77 was leading before. I think they might have had a crash, but I
They,
can't tell you when it happened.
2 laps ago they pitted, so
Unfortunately,
probably it.
we're not a fancy TV company, so we don't have other replays.
And then I think McGowan and the Swart also pitted. No, the Swart didn't. Yeah, McGowan also pitted last lap, as he was also leading.
David Koloksai is actually doing a really good job. He's pitted 3 times and he's in P1, so he might be on a really aggressive strategy, but it's working out right now.
He's being followed by Valsi, but Valsi pitted in lap 20, it's now lap 30, so he pitted 10 laps ago, so he's probably going to stay up there as well.
Yeah, I still don't get my head around the strategies, but we'll see. Getting a lot of love for the SRT BMWs.
That's nice.
Can they get some?
Supporting that team.
I don't know which numbers they are. 17 and 18, I believe.
I see in chat that 77 actually crashed off screen.
Yeah, someone said that in the chat.
That's really unfortunate.
I can go into his laps. Let me have a look.
Yeah. He pitted in 28.
David
That's
Koloksai
probably due to the crash.
And Engfist went up again. Let me have a look at his laps.
Oh well, he's still driving. So.
Well, he had a pit lap. I think maybe he had damage which needed to be repaired or anything else, or it was a driver swap. It could be something that has taken longer than it usually does.
Just see some nice scoring by the Oregas. Percentage is rather close to the 911. We see the LMP2 cars just lining up to get past.
Yeah.
And that's very unfortunate for the Aston Martin in the back there. He was so close when exiting. Porsche is really just throwing some really fast times.
To come back at number 77, he's going up places again, so I think it was just a normal pit stop and he got overtaken. And now the rest is pitting and they're falling back.
It's unfortunate we don't really have like a pit view, that you can just see the pit stops, the guys coming in. Nice 911. Porsche actually built some really great race cars.
Yeah, the RSR is really nice.
I wonder if they come back in the hypercar class, because I don't really think Porsche has a Halo car comparable.
No, they don't really have hypercars. So.
They might build something like the
know.
919, just for the hypercar class.
Aston Martin
Maybe a new
really
Carrera GT, right?
Well, it definitely will be called the 911 or something.
Yeah, the 911 GT also existed. It was also pretty cool. I think it was also more of a race car.
Well, Aston Martin didn't really make hypercars and now has one, so.
Yeah, they do the Valkyrie, I think it's called.
Oh!
Oh, the crash! That was an unfortunate overtake by the LMP2 car.
Yeah, he didn't look in his mirrors, I feel like. Or
might have damaged Moldova's race as well. He has some
Yeah.
damage now.
He just turned in, he thought he was gone, but there was still a guy there. I hope it didn't damage him too much, because that would be really annoying.
And Moldova also just pitted, I think, because this is only lap I can see in the timing sheets. Only lap 29, so. That's interesting. I think this is Moldova's second lap out after having just pitted. So that's kind of unfortunate. Already starting off with damage in the first corner of the second lap.
Yeah, that's not nice, but at least he has maybe some time to repair it or just to gain the time back.
He's really in the clear. There's no one really around him. We have Pascal Eggert behind him in, I think, an LMP2 car. Just exiting the chicane there. And then the first car in front of him is Robert Dubai. And that's still a pretty huge part of it.
As Mathieu Leclerc is saying, tough contact for our team at pit exit for our RSR and Mr. 911. Yeah, really unfortunate for you guys. How is the damage? Do you want to tell us? Or? Yeah, maybe some teams don't want to give anyone an advantage.
The tactical advantage.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate after swapping
Psychological advantage.
It looks minor, but of
Yeah.
course difficult to tell, especially with game graphics.
Yeah, correct. Might be. It could also be suspension or something. You don't know.
He still looks fast, so be fine.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of telling if he pits now or not, depending on how heavy his damage is.
Yeah, I feel like the contact was too light to instantly pit, but it could get repaired by the next pit stop.
We'll see. It's almost there. It seems that there's no damage report. Our driver Alex Moda. He says there's approximately no damage to the driver reported. So
Okay, that's really good.
I think he will be fine.
Yeah. Would be really sad if you got damage from that. It wasn't really your fault. It wasn't that much the other guy's fault as well. I think he just thought you were gone.
He just turned in a bit too aggressively.
Yeah. He definitely did not do it on purpose, I wouldn't think.
You can also see that your teammate is in P8, sorry, so they're doing well.
And he's going quite a long way to the race. Although he's had a little bit less of a lap time last lap, so maybe a little bit of a spin.
A slight moment maybe in one of the chicanes.
Yeah.
I do see that LMP of Jonas Kaufman plus 33 laps. I think that he quit. Yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning I saw there was kind of a glitch or something. He couldn't start the lap, so.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Also see a DNF for Ritter. And then there's a couple of GTE cars 5 laps down.
Yeah, but those guys get lapped really easily. They're like half a minute slower, so.
Yeah, that's.
The battle going on our screen is
between Primitivo and
Hoekstra. Yeah. And Hoekstra. Primitivo just came out of pit, while Hoekstra is still on the same tire, so he's definitely not in the same battle.
Primitivo just.
Yeah, they're not in the same.
Probably got this, right?
Oh, Primitivo is going to pull away, that's my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. He got this.
Yeah.
And he won't be overtaken. Just
no.
There's fresh tires, maybe a little bit cold tires. I think he pitted more than a lap of those. I don't think Hoekstra is able to catch up.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like he's just staying where they are. Although he's still sticking with him.
Hoekstra has also relatively fresh tires, actually. The time sheet only shows 4 laps for him, so.
Yeah, but they don't pit for tires every time, so could be that they skip tire change. I don't know.
Judging by his pace, he might have also swapped tires.
Yeah, that's true. Here we see Vlade. Oh no, what's
Oh,
going
oh no.
It looked like he was slowing down, but it's actually still on full speed, I feel.
It's like in Top Gear. When it looks really slow, it's actually really fast, right?
Yeah.
With the people laps. I still don't believe that all those people drove those really good laps for some. Actually baffled by what pace some celebrities did in a recently priced car.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're...
Oh, that's
Ooh.
unfortunate. I don't think. No, there won't be an exit good enough probably.
No.
And Antonio Rold's pulling.
But that Mark Antonio Rod has also set the fastest lap, so I think he's just on a really good pace at the moment. Although I'm saying that, I don't see... Oh yeah, it's the 29.9, what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
he drove some really good laps.
Yeah. He's not setting that pace anymore, but he's definitely setting a good pace right now.
He also seems like he pitted just a couple of laps ago, like 4 laps ago. So
Yeah,
that may also help.
I think Vlad might be on old tires right now and having some issues. So for him,
Yeah.
that was never on.
Vlad has been driving on these tires since lap 24, so it's almost 10 laps. We're in 33 now, or he is in 33. So 10 laps. That was his last pit stop, and then he pitted 2 laps before that as well. I think one of them was the drive-through, right?
I still don't know if he has done the drive-through, but I think you have to do it in a few. Oh, that explains it. I think he set some few slower laps, and I obviously forgot about the drive-through. The drive-through was served, I think.
Yeah, he had 2 pit stops with 1 lap in between.
Yeah, you're
In
correct.
lap 24 and 22.
And lap 24 was the drive-through, and lap 22 was his actual pit stop, in which he got the drive-through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems logical.
Yeah.
So that was probably also a tire change, so he's now on 12 lap old tires.
Yeah.
Well, he's keeping up pretty well then. For tires that old. Still in place 9. So. And we of course still have the 3 Sennas up top. And then all the LMP2 cars followed by the BMW M8 GTE of Moonwen. So he's also driving pretty fast. He's having some pretty good times actually. Like overall just quicker than the rest of his class.
Yeah. You're right about that.
So really good job to that guy.
Actually, in the meanwhile, a few guys have set fastest lap. 29.3 from Joey Froelich. 29.7 from Oli McGowan. And 27.3 from Santu Engqvist. So Engqvist is really on top here.
Engqvist and McGowan are also going at it on the main straight.
Oh, I'm gonna correct myself. It was 28.8, not 27.3. That was the hypercar.
McGowan, Mudave and Engqvist are closing in together with the second chicane. So we might have a battle shaping up there as well.
Yeah. Also, Marco Antonio Roth is also catching up, so...
That might be very nice.
Some
and then we have Emmanuel, he's driving a race actually on his own. Huge gap to the people behind him, huge gap to the people in front of him.
Also, Vlade and Andrei, Darius Andrei are in the battle.
You might have a quick camera cutscene.
Yeah, well, I don't know for sure, but those are teammates, so I don't think they want to crash each other out. I'm curious what is going to happen.
Yeah, maybe they pull Leclerc Vettel. Neither one wants to give the other the space.
Yeah.
Lucky you don't get punctures in.
Stijn Prince got into the car. Vlade is out of the car, Stijn Prince in the car.
That's very nice.
And Darius Andrei is, I think, also doing a pit stop actually.
Looking forward to his first few laps.
Yeah. Stijn promised a good pace, so Well, he didn't promise it actually, but his pace was really good in the practice, so I feel like
Oh,
he's
okay.
going to do a good job.
You're a lot of faith.
I have faith in my teammates.
As long as you say so. I'm looking forward to what he puts down as first lap. Currently driving in the first sector. As we see the red Oreca of Jacob coming by. Closing in.
Well, they're driving really close to each other for a few laps now, I think.
Not a lot happening, unfortunately. We still have Enquist leading the LMP2 group, followed by McGowan, and then followed by Joey Vrolijk.
Oh, Jacob is now really catching up.
It's closing in. The red car.
It's really close right now. It's not gonna happen here though.
Maybe has a good opportunity next lap.
Yeah. Well, the last sector is almost impossible to overtake anyone that's as fast as you are. So.
Stein just finished his first sector with a 2-minute 12.
Yeah.
Due to the
Great
pit
first
stop,
record
of
time.
course. Due to the pit stop.
Yeah.
I will see if he sets the timing sheets on fire. We have high expectations, of course. Maybe we'll pull the sim team up to the P1, 2, 3 of their respective class. I doubt we have a major Senna crash which would allow one of the LMP cars to be in the real 1, 2, 3. But maybe one of the Senna really botches it. See that Jacob again has lost a little bit of ground to the car in front of him.
Yeah, following through the Porsche curves is really hard, so it was probably gonna happen to anyone.
He makes it up in the chicane now.
Yeah, the chicane is a lot of time to gain, but you can also lose a lot of time if you're too aggressive, so it looks like he's done a great job.
It's closing in again.
Within half a second.
It's gonna be close, especially on the chicanes, I think. When he really has the straight line to close up.
Yeah.
Bit of drafting. Coming down on their thunder. Of course, you can also see the huge pace difference by all classes. The best lap of the hypercars car is a 3:18.9. Of the LMP2 is a 2:27, and of the GTE is a 3:51.6. It's a huge difference in between classes.
Yeah, that's why the LMP2s are catching up so quickly with GTEs and hypercars with everyone next.
Except themselves.
Yeah, except themselves.
I don't think there's really a lot of LMP2 hypercar battles. I wish it was. Oh, and we see the red car of Jacob coming in.
And meanwhile, Sean Jacobs has swapped with Perquin.
So the driver swaps are happening now.
Yeah. Let's see what kind of pace he has in the hypercar. Sean Jacobs did a really good job for his team, so I hope Perquin can go as fast as he was.
Unfortunately, Jacob in the red LMP2 car didn't make it happen. He's still behind Lodewijk. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for butchering your name.
This is really close. Really good racing though. Really good control of the cars from both guys. They're also catching up to the car in front. I don't exactly know who it is. Is that Templars?
Yeah, it's Templars. And then it's Lanesa, and then it's Jacob.
Yeah. Ooh, we saw the twitch a little bit.
Slight moment there.
Yeah, it's a really scary corner.
Really close.
Also a battle going on here. Mark Antonio Roth, who's been driving really well.
Steady place 8 for him.
think he's going to go up. But definitely we have to wait for the straight.
And we're cutting back to Jacob. Leneza.
Is he gonna do a move?
No. Oh, he might.
No,
That's
it's not possible.
no.
Really great positioning from Lenotz. Lanitza.
We're very sorry. Oh,
It's a really good move, but I
it's
don't think it's
Colakai
gonna
and
work out.
Antonio Rod.
Yeah, that's not possible. But now he's really close on the straight.
Made that
so.
stick. I doubt he will dive down the inside.
Well, we'll see how
I think
much
that
he
David
takes with this.
Colakai will be able to block that up.
He's defending hard, so we'll see.
He might pick the inside himself to defend. Oh, he's leaving it. Oh, he's not.
Yeah, the move is not on yet. But next corner, next chicane.
Praying for a good exit for both of them. Then. And it looks really well. And
Really good.
Antonio really has this. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's going to be a clean pass.
it's going to fly past. Or actually, never mind.
Wow, never mind. That was quite unexpected.
Yeah. Close, but is he gonna do it?
Is there
Come on,
maybe
do
a shift thing or something?
Well, maybe he's short shifting a bit more than the other guy.
Really expected them to pass each other there.
Yeah. Bit anticlimax.
And it's going to be a lot of close driving again now. Well, congratulations to David Colakai to making that move stick. We really thought he would be done on the straight. Antonio is keeping up, so we'll see if he's quick enough to drive the gap.
Also, Jacob and Lanitza are really close.
Yeah, there's 0.3 is Jacob behind Lanitza. 0.2
Same
now.
gap as Marco Antonio.
Antonio's beautiful. Hoping that the camera gives us a chance. I think Stijn also finished the second lap. Almost. No, he finished the second lap. There's unfortunately no timing yet. He drove a 33.8 in the first sector and a 124.
Two really good battles going on. But they're just not close enough. Ooh!
Antonio is keeping up though. Slight twitchy moment there, I think.
Yeah. Dirty air.
And we switch to Jacob. Oh! And that's in the grass.
Gray. Luca Gray.
Yeah, Luca Gray in the grass. That's very unfortunate for the driver. Will Jacob make it stick on Lanitza this time?
It looks like he's lost his rear wing actually.
Oh, that's going to be painful. Especially
Yeah.
the journey back to the pits.
End of the road probably for him. Unless they can fix something. Oh, that's not a move. That's not a move. I think that's a crash.
I think he sticked him, I'm not sure. The camera
Yeah, you
cut
think?
away just too soon. We switch back to Antonio Rod, having just passed David Colakai.
I really want to see what the end was of that other battle, to be honest.
Yeah, same. Now we're looking at the two drivers entering straight again.
Yeah, I think Marco Antonio World is gonna run away with this one. Although the slipstream is working wonders for David. It's close. We'll see next chicane.
Maybe at the good exit now. No,
Oh,
he's
he
too
went deep.
close. Yeah, that's... Ooh.
Marco Antonio World.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to pull that back. Antonio's pulling away. Let's hope for an error in Colakai's favor for him to continue this battle. He's closing up, but no, he won't make this. Very curious about Luca Gray, his journey back to the pits.
Miguel Figueres
Yes,
and Jos van der Sterre are really close. Oh no, actually he's in the pits.
Luca is losing a lot of time, I think.
Yeah,
Having a damaged car.
would be
He
nice
just
to cut
did a
to Luca.
2:33 in the third sector. That's about a minute slower than what it should be, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he gets his car repaired and then manages to go out again. He's still not lost of the LMP2 class. I think the people behind him also had some damage, but they are closing in. Andrews was only 9 seconds behind. And then of course we have Dennis Wieringa, who is about 3 minutes behind. So there might still be an opportunity of Luca Gray to at least enjoy some of the racing. And at least finish the race.
We got damage, you can't fix it. I think that's the other Sim Apex car.
It's unfortunate.
Which car is it? It's Nick. I think that's the car in which Nick is driving at the moment. Did you guys crash or?
That's some very unfortunate damage there.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of damage it is. Maybe it's just not repairable. I'm also curious about the rear wing because it looked gone. So.
We again see Jacob closing up to. Oh, Lanetza is gone, so it's now Templars. Jacob is closing in on Templars.
Actually, what you were referring to was, I think, a different battle, but I'm not sure. Oh no, you're actually right. Yeah, Lanetza is gone.
I think he might have pitted.
Yeah, he's in the pits right now.
Maybe a driver swap coming in, I think. R Dubai in the Oreca, possibly the move side. We're seeing a Senna close up to Jacob. Is he going to make the move here? Around the outside. Yep.
Yes, he's coming.
And that's a move. Look pretty good. We do the Porsche and the Oreca as well. The Oreca really isn't having it. This is costing the Senna driver some time.
The 74 car which we were talking
And the
about.
911 made a small mistake. And Lanetza's and exited the pits.
Whoa, look at the engine. Or is that not smoke?
That's some smoke there.
Is it gone
But
now?
it looks okay. Nope.
No.
Slight puff.
Okay.
Is this the trouble you were referring to? The damage?
Well, no, that's a different car.
No, I meant when you said that you have a chance to get damage in the game.
Oh, yeah, it might be.
Failure.
But I heard that it was easy to blow up the engines of the LMP2 car, so it might be that.
Might have over-reffed it.
And which car
Templars following the Senna.
It was Lanetza, right?
Yeah, it was Lanetza.
Is he going slower? He's just coming out of the pits, I don't know.
I think that Luca Gray is still in the pits after his horrible crash, losing the rear wing. The green car we saw earlier. The timings are giving no updates on him.
The hashtag 74 car from Sim Apex, in which Nick is driving, is still driving though, so they have damage which is unrepairable, but they
Kevin Ritter
can get on.
There's already cars having 4 pit stops.
Yeah, the pit stops are really mixed up. I don't really see a linear structure in this in this strategy, so it's definitely
maybe
gonna be
pit
interesting.
stops are linked to the driver as well on the timing sheet, giving some.
Yeah, well, they're no, I think they're linked to the cars actually, because I see, or no, maybe you're right. But Stein has done.
And I think that Figueras just overtook Edward Hoekstra. Lost 2 places.
Yeah, Stein
Number
has
15.
done too.
Stein is driving some laps right now.
We have to look at his pace. Can we see that? Can we look at his pace?
Yeah, we only have sector timings at the moment.
Yeah, you can click on this name and then.
Yeah, that's the
Sorry.
secret damage. Oh, we have a 332.7.
Yeah.
That's really good.
So this last lap was a little bit late.
And if you look at the screen, you see Jacob really close to Templars, alongside right now.
Gonna be a hard move. Around the outside, is he gonna
I
do it?
doubt he'll make it stick. Oh, around out. Nice move.
Yeah, the inside is actually a lot harder because of the turning radius.
Jacob really stuck that. Now let's see if he can pull away.
Ooh, he's actually.
Oh, and a slight mistake. That's unfortunate.
Is he coming back though?
Yeah, I think he is. We just switched to the Senna of G Hall for some nice cinematic movement.
This car looks really nice.
Incredible car, the Senna as well. Did you know that the window actually is like 2 windows and only one part of the window moves? And then you also have, as you can see the driver's legs because the door has also a window in it.
Oh, okay.
So you can park really close to the curb if you have one.
Yeah, you can see the curves. Yeah.
Might actually be handy for some drivers in the real world. Glass doors. Stop banging their wheels.
And when you're in the car, you can spot the apex easily.
Especially handy for that roundabout driving.
Oh, what's happening here?
Oh! Looks like a slight whiff from the drivers. Savasi there. Savasi, of course, a contender in P8, having previously led the class for like a very short amount of time, I believe. Just dropping back due to his pit stops.
Looking at the times, the track is actually a bit slower than I expected it to be. Of course, it started green, so it was slower, but it isn't really gripping up as fast as I would think.
Let's hope that they put some more rubber down in their subsequent lap. We have the first driver on 40 laps now, the first car, and then we have 38 laps, 37, up the hill, all the way to 33. Or down all the way to 33. There's definitely some laps on the track. Some laps on the track already.
Go Luke Mother. Is Luke in the car right now? No, Luke. Yeah. The BMW M8. I think it's the same Apex car. Yeah.
Luke Mather in place 28, I think.
Yeah, 28. P5.
Let's see what he can add. And we saw a slight movement of Luca Gray. Luca Gray, of course, out of the pits after that detrimental crash. Now being followed by the Senna of G Hall.
Yeah, I'm curious if he actually is able to drive like normal, if it's damaged.
His wing looks there. So I think
Oh, yeah.
they fixed some damage at least.
You can see on the front of the car, there's a lot
Still a
of
bit of damage. Cutting back to the last.
Luckily it's sim racing and not real life.
Yeah. Like, I think Nick de Vries had a great crash, right? He drove into the wall at like 130.
Yeah,
Something
like
because his brakes didn't work. And then he stepped out of the car and just walked away. Like it's
Yeah.
nothing.
Cars are safe now, but it's still like a big crash. So it's not nice to watch.
Does rFactor support VR?
Yeah.
Some doubts, but are drivers driving VR, do you think?
I think I've read a few drivers for driving VR, which is really interesting. Also a really cool addition to the game.
Some questions about whether it would like help you. Does it give you an advantage?
Well, I've been using it for a little bit now, and I feel like you can look around more, you can spot the apex easier. But I wouldn't say it makes you faster.
Maybe it could help some drivers with the situational awareness when overtaking, of course.
That would help maybe.
Would pretty cool in the Senna as well, that you can see the apex like through the window.
Yeah, I should try that actually. That would be cool.
I doubt whether sim racing is really influenced by, well, your gear, like whether you're really that much quicker on the Fanatic wheel or the direct drive wheel.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think many people that own a Fnatic wheel will definitely say they are.
Everyone would say they're faster, I guess. But
But that might mostly be just down to their own conscience. Just
uh,
like, setting straight to their own conscience that they bought like a wheel.
I've heard some guys say like that they switched to a more expensive wheel and that they didn't feel like they were faster, but just maybe the experience is a bit nicer, the force feedback doesn't clip or something, you know. But
I
it's not
think
like,
there are definitely some improvements to be found.
yeah.
But I
it's not
doubt
like-
it will make you like a really great racer instantly.
No. As mentioned by a lot of people before, money doesn't buy skill.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Some people.
Although in what is that guy called? Dragonet or something from F2. He thinks it works.
Yeah, there's also some Formula 1 drivers that think it works. Okay, nah,
Well,
I don't really agree. It was meant to, of course, imply Stroll, but I actually think Stroll is doing really well. He
Yeah.
isn't just there like buying a seat. He actually, to some degree, really has the pace to be there.
yeah.
I think he also
Right.
had 1 or 2 podiums already. So,
Yeah, I think he has one
so
right now.
one in Baku, I think.
Yeah.
This 2018 season.
His qualifying isn't maybe the strongest, but in the race always he is really focused and he always in the start gets a lot of people, so
Yeah, overtake. It's also like I think Perez did the same. I think the Force India or well the
No.
Racing Point now has some trouble in qualifying itself. But I think Stroll's doing a good job considering what machinery he got.
Wasn't Racing Point also bought by someone else now?
Yeah, it's just owned by Lawrence Stroll, I believe, Stroll's father.
Yeah, but I thought it was like I think some other manufacturer bought it, but I'm not sure.
No, I think that the majority stake or the business venture from Lawrence Stroll in Aston Martin Racing meant that Aston Martin was going to cooperate with Force India or
Oh,
Racing Point. And that caused Aston Martin to drop support of Red Bull from the 2020 season onwards, so 2021.
okay.
Actually looking forward to the new Formula 1 season. And, well, to the endurance season as well. Doubt we'll see Le Mans this year.
Yeah, I think hasn't it already been cancelled?
I don't know, but I think that due to the corona, I don't think that France is going to allow supporters. Maybe the television schedule is still on.
I don't think endurance will go on without any fans because
I doubt there will be a lot of racing in 2020. Also restarting the other seasons, GT3, Formula 1, due to the coronavirus. Unfortunate, but at least we have sim racing. Some suggestions, if people are watching, you can also just watch not the GP from Formula 1. It has Charles Leclerc, Nicolas Latifi, sometimes George Russell, Lando Norris, and some other, well, Formula 1 YouTubers. I think ARL Limitless, Kim at Marduk are driving it as well. And there's some pretty good battles in there as well. Charles Leclerc is really showing why he's in Formula 1, I guess. And then, yeah, you have just some nice battles. I doubt we'll ever see a Vettel or Hamilton really take up the sim racing. Maybe also because they have the less overpowered cars then, more equal. But that is my personal opinion, of course. It would be fun to see a full online sim race with all equal cars between the current Formula 1 grid, of course. Now going back to the Le Mans livestream, we see that G Hill in the Senna just overtook the Oreca again, showing again the massive pace difference between both cars. As we cut back to our Dubai, exiting, trying to keep up to Kevin Ryder, I think. To Klein Nagelvoort. So Sorry about the names, guys. If we have a quick view of pit lane, we see J van der Straat being in the pits. I think it's Jos van der Sterre in the Oreca. He might have had some damage. I hope it doesn't really influence his race.
Sorry, my dad came in.
Jos van der Sterre, number 25, is in pits. So, doesn't look good for the driver and the team.
Has anything happened to them? Oh yeah, it's the LMP2 car.
I don't know.
They're down, like they're behind GTE cars, so.
They're now in 27. They're dropping places.
Here's
Status
Nick.
is a P. So,
Nick and Robert erbij. Nick supposedly has some damage, which isn't repairable. But the car behind him
Oreca
also
also looks damaged.
Yeah.
Quite scuffed.
I think there's some
Shaping
wing
up
damage.
Dubai. Staying pretty close on the start straight. Let's see if he can continue this form. Of course, to the famous straight. And then hope that the oh, it was a slight error. Slight.
Oh yeah, Jos has a disqualification.
That's
okay.
unfortunate. I don't know what happened there.
Same, I have not really a clue.
Maybe he ignored. Oh, and we see Dubai overconfident, missing the corner, the apex, and hitting the grass. He's still close, but I doubt it really helps his chances to overtake Nick here. He has a rFactor threw him out.
rFactor. Oh, unfortunate, man.
Oh, that's unfortunate for DC racing.
It's really sad to hear because it's a lot of practice, a lot of time goes into this, and then this happens.
It's unfortunate to the team as well. We're sorry, guys. Using Klein Naaf, of course. Being followed by Dubai. He's closing up, he's going for a move, probably the inside.
Yeah, he's gonna just leave him there. I don't think Nick is gonna
laid on the brakes, I don't think he's going to contest.
Oh
That's,
no!
Oh, we see
Stijn.
a problem, Stijn Prince. That's
no rear
That's
wing.
some rear wing loss there.
No.
What happened? Will Stijn get it back to the pits?
Wait, that. Oh my god.
Did he bin it?
Oh, he
Driver error.
He went to the wrong direction, yeah, feels. That's unfortunate, man.
Oh, and we see Hakimi. That's unfortunate as well.
Mika Hakimi, yeah.
And Hakimi. Looks like there's some front wing damage there. The splitter looks damaged. He'll be able to reach the pits, I think. We'll be fine. So, some time lost there though. Stijn Prince now, well, dropping from place 13, unfortunately. We'll see if he's able to make it.
That's unfortunate.
Some
they
damage there.
They will tell me what's happened after this.
I think there'll be a quick update soon. We cut back to Chicap in his red Oreca. Still leading the charge. Or well, not leading. Still doing pretty well actually. He's now in P11 after of course pit stop. He has now 4 pit stops to his name, following Templars. A gap of 0.8 seconds. So that might shape up to a move in the coming laps. And we have David Kirac in P8 with a staggering 5 pit stops to his car, so
they might have
don't know what happened there.
A little bit damage maybe for extra stop, because 5 stops are a lot, so or he has been driving for a long time.
Maybe some really aggressive fuel strategy.
I don't really
You
understand
already?
live timing, so
It's kind of buggy as well. You have an update on what happened to Stein?
no. I asked them in the
Team
chat,
chat.
but on Discord, but I don't have any explanation so far. As Sean Jacobs is saying, it's a good race so far. Yeah, a lot of battles, a lot of exciting things going on.
And we see a quick overtake from Jacob and Templars as you're speaking. Very nice as well. It's
This
just
race
like
is
they're. There you go.
this race is gonna be really cool in the dark, I think, with all the lights. And it's gonna be really exciting, at least. Don't know how it is to drive, but really exciting.
I doubt it will really help the drivers.
Yeah.
Makes it harder to spot the apex. Yeah, maybe some more accident prone.
Yeah, definitely. It's already quite hard to drive, so in the dark, I'm not too sure about it.
Oh well. Maybe it will help. At least makes it a lot more fun to watch. Now we see Templars having a bit of trouble keeping up to Jacob. I think Jacob did a pit stop a bit ago. Yeah, a couple of laps ago Jacob pitted, so that probably explains why Templars has been able to pit. No, Templars also pitted, so Templars should be able to keep up.
As you see, Jos was disqualified for driving in the wrong direction on the track.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, he had a little spin and he drove the wrong direction. And the game disqualified him, so that's unfortunate. Oh!
Oh, there's a bit of wheel banging there.
A bit of a strong move, but I hope
It
everything
costs
is fine.
some exit for Klein afterward as well.
I think for both, but Nick is not having any.
He's not having any of it. He's looking to make a move again. Really forcing his way past. He's just peeking the inside. Oh, a tiny bit of lag there.
Yeah, I think he went really conservative.
Oh, and
Oh.
Nick wins it. That's really unfortunate for the team as well.
Yeah, Sim Apex is having a hard time.
That's the second car of Sim Apex in the wall, I think.
I can confirm Stein has lost the car mid-corner. I don't know exactly where or what, but I'm getting the information right now.
Is the rear wing damage repairable?
Well, he's out. I'm asking him how the damage is.
Okay. Well, keep us updated.
He lost it through the corner after Indy, so the really tight right-hander. And the corner is really hard on the brakes. It's really hard, so it is not too bad that it happened.
He might come. Yeah, we'll probably come back from this, right? Still at some time. CG Hall casually overtaking the Oreca of Dubai. Y'all really flying in that McLaren.
Ferrari says it's like a brand new car.
Okay.
So they really, the team did
There
really
was a
good.
lot of damage.
Yeah. Well,
He
maybe
did a great job.
well, maybe it fixes everything for us.
Greg Hall currently in P1 in the Senna. Also flying. Some really great laps. 3:24 last lap. Compared to the 3:24.8 of Montes Ricus in the second McLaren Senna. So. He also has a 3-minute gap to P2. So. I think that Greg Hall and their team are really having a comfortable race in the McLaren Senna.
As you can see Stein right now, the car looks really good. the damage has been fixed really well. So
Appears brand new.
yeah, I can still drive at least, so that's nice.
We see Linesa following up.
Our lap times, no, this is, well, he had a 5-minute lap time, so the pit took really long, 5.5 minutes.
It's painful.
Yeah, we'll see how it plans out.
We see the McLaren of Greg Hall again looking to make a move on the M8 GT. This should be relatively easy for him, of course.
Although
Look at
in
the
these-
McLaren go.
No, it's fast.
Easy.
That's the GT Sim Apex car. He's doing a really good job. He's actually P2 in class, or P3.
Nice.
Really nicely done.
A lot of Sim Apex driving.
Yeah, we have a lot of teams, or a lot of cars at least.
A lot of cars at least.
Yeah. So we can crash a few out.
Yeah, expendable.
Yeah.
Just looking at the McLaren and overtaking everything. Yeah, there really needs to be some more competition for the McLaren. Maybe an FXXK or something. Is this the McLaren Senna GTR or
Yeah.
also like their race version again?
I can look it up for you. It's McLaren Senna hypercar.
Speedy My team is leading.
It's called the Senna GTR.
Yeah, okay. Looks really aggressive. Not as good as the P1 GTR, but well, I think it's a lot quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, it has a lot more aero. I agree, mission spin now. Sim Apex, best.
Mission spin up, nice.
Maybe a bit outdated meme, but
Yeah, well, especially now that Vettel left, of course. Maybe Sainz take over. I don't think Sainz will spin.
well, he's been doing really good at McLaren.
Kinda a shame for McLaren that they lost their one of their star drivers.
Yeah.
But I don't think the bromance between Lando Norris and Sainz would have lasted. So.
No, and I think Ricciardo is a good experienced guy to have. So.
Did you see the comments from the guy from Renault? I forgot his name about loyalty.
Cyril.
Yeah, Cyril.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. The guy he made comments about loyalty, about Renault.
Really?
Yeah, about how Ricciardo just left them, etc.
That's quite funny actually.
I saw the article today.
Well, if you don't perform, yeah, why the fuck should you stay there? You know?
I do think it's unfortunate that they didn't really have a chance this year to prove that they could build a car.
Yeah, but
He just left after 2020 without any real racing. Same goes for Vettel. I mean, there was no opportunity to prove himself to Ferrari anyway.
It's gonna be awkward for Ricciardo to see some starts though.
Yeah.
If your team boss says that stuff, then
Yeah, it was like along the lines of comment, not an explicit.
yeah, okay.
But it's still kind of shitty.
Oh, and the car reduced it behind. Oh.
Oh.
In this corner, Stein lost it for now.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Really hard on braking. Who spun? I'm still figuring it out.
Mission Spin now really loving the Apex BMW skin.
Yeah.
Just loving the whole car in general, to be honest. The M8 skin looks really good.
I would agree, yeah.
I also really like the McLaren skin, the Senna skin from Speedy My team. Really good color, purple, pinkish.
Yeah. Really nice.
Is this what magenta looks like?
I don't
Having
think-
some trouble.
I think it's more like pink. Pink and yellow.
Anyways, it looks really good.
Mika Hakimi is overtaking Joe Brown. Or it's pretty close at least.
Some good racing.
Yeah, the GTE cars haven't got a lot of racing. But yeah, they don't.
As we
stop.
got to the Sim Apex car. Nice.
This is Spinhouse favorite car. And also mine maybe.
I also really like the 911R, but that's just because it's more classic paint job of the 911R, the black, white, and red one.
Well, to be fair, they couldn't get a custom livery on the car. It glitched.
Yeah, that's probably.
So they all drive in stock liveries.
But it's like a really good livery.
Yeah, I think
Like-
so too.
I don't like the blue Porsche livery, but I like this one. I hope they make a Golf livery comeback sometime.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Or the all pink one was also kind of cool. It's unfortunate there's no Ferraris.
Big Ferrari fanboy here.
Of course. No. There's a pretty limited selection of cars, to be honest. With the M8 GTE, I think it's a Vantage, Aston Martin, and the 911R. I think that's all the GTE cars currently driving.
Right. Those were the fastest cars, I think. There's also a Corvette, which no
Is
one
there a
showed.
Corvette driving?
No, not driving, but there was
Oh,
someone
okay.
to drive the Corvette.
Yeah.
There's a battle going on here, though.
The Sim Apex BMW. Alex Medea.
Sounds really nice from the Porsche and also from the BMW. It's actually getting a lot of slipstream.
No Dave. Come on,
He's gonna overtake him.
go there.
Go for it, mate.
Left on the inside. Really far apart.
Yeah, that flow space.
And a slight squeeze. Oh, nice.
He did a really good job on that.
Probably make that still. Looked really good.
P1 in class in the hypercars is Greg Hall. P1 in the LMP2s is sent to Engfist. And P1 in the GTE class is Alexander Jones. Santo Engfist is really showing up. He's driving a really good race.
I agree. I think Alexander Jones just switched in, right?
I think so, yeah. I didn't see him earlier.
He may have taken the place of Emuman. Because he was previously leading the class by a pretty big margin.
Okay.
Really comfortable race. Let's see Alexander Jones. He's driven like one lap. Oh, we have
I
a
know.
slight glitch in the stream, I think.
Yeah. I hope you can see something, but I can't, so. Oh, whoa, whoa. Is that the surfer or is that. I hope it's not the surfer. That would be really. What's going on? For the guys, I hope it's not the surfer.
Yeah.
I think the surfer is ripped.
This looks kind of damaged. And
Was it
I
the
think
surfer?
that may have been server lag there. But caused the BMW and the Eureka to spin out.
Wait,
That's very unfortunate.
what the hell happened there? That was just some really glitchy shit. My live timing is also not working, but I don't know if that's the server or the...
Yeah, it's Enquist that spun out in the Oreca and BMW M8. I wasn't quick enough to see that name. It's very
Yeah.
unfortunate for the team as well. Probably something they couldn't do anything about.
Yeah, I hope it was like, I hope that probably was.
Very unfortunate. Maybe we'll see something in chat. Only seeing Kolakai again driving. Being really consistent, doing really well this race actually. He's also led the race for a small part. Pretty good right there. Following lifetime is Max Rotors. We also see Jacob again. Yeah, he's following Antonio Rob. So we have Jacob following Svilsi, and then in front of them we have Enquist, then we have Koloxai, and then we have Antonio. And then we have Vrolijk, and then we have McGowan actually leading the LMP2 class again. Joey Vrolijk is 3 pit stops behind McGowan with also 3 pit stops. There's a 25-second difference, so that's gonna take some time before we see really a bit of action or a lead change. Jacob being 1.5 seconds behind Savilski. And here are Antonio Roth and Sai. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a really hard name. I've been struggling with it for the whole stream.
Maybe we should just learn the team names, to be honest.
Yeah.
That might be a lot easier.
It's really unfortunate for Santo Engqvist because he was really driving well and then he spun. I
Yeah.
don't know what happened still, but...
Looked like, well, the stream at least glitched. I don't really know what happened to the server itself. Robert Pound in chat asked who made the Sim Apex Racing skin. We have an M8 GTE spinning on track, driving the wrong direction.
Who made the skin? I don't know actually. I should know, but I don't know.
We see that Corsair is about 45 minutes in before he goes to track, I think.
Yeah. Well, I wish you good luck.
But we just saw a BMW M8 spin and then drive the wrong direction. So I hope he doesn't get what Jos van der Sterre had and then he gets disqualified by the game. That might be very unfortunate.
Now I get why Olaf Mol is missing so much on the stream.
Yeah, I just always thought he was, well, not paying attention, to be honest.
Yeah, I now get why commentators miss a lot of stuff because I was just looking at the comments and at the live timing and I didn't even notice the guy spun.
Looking at 3 screens right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, my phone is on the chat. My left screen is on the timing and my right screen is on the stream, so...
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
But the timing's having some trouble.
Yeah, it's back now, but not really.
Yeah. It's back, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
It's how you look at it. It's a bit... Oh. Last battle for Jacob.
Jacob going after Vilsi. Vasi, sorry. Vasi is doing a pretty good job of keeping him behind him for the past few laps. So we'll see if he manages to do the same on the straight. Jacob is a lot closer than he previously was. He was about 1.5 seconds away, and he's now about 0.8. So he really closed in well.
Yeah, Jacob is really showing that he's a great driver. Catching up to a lot of guys. And
So
we
we
see
got
Nick.
to Niklina fourth. Sorry.
Yeah,
The Pebble car.
I think they still have damage, so it's really great to see them driving though.
See Jacob? No, that's no move. It's very unfortunate.
Well, he's really close now, so
Oh.
next corner maybe?
You should have dived that. No ball.
Nah.
No, yeah,
Right.
he's getting him next corner.
Well,
That was a
we said
great
that last
exit.
time, but
Yeah, but he had a
It's not
great
really-
exit.
he's not really
come
catching
on.
up though.
Dude,
Come
what
on,
are you doing?
Slipstream, hello?
Hello?
You there? What the hell?
It's like
Dive off.
Adele. Hello?
I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not singing, I'm sorry. And he's so close again. It's like the third lap in a row where this happened. So unfortunate. We have a lot of new names on the timing sheet now. A lot of driver changes have already happened. Most cars around the 4 pit stops, but a few lingering around 1.
Yeah, that's probably a glitch or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems unlikely to me that a Porsche 911 made 1 pit stop, to be honest.
I don't really trust anything that is standing there at the pit stops. Like every number there.
We have 2 drivers being DNF'd. Luke Mader with the M8 GTE and Kevin Ridder with the M8 GTE as well. And then we have the Oreca from Jos van der Sterre. He drove in the wrong direction. And then we have another Oreca, Edward Hoekstra, currently in the pits, I think.
And here we have Lodewijk.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm doing fine, how are
Pretty
you?
well.
Well, time for some racing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we're wrapping up then. It's been a pleasure to commentate for you guys, and I hope I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Goodbye.
Thanks for joining us, guys.
Good luck, have fun.
No problem.
See ya.
Enjoy the race.
I have clicked it. Nothing has happened. Oh. Yeah, that's the car I'm following. How much?
Great. Well, good luck, boys. Yes, see you later. See you.
One little thing, make the leaderboard a little bit smaller. Not on the edges, please, if you can.
Oh yeah, it looks a bit oversized.
Yeah.
By the way, can you send me the link to the live timing?
I sent it in lobby,
Okay.
but it's down at the moment, so.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'll go now, bye.
Bye. See you guys.
Bye-bye. To see some
qualitative commentating. This is going to be great. To see some qualitative commentating. This is going to be great. All right. To see some qualitative commentating. This is going to be great. Well, I keep hearing myself in the echo. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ARL 12 Hours of Le Mans. I will be your commentator, Nicholas Barnsdale, for the next few hours. Alongside me is another North American accent guy.
Hell yeah, we got this.
Lodewijk Perquin.
Yeah, close enough.
I was just going to say that. The situation is as follows. Greg Hall leads the way by 180 seconds to Mantis Rakis, and Ricky Jimenez is third in the hypercars. Ollie McGowan leads the way for the P2s. I have to wait until my stream decides to cycle back around. And Matthew Leclerc, I'm not sure if he's related to Charles, he's in P1 for the GTEs. Going into this race, all but one championship was decided. Now we see the LMP2 championship contested. Reminder, double points for today. So half of those double points will be dished out at the end of 6 hours, which is fast approaching, and the rest will be dished out at full time.
That's an interesting concept because it makes people push through from the halfway through the race and at the end of the race. Because usually at this time in the race, you tend to see people wanting to slow down a bit, just get into a bit of a groove, and just sort of make sure they don't make any mistakes, which does happen sometimes, of course. We saw that with Santu right before we switched over. And yeah.
Yeah, so we get a little bit lucky this time. If we were commentating a normal 12 hours, we'd be right in the middle of the boring part, but we should see some good action. Here, we're right in the middle of the P2 battle for the lead. Not the lead.
Oh, I don't have the stream queue. Oh, yeah, thanks.
So, sorry for the slight delay. Here we are on board with Pat Silvassi as he heads into the pits. He was second in the LMP2 class with a, if I do say so myself, beautiful green and silver livery.
Absolutely wonderful.
Reminiscent.
Yeah, I think the top 3 was very close, however. After 3 hours, you'd expect them to be a bit farther out of each other's way, but you see that they are trying to contest to get the points at 6 hours.
Yeah, the competition's going very well at this point. The field is actually quite bunched up, as you said. We're on board with Kalaxai right now. I'm definitely saying that wrong. And Vrolik is right up behind him. That's maybe about a 2-second gap. And that contest will hot up shortly as the day progresses.
Just out of his slipstream, so that might be a bit difficult for him to get a move into one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, but you never know.
Yep, and right up in front of us, we see the battle between the two P2s, which I can't seem to cut onto for some reason. But either way, we have David and Linus Lundvall going at it in the P2 class as well. Lundvall, further down the grid than he's been used to all season. Lundvall's been one of the dominant forces in the Endurance Series so far. But he's fighting over P7, and he's about to get lapped along with David. Then we see Mika Hakimi, an F3 mainstay, up ahead of them in the hypercar. Lo, why don't you tell us a little bit about the F3 season, how that's shaping up with Hakimi and a few of the drivers we have today, like Stein Prince and...
well, as you said, we have a few drivers that are on the field today that are mainstays of the F3 season. That's the other league run by the organization. And right now, I believe it's Stein Prince leading the standings with about 20 points over Hakimi after 3 rounds. After last race in Zandvoort, there was a lot of issues for Hakimi. However, he still does have a pretty good chance of closing in on them. And of course, Mochalenko, champion of Season 1, is pretty close to them as well.
I'm going to cut in on you here because we're seeing a huge battle here between Vrolik and Kolsakai in the LMP2s as we head down the long straight here. They're side by side. They've been side by side for a few corners now, and they're really fighting it out for these points. And this is a great battle. David is kind of holding them up. He's about to get lapped. That's Petra David. He's 3 laps down now from the lead hypercar, and he got right in the way of Joey Vrolik there, and he's going right out of the way. Yep, right into the wall. Admirable move, but possibly poor execution to get out of the way of the leaders. So it's Vrolik leading Kolsakai. Kolsakai is going to look around the outside through the long left-hander. In the slipstream, now coming down to a heavy braking zone. What's he going to do?
He's going to go for it in the Porsche curves? I don't think so. That would be a bit dangerous, especially only 3 hours into a 12-hour race.
Well, it would be a little bit more exciting for us.
Yeah. Only thing that matters in racing.
Yeah. In virtual racing, anyways.
Yeah, nobody's got to pay the bills, so, you know, might as well.
Yeah, nobody's got to pay the hospital bills either.
The only thing that could get injured is your ego, though.
Yes, that is a good point. So, and someone else's ego, so you don't want to go pushing people off all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I've learned my lesson in that in the F3 season.
Mm-hmm. Is that why you've gone more to stewarding and less to racing?
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like this battle may be simmering a little bit. Vrolik has pulled out a few seconds gap over Kolsakai through that last sector. He's holding on to a very solid P2 in the P2 series. And Ollie McGowan is a few seconds up the road. Lundvall clearly on the pace here. He's not getting lapped. Now let's cut on to this racer here, Stein Prince and Ollie McGowan. They are not fighting for position, I believe. Prince is being lapped, yes. Ollie McGowan now has a lap over him. I have some word on Prince. Earlier, he made a nice little overtake to get P11 overall, and he unfortunately later bottled the chicane and cut it, and he got a drive-through penalty, which is bound to happen sometimes. We have a code 80 in 10 seconds.
Not exactly sure why. Can you switch to what it might have caused that?
I can look for it in just a second. I have to make sure the VSC flag is out. And look at the car slow down. Let's see if I can cycle through and find it. By now, it's probably assumed that whoever it was has pitted or gotten back onto the track at least. I was seeing some damage there, actually. If we look here, I believe this is what might have happened. We've got an Aston Martin all dented up. Like you said, no one has to pay the bills, but can't help but think if that were real life,
that'd be pretty expensive.
Yeah, someone would be in a lot of trouble. I think that must have been the cause of the accident. I'm not seeing any other cars with significant damage.
He might have spun, but it could also be possible that he got tagged by someone trying to lap him or something.
Absolutely. You never really know. Unfortunately, we don't have a replay function. So that is slightly disappointing. You want to get those clicks like F1 does, showing the replays.
Yeah, we got to save those for later.
Yeah, for the highlight reel.
Yes, of course.
Lo, can you give us a little rundown of the standings?
Yeah, as you said earlier, the all championships have been decided except for LMP2. In the hypercar class, Madness Racing have won quite easily, actually. They have 125 points and their closest competition at 36. So that wasn't ever really a very close competition between the two. However, LMP2, the gap is only 33 points between the top two. However, it could also be that P3 overtake P2 in LMP2 due to there only being about a 30-point gap between them.
So it's all to play for in the P2. In the P2 split, I should say.
Yes. And in GTE, yeah, there's a ton of teams who have... Actually, everybody from P4 down to P14 is within 8 points of each other. So that could very much change if this race goes a certain way for a few people.
Very interesting. Can you list the teams so the fans
yeah.
know what's...
In P4 we have 360 Motorsport number 31 with 18 points, and then it's a 5-way tie down to P8 with F1 VL Endurance, RMF, RSA Sim Racers, and Interstate Monkeys. And then 3 points below that we have National Racing League with 15, tied with WSS Esports in P10. And then below that we have GeForce and BRT on 12 points. And then Nations League Racing and Samfire Racing Team tied on P10 and P13 and P14.
Thank you very much for your rundown, Mr. Perquin. Thank you for your velvety tones.
Thank you very much. I'll be sending the link to the standings in chat, so if anybody wants to take a closer look at it, then you can do that.
So we have green, green, green. The safety car, or the virtual safety car is in. Not that it was ever out, really. And immediately we have some battling. It's Amir Havoc, as our wonderful announcer Samet Halafi, who you heard earlier, likes to pronounce it. He is battling...
Oh, he might run out.
I can't read that name. It's a very long one.
Something with a V in it. Vasconcelos, I think. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation, but this could get interesting. They have a slipstream. They might be able to try something into the second chicane. Oh yeah, they're closing in very quickly. Get ready.
Havoc must have been lapped because the stream shows that there should be a car between them.
Oh, he might have just unlapped himself.
Yes, very possible.
Which is why we see that the car behind him isn't really pushing to pass him. However, they will be lapped soon by Hall.
There goes Hall.
Absolutely wise bad.
That makes 7 laps now back to 8 laps, sorry, to Amir Havoc. Hall has just run away with it. I don't believe there's any question of who will be taking the top spot today unless something tragic were to happen.
Yeah, I was watching their qualifying session, and it looked like they did make a mistake into the last corner, which did cause them to spin. So I hope they don't recreate something like that.
Ooh, oh yes.
They've been very impressive so far.
cutting back onto Ollie McGowan. He's got a pretty good gap. I don't believe that car behind him for position. I believe that's Stein Prince. Now back to Vrolik. And the gaps you can see are starting to form. We don't have any exciting battles like we did just as soon as we took over.
Yeah, what you tend to see with endurance racing is that it sort of enters a lull every once in a while. However, it does pick up very quickly.
There's Antonio Rod. He's in P3. And the car behind him, David, is further down the grid. That is not for position either. So we're having trouble finding anything. Perhaps down in the GTEs. Stein Prince is coming in for a pit stop, it looks like, at the end of this lap. This could get interesting. Hoekstra is closing in on Monye. I'm absolutely sure I got both of those wrong. That is a battle for overall P12. And I believe that's 12th in class. Nope, that doesn't make sense.
Is Monnier a lap down or the other way around?
I believe they're fighting. Oh yeah. Good catch.
Yeah, Monnier is a lap ahead, I believe. Oh no, never mind. No.
No, this is for position. Monnier and Hoekstra separated.
It's spicy.
Yep, by about 4 seconds. Could you see on the live timing perhaps what Monnier's last lap was?
The live timing appears to be down for me at least, but
well,
I did get a link from Robert. I'll check again.
Disappointing, but while we wait, we can admire that beautiful splat livery.
Very nice.
Looks like a modern art painting. Coming from a guy who doesn't know what modern art looks like.
It's all pretentious, I can tell you that much.
Well, that car does not look pretentious in the slightest.
It looks a bit like the Rebellion that ran in Le Mans last year in real life.
Ah, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Beautiful cars.
I'm really sad that they won't be taking part in when the hypercar rules come in.
Ah. Is this for position? Yes, I believe it is. We have Quinho Sunya and Thomas Garcia about to go at it.
That is also a very nice livery. It's a bit pop artist.
Yeah. I see they went all out for Le Mans, and I'm sure glad they did because we have a really nice racing atmosphere other than the problems. And now Osuna's going round the outside.
Very nice into Indianapolis.
And he brake checks very nicely on the exit.
That could have ended very wrong.
Yeah, that was
and
millimeters.
He comes back on the inside. Will he keep it? Will he
contact.
Push yeah. Ooh, that was a bit of a push out.
Yep, contact between the two. I don't think that. Oh, he's given the light flash of derision. Did you see that?
That is a sign of disapproval if I've ever seen one.
Yep, Osuna's not happy with that move, and we can expect, if he gets closer, the favor to be repaid.
Well, I hope not. It's a very close race between these two. It is over P15, I believe. P15, yeah.
Yep.
So it doesn't really make too much of a difference. However, it is very nice to just see clean racing all throughout the race.
If we look further back, I have made a mistake. Yeah, if we look further back, there's Nick Klein-Nachvout, another member of our ARL team. He's racing for Sim Apex today, and he is all by himself, just being lapped by Mika Hakimi.
It's very interesting to see how he's come so far since I raced him like 2 years. No, that was more than a year ago or so. It's really nice to see that he's improved so much, because it used to be that he would barely be able to inch past me sometimes, but it was very close, and now he just absolutely destroys me in any race.
Well, Lo, looks like
they grow up so fast.
Looks like you got to get back in the seat.
I wish I could.
And oh, we've got some possible trouble. Yep, Mantis Rakis has left. We don't know what's going on there. We don't know
Could be a mistake with the driver swap as well.
Ah, yeah. The driver swaps on RF2 can be very deadly.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Main reason I only play Assetto Corsa.
Well, they don't have driver swaps at all, do they?
Exactly. You can't do something wrong if you don't do it at all.
Fair point. You know what? You're absolutely right on that one. Nikolai Naufot currently near the tail end of the P2s. My mistake earlier, he was lapping Hakimi, not the other way around. Whoops. If Hakimi was lapping him, something would be very wrong. We have a yellow flag in Sector 1.
As someone would say, that would be cheating.
Yeah, he would be hacking.
All through qualifying, just everybody's cheating.
Everyone was hacking, apparently.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have 800 disqualifications to hand out of this race. Meanwhile, Kevin Hunarts is in the pits. I completely guessed that name, and I was right. His name is Kevin.
Nice.
He will be... He was 4th to last in P2. Probably will drop more places. Let's go down. Oh, we have a drive-through penalty for Aiden Williams. Or stop and go, rather. Now we cut to the leader of the GTEs. Simon Marshall.
A bit of damage.
Yes, it is. I believe it is. So, Marshall...
It's interesting to see, because that'd be pretty odd. I think he might have just gotten tapped by one of the P2s or hypercars.
Very possible. Could have been a tangling up. We don't really know. Well, we unfortunately may never know, but we
Unless
do know.
We pull him in for an interview.
Haha!
I'm gonna write that down. Wait.
I knew we had you here for a reason, though.
Hell yeah.
So Simon Marshall leads the way. Matthew Leclerc is on his lap, as is Alexander Jones. Those three on the lead lap of the GTEs. Matthew Leclerc is not all that far behind, perhaps about 20 seconds, more like 10 looking at that. And then a lot further back to Jones. He's about to come through the finish of the lap. Then it's a long, long way back to the lap down car of Mika Hakimi. He's doing very well. I don't believe he consistently races in these GTEs on Assetto Corsa. He's in 4th in class. Despite qualifying 2nd, I think he's done a great job. I'm sure there must have been some kind of incidents that we haven't seen, especially near the start.
Yeah, the start in online racing starts are always just absolutely insane. We saw last year in real life at Le Mans as well that there was one small incident, but that is one of the most rare occurrences, to be honest, even though everybody's bunched up.
Yeah, I think online racing, the fear of death is not there, so there is no fear at all.
I just use that as my excuse for whenever I'm slow.
Yeah, I'm actually afraid of dying. Please don't blame me.
Yeah.
So we go a bit further back to Amir Havok. I believe we can see the car of Nikolai sorry.
That was a nice slide.
Yeah, I've received word that the stream is not looking the greatest at the moment, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we have word that the Sim Apex GTE number 68 has retired.
That's very unfortunate.
Yep, Toy and Lure has notified us that that car is retiring due to a driver swap problem, as you predicted earlier for a different car.
Again, I said, no, was that not the same car?
I believe it was a P2, but perhaps... No, it was the hypercar of Mantis Rikus.
Could have been. Yeah, it is.
Mika Hakimi.
That's very unfortunate that...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. This is more important.
Mika Hakimi is about to be lapped by... If I can get the name to scroll around on leaderboard. Wow, it takes way too long. Hakimi, not seated in that position easily. He maximized the time there. Didn't lose too much. That is Ben Fenema. He is currently trailing the P2 class, 6 laps behind the leader. We have another yellow flag in Sector 1.
Is that not the same from last lap, or?
Very well could be, although I don't exactly know what it is. A car could be stopped in the pits or something, and that might trigger it.
Yeah, you never know with rFactor.
They might see a speck of dust and think it's a stopped car, so... I'm briefly looking for the entries for Le Mans just so I can Make sure of who the drivers are for each team.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Mika Hakimi, of course, the Blue Steel driver. He races under the same name in F3. That team is currently challenging for the top, along with Sim Apex, who are also in this race. Unfortunately, we don't get to see a battle between them because Sim Apex, the drivers at least that are involved with the main team of ARL F3, have chosen the LMP2 class. So
yeah, it's unfortunate to see because both teams are very, very close in F3. I do believe, in my personal opinion, I do think Sim Apex will slightly stay ahead in the championship due to Vladislav Mochilenko and Stein Prince just being absolutely on it the last few races, but you can't discount Blue Steel from anything.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, as we've seen, Stein Prince and Mochilenko has begun to regain his form. He was sick the first week, so he could not compete. Second week, he finished a nice second and a sixth, and he finally got his first win last weekend, and now we see him driving at Le Mans. So he's clearly good to go. We are going to look through the LMP2 field. There's Stein Prince again. Lunval is lapping the, I believe that's the GTE leader Mathieu Leclerc.
Yes. Oh, that's P2 in GTE.
Right.
Marshall is currently leading.
Ah, my mistake. Leclerc is P2. Yes, you are correct.
I do believe there's a bit of a gap between the two, though.
Yep. There were calls for us to put the camera on the battle for the GTE lead in the chat as soon as we hopped on. Unfortunately, I didn't see those, but it seems the battle has subsided for now at least. There's Monnier lapping Marshall.
Yeah, it's around a 10-second gap from what I can see. So those look like Marshall's been pulling away a bit. It could just be that Marshall's trying to create a gap right now because you see that a lot around this time. However, it could also be that the Porsche behind him has a few issues with tires or something.
Yep, it is definitely something to keep an eye on because that battle could definitely get spicier as the race goes along. We have one retirement here. Is this for position? It is not. We turn to Koloxai here, lapping Mathieu Leclerc. Antonio Rod just behind. I believe that would be for a position worthy to battle. Yes, it would be. He's pulled out a nice little gap from when we were monitoring them earlier. Then we move on to Vrolik. He is actually quite close to Koloxai. So this is another battle that we will have to monitor as time goes along. Right now, the pod is being brought up to a boil, but once it starts to heat up, could have a nice race on our hands. And he is right in the back of Hoekstra, who he will be lapping. And Ollie McGowan is all alone.
Just running away with it.
Yep, he is still on the same lap, crucially, as Vrolik. However, he isn't in a league of his own at this point in time. We will cut on now to our hypercars, which unfortunately will not get much coverage due to the fact that they have absolutely no competition. Greg Hall is a lap ahead of Ricky Jimenez. He's just asserting the dominance.
He's T-posing over the rest of the field.
Yes, he is T-posing. He is sure. Crucially, that is actually not Madness Racing. So Hall is racing for Speedy Might Racing, who will be looking to make a statement in winning Le Mans and spoiling the day of Madness.
Yeah, you don't. They have. Is this their first entry actually? Because I don't see them on the standings list.
I believe it is. So they're coming out to make a statement. Perhaps we will see a sustained bid from them next year.
I hope so, because this could heat up if Madness were to just close up a little bit to them. Because as you see, in three and a half hours, a lap gap isn't that actually that bad.
Yeah, you never know in endurance, especially because there's currently 8.5 hours to go.
Yeah.
I hope you
Everything we could be saying right now could just end up being useless.
Yep, we are useless essentially. Thanks. I didn't need that self-esteem anyways.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It looks like also that Madness is currently out of the competition.
Yeah, did they not also have a problem with the driver swap?
That is very possible, but I don't even see them on the DNFs, so it is possible they just did not make Parc Ferme.
They are? Are they not P14 right now?
No, that is Rookie Monsters.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually, why don't we pull Pawn Robert in, and let's ask him what went wrong there.
Yeah, he's been following the race the whole day. I've not had that much time so far today, so I have been watching a bit when I had the chance, but you should know a bit more of what's going on. As we ride along with Hall just absolutely flying away, it's insane how quick they were, especially in qualifying. That was a treat to watch. How they just managed to... It was almost like I was watching a go-kart race, to be honest. Just sliding through every corner, getting every apex perfectly. It's amazing how they're driving. Not sure what's going on with the stream. Looks like one of the drivers has taken a pit stop. Oh, never mind. Jumping back into the action. He's right along with Jacob. He is currently in P7 in class, or overall. P5 in class. And he's about, yeah, he's a lap behind the car ahead. Hey, Santu.
I just realized I've been commentating with my microphone up for about 2 minutes.
I was wondering where you were.
Santu, what's going on, my friend?
Well, a lot's going on. Was leading the race and suddenly not anymore.
Yeah, that was not very great to see from you.
Talk us through what happened.
The tires were kind of done and we were gonna come in that lap, so tried a risky move around the outside in the Porsche curves and didn't end well. Got the rear end slipped a bit and I had to correct it and I hit a GT car and straight into a wall. 300 seconds of damage.
That's very unfortunate. How is the car retired? Yes, right?
No, it isn't. We are actually still racing.
Oh, nice. In which position? Because I don't see you on the list.
It's driven currently by Linus Lundvall.
Yeah, I was commenting
I'm
on
not
that
sure where he
earlier.
is now.
I saw Linus in P7. I said that seems off. That's definitely not like Linus. He's usually near the front of the pack, along with you and that team.
Yeah, just tried too risky of a move. Anyways, we are trying to fight for the championship still, so seeing if we can actually win it anymore after that incident.
Yeah, well,
everything is possible in this race.
Obviously.
You've got Stein Prince just up the road. Maybe not just up the road, but he's certainly within touching distance. There's some more points on the horizon, and you have 2 hours and 24 minutes to catch him before the first round of points are assigned.
Indeed.
Anything?
So how's the race been going on from your perspective?
Well, apparently we have a laggy stream, which is disappointing.
At least the racing is great, though. We've been seeing a lot from GTE, and not that much from Hypercar, but GTE and LMP2 have been pretty exciting to watch so far. The gap between the top two and GTE is still pretty small. However, Simon Marshall did start way down the grid, so it's pretty interesting to see how he made up that much time.
Yeah, it has been an interesting race, especially from my side. Had some nice defending moments and out of damage and that kind of stuff, but after the accidents we had to start with the hackers on the TeamSpeak and stuff, I'm just happy that we actually got the race together and were able to start racing.
Yeah, the hackers on the TeamSpeak, that's very unfortunate. However, we won't let that bring us down.
Now, I hate to cut you off, guys, but we have a big battle forming. Jakob, however, he is in on this lap. He's content to fight with Hansa through the chicane. GTE car is going to get involved with their battle, but obviously Hansa doesn't know that Jakob's coming in at the end of this lap, so they're going to fight away. Hansa in the slipstream of Norbert Jakob.
Go for it? No, not yet. That would be a bit opportunistic as he locks up a tiny bit from Jacob.
And he's cut the corner big time there. Big mistake from Hansa. And that's going to cut the end of our action prematurely, as Jakob will surely have the pace to keep him at bay for the rest of the lap. As he pits, Ollie McGowan, the leader of the P2, is also into the pits now. Boy, a live timing would be very useful right now.
That'd be very useful, yeah. Do you know what happened with that, or?
Unfortunately, I have no idea. So it's mostly just switching cars until we find something good.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I hope we get it before the end of the race, because as you said earlier, there's still 8.5 hours to go.
Yes, that would be nice if we did have access, at least at the end, because that's when all the good stuff happens.
As always with endurance racing, the first, actually until the last hour, 2 hours or so, is just getting ready for basically a sprint race at the end.
Exactly. It's all about the track position, and then gunning it.
Yeah, exactly.
To the line.
Which is why I do think that Santu and his teammate can still make up quite a few places.
Absolutely. They just lost the place to Garcia, I believe, but they're right up close to them as I can see, and Lundvall's fastest lap is far faster than Garcia's.
Yeah, it was 3 seconds faster, I believe.
So he definitely has the pace.
Just a head up, guys. The fastest laps are of the car and not of the driver.
Okay.
Thanks, Santu.
Thank you for the update.
It's interesting, however, I was expecting a lot of teams to be in the 28s today, at least from what people have been talking about before the race.
Yeah, in fact, we have...
Yeah, it could be reverse sandbagging.
Could be. As the only driver to have achieved that in this race, I kind of feel happy about it.
Yeah, you got to be proud of what you achieved. Because up until the incident, it was a very, very clean and good race from you. So these things can happen, but you know, you just got to move on and hope you can improve even more.
Yeah, a lot of time still the race. I'm going in the next 2 hours again to finish the race, and
you'll be joining at the last 2 hours of the race.
No, I will be joining in 2 hours.
Okay.
Right at the end of the race.
That's gonna be a long stint.
Yeah, I'm gonna used to those, so it's fun.
Well, good luck,
Get some
Santu.
coffee and then get through it.
Yeah, guys, have a nice stream. Have a good one.
Thanks so much.
Yes, you too. Good luck in the race.
Santu and Kvisten, everyone. Driver for Scuderia Ventus.
Really unfortunate what happened to him because he was running so well.
Yeah, and
as he said, only one to break into the 28s, which is very impressive.
Indeed, and I guess we now have our answer to what caused the code 80 earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy to see how close the fastest laps of the top 2 GTEs are. It's within like a second, or a tenth of a second, sorry, on a lap that's 3.5, 4 minutes almost.
Yeah, that's just crazy, that level of closeness. It's a shame we're not getting to see that kind of action on the track. Apparently they were battling earlier, but unfortunately we didn't see that. Yeah, Marshall and Leclerc. Two very solid drivers.
You can say that again.
You know what? I almost did it for the memes, but that would be stupid.
I was expecting it. You should have done it.
Okay. So, I have some news. It looks like the championship leading GTE car for 360 Motorsport has retired.
In GTE?
Yes, indeed.
Ooh, it does look like they are safe in the championship. However, that is very unfortunate for them.
They are, indeed. Simon Marshall, however, doing a fantastic job for Rookie Monsters. They're looking to get on the board in the championship.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see because the leaders in GTE and Hypercar are 2 new entries. So it could be a bit of a flexing of the muscles to a bit of a prologue for what Season 2 could bring us.
Indeed, and that will be an exciting season. This is officially the biggest race in Ace Racing League history, and we're very proud to bring it to you. I think I can say for all the staff.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see this just all come together.
There we see a nice skillful lapping by Arenas. No time lost by either car there.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how some cars try to sort of position themselves while they're being lapped, because it's very important that you don't lose time there.
Yeah.
Because especially in endurance racing, time just adds up so quickly. If you lose a tenth here or a half a second there, you can't really make that up very easily if you're doing that 12 hours long.
Indeed, that's exactly the kind of thing that separates a top team from a lower team. Of course, consistency and pace is one of them, but another very important thing is how to get lapped well.
And of course, how to lap well, because if you come across a car at a very unopportune moment that you have to lap, then it can all end very sadly.
Absolutely. As Mr. Lundvall unfortunately found out just a few hours ago.
Yeah, that was still kind of sad about how unfortunate that was.
Well, I know they're a fast team. They're one of the fastest teams in the league. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they still have a chance. There's no need to be doom and gloom about it. We're only 3.5 hours into the race.
Now, I'm looking up and down the entry list. I don't see an entry from our second place team in the G2s, which is Ice Saber. Ice Saber? I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's very interesting to see the battle from P4 to P14 in a GTE with an 8-point gap across 10 teams, which is pretty insane to see. However, all of those teams I do believe could still jump up to even P2 or something.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's not over yet, especially since Iceberg is not available for this race. It could be interesting to see if there's any teams that do take the opportunity and just jump right into P2.
And it actually looks like we are missing quite a few teams from that duel.
It looks like Leclerc got past the. Sorry to interrupt you. It looks like Leclerc got past the Marshall.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well,
let's find out.
Yep. Unfortunately, there is no way to just cut straight to a car. I do have to do this every time. And yes, did
he pit?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because that is a pretty massive gap, actually. Yeah, he's just now at the first chicane. However, the car in front of him was already at the end of the Mulsanne.
So I'm going to say Simon Marshall did go ahead and do a pit stop. However, no driver swap.
Or repair to the damage, which is interesting to see. Could be... I think he just believes the car still drives fine, but you would expect to lose quite a decent amount of pace, especially this early on in the race if you've got that much damage.
Indeed, although I believe for this race we have lowered the damage to 60%. So it's not as bad as it could have been, but...
It could be worse.
Yeah, it doesn't look healthy either way. Let's have a run down through the field. This is Jones. I don't know.
He's in P3 in class.
Yep.
About a half a lap behind the leaders.
Yeah, he's still in it too, of course. Alex Jones, not to be confused with the other one. Then we have Mantis Rekus, who is still retired, of course. Amir Havoc, a long way back, followed by David Plummer.
Did Plummer and Hakimi swap?
I don't believe so. Hakimi is further up the grid.
Okay, because I thought did they have the same livery?
They do. You are correct. I believe they're both racing under blue steel.
Okay.
They are not. There is only one blue steel entry, which is confusing me.
That could be just a glitch in the skin pack, but interesting.
Yes, indeed. Plummer should be racing 4, if I can find it. Which apparently I cannot. Plummer is driving for WSS Esports, so I'm assuming it is a glitch in the skin pack.
Yeah, they're currently in P10 in the standings, and in the race they are P... Which position would that be? As they pull into the pits, by the way. That would be position, just waiting for it to load.
Yeah, the live timing would be very helpful. Yep,
yeah, I'm relying on the timing from the stream. He's P5 in class, I believe. And he's only he's P10 in the standings, so he could make quite a few places up, especially since the points are coming in just a few hours.
Absolutely. Frank Vasconcelo, I believe I got that right, 29th overall. I believe that's 7th or 8th in class. And then Barco, who is about to be lapped, I believe, by the car in front, if that makes any sense at all. by Vasconcelos. Then we go further back to Meder, who has retired.
As Leclerc pulls out of the pits with Rob. Did they? Yeah, they did a driver swap. What's his name? Swapped for Robinson.
Apologies. Let's see if I can find that.
I believe that was Marshall who swapped with Robinson.
Ah, I see. No, Marshall is still in the car. Strange. So I believe no driver swap. Jeff Jacobs for Sim Apex has a stop and go penalty. He's flying through these corners. Perhaps he flew through one a little too aggressively.
Oh, that could have ended very wrongly.
Yep.
Wheel on the grass.
You don't want to be taking the grass at high speed. Then further up the grid to, I don't know how to say that. Low, please help.
That is Myers.
Myers, thank you. Always
Yes.
helps to have a Dutchman.
Especially when half the field or so is Dutch, so pretty helpful.
I'm not sure why we're not called Dutch Racing League. Either way, here is Huenarts. I believe I said that right.
That is close enough, I think.
He occupies...
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't even know how to say that.
17th overall, 15th in class. Further up the field is Duran, who is actually not that far away.
Beautiful car.
Yes, we're going to say that every time.
Every time I see it, it's just an automatic...
Very eye-catching livery. Then we have another eye-catching livery in Kini Osuna. Here comes Garcia into service.
Garcia pitch.
He's serving a stop-go. So it looks like that will be a place for Kini Osuna, who's coming towards the end of the lap now. Then we find Hoekstra further up the grid. He's looking to catch Monje. Monje? If it's Spanish, it's Monje.
Yeah.
He's further up the grid. Then Lundvall, the previously afflicted driver. We heard from his teammate, Santo Enquist. He's pushing very hard. Let's ride on board with him for a while.
Yeah, we'll be quiet for about a lap so you can just see how amazing he's driving. And that was a lap on board with Lundfall. That was a pretty much faultless lap, very clean and also very quick.
And if we look on board, he's done a 130.6.
That's insane.
Yeah, on most likely quite worn tires and heavy fuel, that's a quick lap.
He can be pretty proud of that.
I can say, speaking for myself, I would not be within 5 seconds of that.
I would if I would learn how to drive an rFactor, but you know, that's too much difficulty.
All right, well, we got some high praise for himself from Lodewijk.
The racing god himself. As you see, he is closing in on Robinson in the 911. Absolutely insane car, by the way. Just very, very beautiful. Getting a nice slipstream and overtaking right at the perfect moment to get past before Indy, which is a very difficult corner on worn tires because you're braking and turning at the same time, which can lead to an issue if you get that wrong, to put it lightly.
Yeah, issues such as disaster.
Yeah. In a simulator, not as big of a problem, but you know, still not great for your race. As we follow Stein Prince, I'm not sure which position he's in right now. If the timing could scroll over. Looks like he's in... Stein is in P9 overall, which is P7 in class, I believe. Pretty decent from him, but it would have been nice to see him in GTE, to be honest, because then we could see a bit of a continuation of the ooh as he locks up going into pits.
Came a little bit close there.
That could have ended in massive tears for him, but close enough.
I don't see the stop-go penalty come up on his car, so looks like he's good to go.
Good for him, to be honest. That would have been pretty sad for him to see, especially since he's a lap ahead of Lundfall, I believe, and having made up 18 positions so far in the race. I believe they had an issue in qualifying where his co-driver Vlad had a game crash.
That's right. They were excluded from qualifying due to Vlad's Wi-Fi stopping mid-lap.
That's another problem with sim racing.
Yep, you won't disconnect or get lag in real life, but
I've had a few people who had a bit of brain lag, I mean, while they were driving, but you know, that's a bit different.
Yeah, so Lo, you are a driver in real life.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
In a loop.
Why don't you tell the folks at home a little bit about the differences between real racing and the simulator, other than, obviously, the risk of injury?
Well, what you tend to feel in sim racing is that the tire wear is a bit lighter, and but however, there's a lot of similarity. So if you push too hard for a few laps after each other, it can get a bit hairy with overheating tires, which is pretty accurate in most simulators. Obviously not like the Formula 1 games, which isn't really a simulator, but in rFactor and Assetto Corsa and iRacing, they tend to do most things right. However, the one thing you really do miss in sim racing is a bit of a feel in your chair of the G-forces and how the car will react if you turn into a corner, which is really important if a car only has manual grip or a mechanical grip and doesn't really have a lot of aero, which is why it's very difficult to simulate sort of stock cars on iRacing, for example, because you miss a lot of the feeling in your chair, which is very important for most racers.
Right, you can't really feel that slide. You have to know what to look for with your eyes.
Yeah, if you have a decent force feedback wheel, then you can feel it a little bit, but at the same time, it's still very difficult to get used to. Which is why I have people in real life that I drive against who are about a second or so between us, where it's pretty close. However, as soon as we get on the simulator, they're like 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower.
Do you think Do you think driving in the sim helped you in real life, or vice versa?
Definitely.
Oh, we've got
Willems
Willems in the gravel.
That was not very fortunate. He does stay off the racing line, however, which is pretty smart, and will come on behind Binsberg, I believe. Be interesting to see what happened there. However, we don't have a replay.
The 8-hour warning has just come up, so everyone, it's 8 hours left. Don't worry, you won't have to hear my voice for 8 hours, so...
Mine neither. We'll be switching out. I'll be leaving in about a half hour and be back afterwards. And Nick, he'll be there to keep you company.
Yep, sorry guys.
Could be worse, could be worse.
News out of the Sim Apex garage, depending on where you are in the world. David Leltz has taken over from Steinprinz, and we have a stop-go penalty given to Linus Lundvall.
Ooh, that's very unfortunate, because he has been making up quite a few places.
Indeed, I'm guessing he must have cut a corner somewhere, or maybe a penalty for, a report from earlier in the race has been assessed, and he was found to be at fault. I am hastily scribbling in my notebook all the teams, so I don't have to keep switching between Discord to check which teams are which.
That's a good idea. I might have to do that as well.
The only problem is I don't want to write down the teams that aren't here.
Yeah, exactly. Can you not, on Discord, check the rules that the drivers have?
I can, but that would... Yeah, they've all been registered, but some didn't show up.
Ooh.
Okay. Number 8.
David Leltz, who took over from Steinprinz. He was here earlier commentating for a few hours, I believe.
Yeah, big thank you to him. What can we say? Man of many talents.
Jumping in while we were unavailable, which is very nice.
And he's a staff member for the league, too, so he really does it all.
He's the man of everything.
A renaissance man, as they would call him.
I have never heard that term.
Ah.
My 17 youthful years of this planet, I have never heard that before. That's going in my dictionary.
Well, you're welcome, Lo. You learn something new every day.
Thank you very much.
It looks like these two... Maybe, nope, I was wrong. Different straights. And the field is very spread out at the moment, as you can see.
We should be seeing about an hour or so. We will have the field bunching up a little bit more, I believe, due to people just wanting to get the points as much as they can at the 6-hour mark. And then after the 6-hour mark, we'll have a bit more of a gap falling between some cars. And then around the 2-hour mark, we'll have a bit more of the cars coming back together to get into position for the last hour.
Let's follow along with this session. This session, wow. This battle.
Tired.
Yeah, apparently. I thought it was a battle. I thought that was Monnier ahead. It is not.
That is Arena. I don't think... Are they on the same lap, actually?
They are not. I was thinking of Monnier versus Hoekstra behind. Or am I getting the drivers confused? I must be. Yes, Monnier versus Hoekstra.
I'll be asking to our steward what the penalty for Lundvall was.
Absolutely. That would be a fantastic idea.
It's interesting to see how live penalties work in this game, because in Assetto Corsa you don't have that, and that'd actually be pretty useful for me, to be honest.
Right. For those that don't know, Lo is our steward for the Formula 3 League.
Controversial steward, to put it lightly. Ooh, as Hazik just slides out of there.
Just barely gets out of the way for Monnier. Now he'll have to traverse another big, large BMW. Big, large? I didn't have to say that.
They are massive. I was at Le Mans in real life last year, and if you look at them side by side next to the 911, for example, it's like an SUV towering over them.
Even if you look at that, it was wider than the LMP2 car.
You'd be surprised at how small the LMP cars are. They're about 2/3 the length of a modern Formula One car, and they are absolutely tiny compared to the GTEs.
Interesting. It seems like there's a lot of diminishing returns if you look at it in a practical way. Whereas the more money you spend, the smaller the car you get.
Yeah, exactly. However, you would assume that they would want actually a wider wheelbase, just to get the car a bit less reactive, or less twitchy, I mean, which is important for endurance racing, of course, since fatigue plays a big role in the drivers.
Right. And I think one of the characteristics of this car, anyone will know that's driven it on rFactor, is that it loves to just give you a little slide. It likes to remind you, it likes to keep you alive, and then it will grip very quickly. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that, definitely. You don't need coffee while driving these cars, because it'll keep you awake itself.
Yeah, you turn in, and it feels like it's going to slide away from you, and then it clicks on, the grip sticks in, and it makes the turn. And it can really make you feel like you're going to lose it.
I see in chat someone asking if we could focus a bit more on the GTEs or the hypercars.
We can.
We have been following Monye for a few laps now. It would be interesting to see what the gap between Marshall and Leclerc is in GTE.
Well, there it is. There's Marshall.
It's about a half straight, I believe. As Marshall's just past the two BMWs, I believe.
Yeah, and here's Leclerc. I believe it's a full straight. Just about.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, maybe half a straight. It's close, and it's definitely something that we should keep an eye on more often. Apologies to our viewers. Then it's a long way back to San Sano. Trying to see, he is not on the lead lap. It is just Marshall and Leclerc on the lead lap for the GTE class. San Sano leads the second lap. He is on the podium currently. Then we look back to Hakimi, who is boxing at the end of this lap, it looks like. He's driving very consistently in P4, following a disappointing start to the race, I must say, down 2 spots.
Since the start, he's actually been very consistent as he runs through Tête Rouge onto the straight. That's a beautiful livery. Every time I look at it, I just end up staring like, whoa.
Absolutely. You know what? I got to give Blue Steel credit. Even though I'm a member of Sim Apex, technically, they know how to make a livery.
Sometimes you got to give your rivals credit. Ooh, as Hazik has a stop-go and a drive-through. How has that happened?
Well, let's ask the stewards. How?
Okay, as Robert said, Lundfall got a penalty for hitting a GT a few laps ago when he just lost the rear a little bit.
Okay.
So that explains that. But Hazik, how does he got 2 penalties as Barao, I believe, runs a bit wide through the Corvette curves? The amount of time I've gotten my lap invalidated there is insane.
You know what? I'm going to be a...
Ooh, and he jumps over the curve again and gets past Hazik. That was a bit dirty. Ooh, okay, that was almost touring car driving.
One of our staff members has notified me that the stream is at 30 FPS.
That's unfortunate. Ooh, and that was not Hazik. That was the other car that just spun off. I wonder what happened there.
Fortunately, we can't.
And a GTE or a LMP2 that had to take avoiding action likely and just run off.
We can't unfortunately follow along with him. But looks like Robinson has swapped in.
Was he not in the whole time, or?
Yeah, that is possible. I could be going crazy.
It's a bit early for you. It's only 12 p.m., right? Or 12 a.m., right?
Well, yeah. However, I have stayed up all night preparing for the stream.
That's dedication, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm doing a great job at the moment. But either way, Mark Robinson.
It could be worse. I have not been great so far.
Well, you didn't forget to put your mic down at any point, so you're fine.
Yeah, because I have to unplug my mic to turn it off. So
that seems like a foolproof plan. Mark Robinson did sub in for Dave Plummer at their last pit stop, WSS Esports, as they get lapped by Jeff Jacobs in the Sim Apex car. Let's go back to Barcelos. He's all in his own there in 27th. He's 1 lap to the car ahead and 1 lap to the car behind.
He's been in no man's land. See if he can unlap himself from the black M8 in front of him. It's interesting to see how popular the M8 actually is in this simulator. Compared to in real life, you tend to see a lot more 911s and Ferraris, and do we even have a Ferrari registered actually?
I don't believe we do.
Samed would not be happy with that.
No, he is the biggest Ferrari fanboy, as anyone who follows his Instagram will know.
Yeah. Even though his racing suit is from Renault, which is a bit interesting.
Yeah, I don't think the Tifosi would like that one.
You should not go near Maranello with that.
Absolutely. We have Barao further back. He's 12 laps down on the leaders. Lelt is coming around to lap him. And then back to the tire cars of Mater and the rest. We are going to swap back to Mr. Hall, who is 2 laps
Still
up
absolutely flying
on Alvaro Diaz. Yep, absolutely flying. Let's stay on board with him. That is not a good camera angle.
It is if you like thick cars.
Indeed. If you want to get your fix of rear wing, there you go. I've received a message from Robert.
Ooh, that was a big slide, I think.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there. A rare one from Greg Hall this afternoon. Or evening, or morning, wherever you're watching from. According to Robert, the Ferrari GT cars will come out next month.
According to Stein, Lundvall has just run out of fuel.
Lundvall has run out of fuel.
That could be, that's just terrible luck for them.
Let's see.
Very, very sad to see.
Let's see if we can ride on board with Mr. Lundvall. That's fine.
As Vyers has spun.
Back to the GTEs now. Could this be Lundvall here?
That does not look like his car.
No, he should be there. That's Schauhansa. I did not see Lundvall.
Lundvall is in P14 right now. So, has he lost a position? I don't think he has. It could be.
Is this him? No, this is not him.
No, he's a P2.
Oh. Long day, man. Long day.
I understand it. I understand it. There he is.
He does not appear to have run out of fuel. But we may be seeing the effects.
Stein says Lundvall retired. However, Robert says that he managed to just get back to the pits. Good on him. He got in there by a hair, I think.
Let's stay on board with him.
That'd be heartbreaking for the team, as we had Engqvist in earlier. It's just it was a good race up until the incident.
Yeah, they've tried their best. They've struggled back from a few unfortunate incidents, and to run out of fuel would just be the final
nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
very sad. However, they have been driving brilliantly. We can't discount that.
No, absolutely. They have done a stunning recovery drive. I'm sure whichever GTE they hindered earlier will disagree. However, the driving has been phenomenal. Marshall still leads the way for the GTEs. I need a track map on my phone.
I have one pulled up.
Well, aren't
you... Try and pronounce the name of the Mulsanne straight.
Sure.
Hunua. We need to get Tom in here.
Yes, Tom would be able to do it.
whenever I watch Le Mans live, it's Hundre or something, but I don't see it at all. It's Hunaudières. How do you get Hundre out of that?
Hondire. Yeah, that makes sense.
French is wild. Marshall gets lapped by Leltz, I believe. Yeah.
Indeed, Leltz looks to be doing a good job for Sim Apex.
You would say that as you're a member of Sim Apex.
I have no idea what you are talking about. The back straight.
As
Hondire.
someone's wide behind Marshall.
That corner seems to catch a lot of people out. It seems to
Yeah,
have...
Indianapolis is an insane corner. There's nothing like it in the world. It's a bit on camber in the second part of the corner. However, the first part you really have to turn far to the right and brake at the right moment. Otherwise, you're just done.
There's our on-track reporter, Lodewijk Perquin.
As someone who's driven like 5 laps of this track, I'm quite scared of that corner.
It looks like it is one to be feared, as even these drivers who have each done hundreds of laps are struggling to get it right.
It is interesting to see how well they get through the Porsche curves, however, because that is also a very, very difficult corner.
Leclerc coming to...
Especially in the GTEs, because it's right on the edge of what they have available as grip, especially when the tires are wearing. It's very easy to run wide, where Leclerc just was. It's very easy to run over the sausage curves there and possibly damage your suspension.
At the very least, damage your suspension or be sent off. Just don't touch the sausage curbs.
Need a few trips to the chiropractor if you go over that.
Yes, I'm sure you know that well from your life.
Yeah, Zandvoort's curbs, they tend to be more just a huge hill that you have to go over. And there aren't any sausage curbs, thankfully, and they haven't added any for preparation for Formula 1, which is very, very nice.
I can imagine, especially, I believe you drive a BMW, am I correct?
Yeah, an E30 Cup car.
And those, I'm sure, would not like a sausage curb to the tire.
They do not at all. They are very, very twitchy. For something with like 180 horsepower, it's insane how twitchy they are. As the car ahead of Leclerc runs a bit wide.
That would be... Actually, I can't do that.
I believe that is something with an L. I can't exactly see it very well. It appears that Ginsberg has taken over in the lead for LMP2.
Oh
Might
my.
have missed the driver swap for P1 and LMP2.
We have one car in the pits. Doron is going in.
Beautiful livery, as we have to say every time.
Yes, beautiful livery, thank you.
Was that a drive-through or stop-go?
That
Because it appeared
is a drive-through, so I'm assuming they're pitting, and then they're going to take their drive-through. Yeah. And a drive-through.
Oh, ooh, Xiao Hansa is also a drive-through.
Diaz now takes over from Jimenez for...
Diaz locked up a little bit into Indy. As I said, it's the most difficult corner on the track. Did he lock up again?
Yeah, it appears so.
You can just see the disc brakes glowing through there. It's insane.
Would be beautiful if this race turned tonight.
I could not wait for that.
Well, it looks like for right now...
Ooh, as he just gets cheekily overtaken by David Leltz. I'm not sure if he has an issue with the car or something.
Yep, Leltz says...
Usually the hypercars tend to be a bit quicker. Ooh, again, just getting absolutely demolished by the LMP2 field. That has to be an issue with the car.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, but they are boxing at the end of this lap, so possibly some aero damage.
That would be most, or just absolutely destroyed tires.
That is possible as well.
Yeah, in rFactor, it tends to be that the tires just go off a cliff at once, and then it's just undrivable after that.
Well, they are boxing now. They have a 3-driver lineup, the Endu Sim team does, of Diaz, Serrano, and Jimenez. We're going to see one of the 3 here, it looks like. Yes, we will. Now we'll move back to Hall, who has just been superb all day.
Very impressive debut from that team. It's also a beautiful car, so there's almost nothing wrong with them.
Almost nothing. What is wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Very interesting to see how they drive the car as well, especially during qualifying, just how aggressive they were.
That is Speedy Might Racing, by the way, folks. Take the name, because they're sure to be making noise in the sim racing scene very soon with this dominant performance. Yellow flag briefly. There's the car still in the pits. And
As you see Diaz in the pits. That had to be aero damage, because usually a hypercar doesn't get overtaken by 2 P2s out of nowhere.
yeah, it looked to be in somewhat of a straight line as well.
Yeah, it was entering into the Porsche curves, I believe, that they just got overtaken. Yeah.
Abs-
Alvaro Diaz has problems with PC, changed pilot to Albert Serrano.
So Serrano will be making his first appearance of the day. Probably a bit
Good luck to
earlier
him.
than planned. Yes, good luck to him. Binsbergen has taken over the car in the lead, which is, if I can find it in the entry list.
Speedy Might.
No,
Speedy Might is
oh yeah,
showing absolute domination right now.
you're absolutely right.
Hypercar and P2. I do believe they have a GT entry. Someone fact check me on that, but I do believe they have a GT entry. I'm not sure exactly which car, but
It is the number 84 Speedy Might, driven by Alex Jones, Cameron Sansano, and Osasoy Ememwen. Which is where...
Joey MVK saying in chat, "Oi, what about us?" Is Joey not the other car for Speedy Might?
Aha! Have we left someone out?
Sorry to you, Joey.
Yeah, I do not see another Speedy Might team. Are we looking for Joey Frolic's car?
Could be.
Which car are we looking for? Who asked?
Also, according to Astounded Catfish in the chat, number 84 is driving the number 24 due to an issue with the skin. So, good to know. Thank you for that.
Very useful. Joey wanted me to talk about Driller's racing team. The number 21 car, Driller's Esports Academy, driven by Joey Frolic, Sebastian Schauhausen, who is in the car at the minute, and Ibrahim Khan, who we've yet to see this afternoon. Drillers is an endurance stalwart. They compete in VEC, Checkered Flag Endurance Group, ARL now. And they are doing quite well, I would say, although perhaps they would like to be winning the race, although it is very close in the battle for P2. Jelle Binsbergen leads the way as we look through a bunch of cars in the pits. I don't know why it's gone to the GTEs. There's Carlos Pons, Gabor Hevesi, Andrea Arena, and Xiao Hansa, who has another drive-through.
News from number 21. Joey. According to Joey, there is a bit of a Taco Bell incident going on for car number 21. As Schauhaus has a penalty, a drive-through. That's not very fortunate for them. However, even more unfortunate, they have a bit of a Did he eat something wrong last night, or was it just
We have a Taco Bell incident. I must admit that's
If
the
you're
first
wondering
time.
what I mean, look into chat at what Joey just said. That's a bit of a reference for our North American crowd out there.
Joey.
Absolute vodka, as Norbert asks.
That is a problem. Absolute vodka. Yes, that is a very unfortunate turn of events for the number 21 car of Schauhanza. Must be difficult to drive. I'm assuming that contributed to the drive-through penalty they've currently got.
That would not be the most fortunate circumstances to get a penalty. Reminds me a bit of the Top Gear episode where they did a 24-hour race at the Silverstone, where Jeremy just kept screaming into the microphone while May was driving, and he just crashed.
I have never seen that, but it sounds incredible.
Have you? That is the classic Top Gear episode. It's amazing.
All right. Well, I know what I'm doing when I'm done streaming. All the meanwhile, Binsbergen coming up to lap. Who is that?
I believe.
If we switch to this camera, that is Garcia. That yellow flag persists in the first sector.
Is there not a car that's just parked in the pit lane? It could be caused by that.
That's very likely it. We have the leader of the P2 class, Yelly Ginsbergen, coming up to lap Garcia here. And then further ahead is Amir Havik, also an ARL F3 driver. Let's have a look up and down the field. We have Hall leading the way, as per usual. Nothing different there. Albert Serrano in P2, currently in the pits, it looks like. Jelle Binsbergen, I'm not entirely sure why it is. Ah, I know why. I have made a mistake. Serrano in P2, a long way back, followed by Jelle Binsbergen in P3.
Garcia's teammate, or Serrano's teammate, sorry, Ruiz, I believe, had an issue with his PC, so that's why they've had to swap early.
Oh.
Unfortunate for them, because it is very difficult to be challenging the speeding white car in the hypercar class. However, it could have been a bit closer if that didn't happen.
Yeah, very, very disappointing. Technical difficulties, never what you want to see. Especially in big races like this. And it looks like Garcia is fighting to keep himself unlapped, at least once more. But sooner or later, yep, he's getting the flashing of the lights, and Binsbergen will dispatch of him. Although Garcia seems to be, yeah, he has let him through now. Sportsmanship from Garcia. Didn't hold himself up, didn't hold up Binsbergen.
Yeah, at this stage in the as Schauhanza, is he still? Is that the same drive-through? I believe so.
Yes, I believe so.
But as I was saying, at this point in the race, it's very pointless to keep a leader up, actually, because all you do is end up blocking them. It ruins their race, and it could also ruin yours if something goes wrong.
Absolutely, and I think that was a little excessive what we saw from Garcia there, but well within his rights. I'm sure it looked different to him when he was in the car, and that it was perfectly reasonable. Then we go back to Arena, who is far back in the P2 class, although doing very well on the podium in the P2 class, P5 overall at the moment. Then back to, I am losing my buttons. Back to Hevesy, who is not within touching distance of that car of Arena. Then Pons a far way back, followed by Leltz for Sim Apex, who have still gained a bunch of positions once it cycles around. Yes, 19 positions up for Sim Apex. I think though a podium is out of reach today, They've got to be in serious consideration for team of the day. What do you think?
Which team? Sorry.
The Sim
I was
Apex
spacing
team.
for a second. Yeah, definitely. They've been driving pretty impressively so far, especially in such a field of LMP2 cars that is so stacked with talent. It's insane to see, as there was a bit of debris on the track, I believe.
A tire.
That one's just cleared away for us, like a lawnmower.
Thank you, Pons. Further back, Hevesi. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Monhe, say it low.
Beautiful skin. We gotta say it.
Thank you. Then, followed by Willems.
Toronto just happened to lap Willems as we caught on.
Can never seem to get an overtake, can we? Then it's Clemente. Clemente is making his first stint for... And I'm going to have to be unprofessional once more.
It's interesting to see how the P2 cars tend to run over all the way to the hard shoulder on entry into the first corner. Because from what I've seen in real life, it's a massive ledge between the shoulder and the actual surface of the road.
Very interesting.
It unsettles the car quite a lot, I've heard in real life.
I think perhaps the mod is a little bit more forgiving on rFactor 2.
It is laser scanned, I believe, but
Weird.
could be.
Well, even though it is a $16 mod, perhaps.
Yeah, you'd hope it is laser scanned and comes with like a bottle of wine for 16.
Yeah, a handwritten thank you card.
Yeah.
Further back, there's Belascu. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say. Clemente for Ganyan Racing Team. I believe that's an all Spanish lineup. Followed by Belascu, who is driving for F1RO Endurance Team. Then Primitivo, a fantastic name if I do say so myself.
That is a very nice name, not gonna lie.
Driving for NG Sim Racers, car number 24. Then it's Luciano van Valkenburg. Which I am struggling to find. Perhaps the last minute entry because I cannot find them on the entry list. Followed by Kaye Laistola coming in at the end of this lap, it looks like. Then Garcia, who is in for a pit stop. Will we be seeing a driver swap? Perhaps back to Silvazzi, or will Krasnai... No, Garcia will go out on his own once more. Lundvall, after their unfortunate race, is down in 15th in class.
With 7.5 hours, I do believe they can still make up a few places. They did lose 2 or 3, I believe, on their drive-through.
Certainly, certainly.
Still all to play for at this point. Half of the points will be given in an hour and a half, I believe, and then the rest at the end of the race.
That's right, and as we rode on board with him, I noticed, I think the tires were scrubbing a little bit through that left-hander. I want to watch to see... Well, perhaps not. The car does still look pretty sharp.
Yeah, it looks fairly planted. It did slide a tiny bit, but that could just be a bit eager on throttle.
Yeah, and I think it is part of the characteristics of how the car handles as well.
I do believe we'll have Mika in VC in a few minutes' time to do a quick interview.
Oh,
He's driving the GTE Blue Steel car.
That is always fun. I'm sure we'll be glad to have him.
The Blue Steel car is currently in P27 overall, I believe. I'm not sure on that. According to Robert, half of the points will be awarded at 5:30, so in about an hour.
5:30, right? Because the race was shortened by 1 hour. Apologies.
Yeah, correct.
Here we ride on board with Violet Benton Fife.
That's a mouthful.
she's racing with Aaron Benson Fife, and the team, which I cannot find. Where are the Benson Fifes? I can't find them. Perhaps they were late sign up.
Could be. I'll check real quick.
As we wait for Low on that, we'll continue our rundown.
Their team, they're number 36 360 Motorsports, currently in P15 in the standings on 2 points.
Well, they look on pace to add to their total today. I believe it's handed out by class.
Yeah, I believe so. So even though, for example, Montes Rekkes is in P30 overall, he would be classified P3 in class.
I am struggling to find that team. Anyways, it's irrelevant. Benson Fife, another nice livery. We swap on to Jeff Jacobs. I believe this is his second stint today in the 360 car. Not the 360 car, the Sim Apex car.
Yeah, I believe it's his second stint. So far, pretty consistent from what we know from him from F3. He's very quick and also just a very mature and clean driver.
Absolutely. He's done well in his short time in the Sim Apex car so far. Then back to Fenema, who is trailing the P2 class in P21, going into the pits at the end of this lap. Still leading the GTEs. Who else but Simon Marshall? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Simon Marshall has been in the car since the race started.
I believe so. That's that would be very impressive from him because he's made up 9 positions so far. So not bad from him at all.
He's going on 5 hours now, if that is true. His teammates Bart Slobodzian and Kashif Iftikhar will be waiting in the wings, probably getting a little impatient at this point. They might want a little turn in the car. But Marshall doesn't see the need to give it up at the moment, and who can blame him? He's leading by a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much he pulled away because he's now just exited Tete Rouge while the car behind him has just gone through the Dunlop curves, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, just now through the Dunlop chicane. So it's very interesting to see how much time he's been able to make up.
Perhaps not as much as I previously thought, but he still has widened the gap to Mathieu Leclerc in P2. Then we go back
One
to
of the blue steel cars gets lapped.
Yep.
I believe that is Bennett, but it could also be the other car which has a problem with its skin.
No, that is John Bennett. I have confirmed on the leaderboard. You had it right the first time.
Norbert says in chat, it's post-race for me, so let's have some vodka. I would like to join you, but unfortunately, we've still got a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
More fortunately, actually. It's been a great race so far.
Just hoping for that nice battle to commentate over.
We should catch one soon, I hope.
There's sorry, we skipped over Robinson. Got to give every driver their due. We have Robinson in position. We will know once the leaderboard turns.
Robinson is P4 in class.
P4, thank you. Solid drive from Mark Robinson. No doubt assisted by his teammate, which we saw earlier.
As the Fenema car behind him tried to lap him, but I believe he just tucked in right behind again. Very smart, actually. It's better to lose a second there than to drive through his sign to Andrea Reina by our live steward. I will ask him what that's for.
Thank you, Lo. Then we see Amir Havoc doing a bang-up job. P26 overall, P5 in class. He's lost a position from the start. Then we followed down to Alex Jones, who is just leaving the pit lane now. He's now lost 6 positions, although I'm sure the pit's strategy will balance out and he will gain a few more positions back. Let's go on now to Barcelos.
As he gets lapped by Lundvall, I believe, yeah. Again, very unfortunate race for them so far.
Did I see a flashing of lights from Barcelos?
Could be.
It may have just been the sun, but looked like a flash of lights to me. Anyways, Barcelos further down the field, but that team has been solid today, must be said.
Yeah, is this their first entry? I don't believe so.
That is an interesting question that I do not have the answer to, unfortunately.
I will be looking at into that right away.
Thank you. Our resident statistician, Lodewijk Perquin.
Number 19, Sandfire. It appears here that he's a LMP2 driver, but he is in a GTE car. He's usually in the number 19 Sandfire racing car, who's currently P13 in the standings of LMP2 with 6 points.
Thank you for that, Lo.
No problem.
I was having a yawn. My apologies.
I didn't hear anything.
That's because I raised my mic.
Exposed yourself.
Yeah, pretty much.
As Xiao Hansa has another drive-through. That's very unfortunate for him. I wonder what that would be for. Most likely a track limits issue. He does not come in for this lap.
It could still be the same one, because I have not seen another penalty assigned to him.
I believe he already served that one, because, as he slides a bit out of the last corner. Usually you have to serve them within 3 laps, I believe, so...
That's also what I thought.
It could be the same one. They might be contesting it with our steward. However, I'm not sure.
Xiao Hansa flying through the chicane. Please, Lo, enlighten me with the name of that corner.
That is the Dunlop chicane.
Thank you very much.
As he goes through the S's right now, and we'll be going into Tete Rouge in a moment.
Arena yet to serve their drive-through. Been a lot. Sorry, go ahead.
According to our steward, Arena got a penalty for hitting a GTE. I'm not sure which one, but he did hit one as he runs a tiny bit wide out of the Porsche curves.
And on to start another lap. We don't have a lap counter, unfortunately, for you, but generally...
Should be around the 100 right now. Or
yes.
Way more than that, actually.
Well, at 3 minutes per lap and 5 hours elapsed, just about. We'll say 4 hours. I'm bad at math. That's what I've concluded.
If we're 5 hours in, then it would be around 100.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
A bit less, I believe.
Thank you for the quick math.
Yeah.
Have a seat. Pons, who was just lapped by Xiao Hansa. Then Monhe. Lautz comes in to serve a stop-go. Let's see, will they bring up the driver swap?
I will be taking a quick break. I'll be back as soon as possible, but I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Lo. Take it easy.
You too. Good luck.
I'm going to need it.
No you won't. You're doing great.
Thank you.
I will be back soon.
We don't see a battle here. Clemente and Garcia are separated by several laps. Then back to Primitivo, who is quite a considerable distance behind Clemente. However, we could see something brewing here because Belascu and Primitivo are right behind one another. Belascu's lost it for Team Romania. Just as the action was hotting up there, Belascu with a big spin. No visible damage on the car, luckily for them, but I'm sure, yeah, looks like there's a wiggle in a straight line. And no, they do not pull into the pit lane, so Belascu's going to carry on despite a massive impact with the wall. You can see the bodywork chipped there on the side. They're going to be disappointed with that, as they were about to have one of the first bits of action we've seen in a while. I'm surely disappointed. but mistakes happen. That was that's a tough corner. We've seen it catch people out every once in a while. And Blascu made a small mistake, and small mistakes in these cars turn into big ones. Clemente coming out of the pit lane now. As we ride on board with Van Valkenburg. There's Lystola back in the car. Garcia is another one. I'm not entirely sure we've seen a teammate from that team so far today. Garcia, I believe, is on the team of Gentlemen's Drivers, if I'm not mistaken. There may be multiple Garcias. No, this is a different Garcia. Apologies. Tomas Garcia of the OSR Endurance team. We have seen Patrick Silvazzi today. Garcia has been keeping on the pace for that team. My bad, that's OSR Endurance. Took that corner nicely. Shows what a good job Garcia has done, although Binsbergen now coming around to lap him once again. Binsbergen is currently doing very well. Andrea Arena into the pits from P5 overall, P3 in P2. I should really stop saying it like that. Lundvall, we see a yellow flag. Oh, there's a car off right there. That's Vyers, sorry. Vyers made a big mistake through the Indianapolis curve, I believe it's called. And luckily did not collide with Lundvall on the way back on the track. Safe rejoining there from Vyers. Vyers down in P19, 2 places and a lap behind Lundvall. We'll go back to Jacobs here. Looked like he got a little bit squirmy. It could have been lag. He's looking to get past Willems. As Willems goes very wide there. Does rejoin the track safely. Looks like he lost enough time to avoid a penalty. I don't see a penalty popping up in the chat. And Jacobs is in P18. Followed by Vyers, who does have a penalty. Perhaps there was a collision in that incident we saw earlier. Unfortunately, I don't have low around to check for me anymore. So we're just going to have to assume Violet Benton Fife kind of all by herself here. Nobody really close above or behind. Nieuwenberg is a new name we have not seen so far. He's taken over from... he has taken over from... Unfortunately, I cannot find the car. He's taken over from Fenema for the UGX Virenga Team Red. And finally, which I missed, apologies, we have a change in the leading car of, and I can't believe I've lost it again, the leading car of 274 Rookie Monsters. Bart Slobodzian makes his first entry into that white Aston Martin in place of Simon Marshall. Simon Marshall must be exhausted after 5 hard hours of racing. Judging by that corner there, Bart Slobodzian was raring to get out there. The car appears to be on the limit and gripping very well. I'm sure he'll have no problems. Following them is Modave in the next GTE, which was previously occupied. If we think back to... I can't remember who it was now. I have to look at the list. Previously occupied by Mathieu Leclerc. My memory is as bad as my scanning of documents. We're going to compare the two cars on track, and it's clear who has the advantage now. Modave is quite a considerable bit behind Slobodzian, and it looks like as time goes on, the GTE car of Marshall and Slobodzian is pulling away. Also, I'm sorry to Kashif Iftikhar that I left you out of that sentence. We go to Belascu now, who is into the pits. I don't know why it has given me that car. Jones, Alex Jones. That should be John Bennett. I don't understand, but Alex Jones for the BMW of, and I'm very embarrassed that I have to do this every time, of Speedy Mite Racing. They are having a tremendous day. Greg Hall is running away with the overall lead in the race. Jelle Binsbergen is winning P2, and Alex Jones P4 in the GTE class. Then we look further back to Brown in look back to Brown in the WSS Esports blue and white car. This is, I believe, his first stint. He took over from Plummer and Robinson, who were racing earlier, who we were giving considerable airtime to. Baloch, also his first stint in the car. We're seeing a lot of first-timers now as the race gets into the nitty-gritty. Now blue flags for Barcelos as Serrano goes up the inside to lap him. Smooth overtake there. And he is about to be lapped also by Slobodian. It's another blue flag for Barcelos. Barcelos near the back of the field for the GTEs, but they've still been fighting very hard today. That's Alessandro Barcelos for Sanfree Racing Team. They are 28th overall and 6th in class, followed by Leerten Barau, who is into the pit lane now. Appears to have retired, unfortunately. The Barau car has retired. Now we switch on to the leader, Greg Hall. You've heard his name so much today. He has not left the car, to my knowledge, yet once. Sean Jacobs, Jeremy Talbot, and Nick De Silva, capable hands waiting for him in the pit lane, but he's really seen no need up to this point. He's pulling away with the race, although I'm sure at some point he will have to go get a drink of water or use the facilities. Now we see this nice window cam of Serrano in P2, 3 laps down. Now it's a Hall. Hall has well and truly sealed it away, it appears. Now we look onto Jelle Binsbergen for the green and purple Speedy Mite car. Speaking of running away with it, there's Speedy Mite's second class leader. Oh, a big mistake there. It looked like if we can get on board with him, we cannot. That was a big mistake from one car. I believe it was Pons. And that engine is smoking. There's smoke pouring from the back of the car of Carlos Pons. Will it be a retirement? It looks like the car is slowing. Yes, Carlos Pons' LMP2 car's engine has gone. He's going to stop it on the Ulsan Straight. And yes, the engine has stopped working. Very unfortunate for Pons. They were having a spectacular race. P7 overall and 5th in class. What a terrible way to end it. Up in flames. Otero is a new name we have not seen thus far. That driver I have just been brought a brownie. Sorry for that delay. Otero takes over for the 26 NG Sim Racers. Hopefully their Taco Bell incident, as spoken of before. No, that was not NG Sim Racers. My mistake, that was Drillers. The 21 Drillers. Yes. Hopefully their situation is ended. David Leltz, under no threat from Hevesy. Hevesi, actually he is under threat from Hevesi, just not in a threatening way, if that makes sense. Hevesi, a few laps up on Leltz, will be lapping him in a short while. Willems into the pits. Will we see a driver swap? We'll check back on him in a few. Primitivo also making a pit stop for the other Andrew Simrace's car. Could be Carlos Duran coming back into the car. We have one other driver to be announced. We may see them. Clemente then. Following that, Ramon Clemente splitting the P2s at the moment. P12, that's P10 in class, sorry. Then that's followed by Laistola in the blue on blue for the Scuderia Adriatica, who also fields a team in the Formula 3 League. Back to Balascu, who we saw have the big moment earlier. Appears to be... the livery is different on both sides. Yes. I was going to say, I swear that shark fin was a different color. But no, Balascu, the one who had the big incident earlier, appears to be marching on just fine with his race. No problems with the car as of yet. Van Valkenburg actually appears to be closing in. Yes, Van Valkenburg is very close to Balascu now, and we could see a battle finally, unless... Yes, these two are for position as far as I can see on the live timing. Balascu just in front of Van Valkenburg. Looks like Van Valkenburg has a bit of a better run down this long straight. I believe that's the Old San. I'm not entirely familiar with this track layout. Now into the first chicane, Balascu takes it a bit worse, I have to say. It's Van Valkenburg coming out better, and the time gained. Oh, yep. Is that Balascu making a mistake? Yes, it is. Balascu, that's his second mistake of the race at that chicane. Sorry, not the chicane, at the corner. Indianapolis, looking like that final turn at Hockenheim 2019 Formula 1 race. Balascu especially having a tough time there. Now that's Van Valkenburg passed. I wish that would stay now, but Van Valkenburg is past Balascu. Garcia is quite a ways back, going around Indy now. Takes it very well. Then back to Lundvall, making the best of a bad situation now. Still 7 hours to go, as me and Lodewijk have repeated about 48 times. Ooh, that could result in a change of the seat at the end of this lap. Is there smoke? Yeah, I believe there might be small amounts of fumes coming from Lundvall's car. Or perhaps not. It definitely looked like there was. I hope everyone else saw that and I don't just appear crazy. Jeff Jacobs coming across the line now for Sim Apex. They might be disappointed with this result. They've dropped way further down the grid. Sorry, this is their second car. That is the Sim Apex number 74 car that has been down the grid for longer in the race. Their main car, with David Leltz currently at the helm, is doing very well up in P3. Next, we cut on back to Byers, who had that big incident earlier. I'm going to ride on board with them on the roof cam through this very flowing undulating corner onto the gravel there. As you can see by the tire marks there, not the first time today someone's explored the not so grippy terrain. We look behind and we see Balak coming through, although that is, I believe, a GTE, so no worries there. Back onto Violet Benton Fife, who is again just traveling all on her own. Won't have to worry about a battle anytime soon. Nice run through Indy there. Nievenberg will have to look out for the LMP2 coming from behind, which is, if we ride on board, hopefully we can get their nameplate. Looks like Van Valkenburg coming around to lap them. Yes, indeed. Blue flags for Hall. He gets out of the way for the LMP2, allows out the inside. A snap of oversteer there. Oh, and another snap on the outside. You can't help but think that Greg Hall's tires must be screaming in pain at this point. You saw two snaps there. only will have I've lost my train of thought, but must have made it worse, if anything. I'm going to ride on board with him and see what the tire wear is looking like throughout this lap. I've only seen Greg Hall in the pits once, I believe, although it could have been more. He is definitely suffering from a lack of rear end grip, as you saw through those two corners. Although he does seem to be handling it very well. He does have a soft right foot, as he will, I'm sure, exemplify through Indy. Oh, he gets a little bit wayward there. Hall, certainly thinking about a pit stop. 7 hours left to go. Oh, sorry, that's not. This is Slobozian. I sincerely apologize for that mistake. The runaway GTE and the runaway hypercar have kind of got me confused because they both do share a kind of similar body. But Slobozian is running away with it. His tires do appear to be looking less than average. Modav, I have no idea how to pronounce that. P2, if we compare, Modav is on a completely different area of the circuit, quite a ways behind, at least a third of a lap behind. Jones then further back. Looking on the right hand side, it's still only Lundvall who has done a 28. He said earlier in the race he's surprised they weren't doing that earlier, as Binsbergen laps Jones with a flick of the headlights to say a little bit quicker next time. Be hasty. Brown along a further way back, coming around Indy now. Then we go back to Balok in the white and green, followed by Barcelos, who is crossing the line now, who will be surely lapped sooner or later by, if we can just get a look, Hevesy. Hevesy, who is in the lower half of the midfield for the LMP2s. Oh, contact! Barcelos on the inside made contact there with Hevesy. The stewards will certainly be having a look at that. It looks like Hevesy is unharmed, but Leltz will now have a better chance of lapping Hevesy once more. We'll have traffic sooner rather than later. Barcelos lost maybe 10 seconds with that spin, perhaps 5. Wasn't too drastic. Luckily, it did not end the race or damage the race of the LMP2 car. And that is the field as we've seen them. Greg Hall still, and we have Lowe, I believe.
Yeah, I'm back.
Lowe, thank you. I need to go get some water because my throat is very dry. Thank you very much.
Stay hydrated.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yes.
Have fun.
Picking up where he left off. Hall is still in the lead, and I believe he's now 3 laps ahead. Just absolutely insane. Again, just absolute masterclass from Hall so far today. I believe the first round of points have been given out so far. And someone has just... Hey, Vlad, how are you?
Hey, I'm really good. Thank you for asking.
How's the race been so far?
It has been up and down roller coaster.
Yeah, because you had a spin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we had a few spins. I think like 6, but yeah, one of them cost us the rear wing. But we recovered, and now we are doing really good. So
nice.
I hope we can keep up the pace.
Because you're in P8 overall right now, correct? Or with the
yeah, I think so. Yeah, P8.
Yeah. Because you started farther down, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we started last.
Yeah, with a your Wi-Fi crashing, I believe. It was unfortunate.
Yeah, on my flying lap.
19 places made up so far. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's a long race, so the quality didn't even matter. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
a shame,
qualifying.
but still.
Yeah, qualifying at this stage doesn't really matter because it's 5 hours in. Qualifying doesn't make a huge difference. Of course, it's nice to have a big gap ahead or behind you, but yeah, it's better to qualify well than to qualify poorly, of course, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, the main thing was we didn't want to qualify low because, like in the midfield, the crashes are more.
Yeah, if you're going to lap the whole GTE field in one lap, it's very difficult to get through cleanly.
Yeah, so.
But it appears you didn't lose too much time in that stage, which is very impressive, because I tend to see a lot of people that just lose half a second here or a tenth there while lapping cars, which you guys managed to avoid a lot, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, we are doing a really good job with that. So yeah, we had at the start of the race we had some suspension damage, but now like the car is just perfect. So
Good to
yeah.
hear. Good to hear.
Well, thank you for the interview.
Yeah, of course. I believe Nick is back, but I can't hear him.
Thank you for the interview, Vlad.
There he is.
Hey.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race. I hope you guys can make up a few more places. That would be pretty interesting to see. Currently P8, yeah. Great performance so far. Do you think? Do you think you'll be able to catch up to, for example, Binsberg, who's leading the class in the Speedy Mite car? Because they've been pretty dominant so far this race.
Yeah, I think there's no chance right now. Maybe if they blew the engine or something. I don't know. I think we can get the Enduracers team, like Ricardo Otero is in front of us, so I think we can get him.
Yeah, that should be doable.
But other than that, I don't know if we are going to catch anyone. Maybe if they have some issues, but we can have issues too. So
it's a long race. You can never be sure.
It's unpredictable right now.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Okay, thank you guys. See ya.
Thanks,
yes,
bud.
see you later. Bye-bye. Vladislav Mochilenko, teammate of David Lelt, who's currently in P8, having made up a ton of places after a disappointing qualifying. I believe we are waiting on an interview with Mika. He could be joining any minute now.
What? Well, why don't we just pull him in?
Yeah, of course.
Mika.
I believe he's AFK.
Hello.
Oh, never mind. Hi.
No.
Hey.
Hello.
How are you?
Really bummed out.
Yeah, I went to eat dinner and then I come back and you guys are P28 after being third in class. What happened?
We were third in our class. We were going really strong, even though when I jumped in for my first stint, we got hit by an LMP2 like twice, but so that dropped us to like 8th in our class. But we didn't give up, so we pushed to climb up, like make some places, and then by the end of my stint, after everybody had pitted, I found myself third in our class. So we were really third or fourth in our class. So we were really happy about that. And then as soon as I passed the car to John, I think we were fourth, and then he was able to bring up the car to third, and then his connection just died, and it's still dead as of right now. So that's.
Is he still driving the car, or were you able to switch?
We were not able to switch. He was still driving when his connection died out, and then since he was in the car when his connection died, he's the only one that can come back in. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, we have tried to come back in, but it just doesn't work. The driver that disconnected us to come back inside. So after going all the way down to like 8th, climbing back up to 3rd, our race just ends halfway through.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. However, there's still 6 hours and 50 minutes to go because I believe you guys are P. Which position are you in the standings actually? I can't quite see it.
We were. I mean, like this is our first entry actually. We're only just for Le Mans, so.
Yeah, that's.
I believe you still will get points, right?
You might still get. Because when did you crash actually, or when did the game crash?
I think like just after we hit the 6-hour mark.
Okay, then you should have gotten at least a few points, so you can take solace in that.
Mm-hmm.
However, with 7 hours, a bit less than 7 hours to go, there still anything can happen.
Yeah.
You never know. So he could make up the places again if he can reconnect.
Hopefully, yeah.
I've got some bad news. The points are dished out at when the clock hits 5:30, not when 5 hours and 30 minutes have elapsed.
Oh no!
So we don't get points. Double whammy.
Yeah.
Not only are we out of the race, we don't get points for it either.
I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. It's part of racing. I mean, like in real life, engine failures happen or punctures happen.
Yeah,
and,
this stuff happens. You just gotta take what you can from learning from it.
Take it on the chin.
Yeah, but you can't be yourself too down because you were driving an absolutely great race from P8 to P3, I believe. That's very impressive for a first time.
That's something we can take from this race, I guess. Even though we didn't get to finish it, we still put out a pretty decent drive. So
yeah, it was actually a very good drive considering the qualifying position. As Xiao Hansa runs a bit wide through the Porsche curves. But yeah, you gotta just take this as it comes and then hope next race will be a bit better.
yeah, that's true. And speaking of the Porsche curves, I think it's considering we're driving a Porsche, it's kind of ironic that that's the only place where we keep getting hit by lapping LMP2. So
oh no.
But so far, I mean, like you said, we did a pretty good job, even though we were pretty unlucky. It's just in any sport, these kind of things are just inevitable. So
yeah, you can never prevent something like a computer crash or something.
Yeah, that's true.
But speaking of getting hit in the Porsche curves, I believe both of the times you guys got hit, it was a penalty for the other car.
Yeah, that's because I think the first time when I first got into the car, by my second or third lap, I saw in my Delta I was about to set the fastest lap of the race, and then I saw an LMP2 coming up behind me, and then I was like, all right, I'm just gonna stick to my line because he was so far behind. And then at the start of the Porsche curves, the LMP2s have crazy grips, so he had way more speed.
Absolutely insane.
It's insane through that first, especially through that first part of the Porsche curves. But for some reason, he went into the corner as if I wasn't there. I don't know what he was hoping. Probably, in his mind, he just didn't register that a GTE wouldn't have the same amount of grip and speed going into that corner. So he just hit me, and then I don't know. I guess he hit me pretty strong because like when I looked at my damage screen, I had no rear wing. And apparently my front and rear bumpers were like flashing, so I guess they both came off at that point.
That's so unfortunate. But the crazy thing is, like, at the Porsche curves, usually the GTE driver who's in front has right of way, sort of, to decide which line they take.
You just can't overtake through that corner. It's like
very, very difficult.
Very difficult. Yeah. Even if you're in a different class, you just have to just stick behind. You're gonna lose way more time crashing into the GTE rather than just staying behind them and waiting for the straight.
Yeah, they do it in real life at Le Mans because it's an actual race and there's no netcode lag or anything.
Yeah.
So it's doable there, and it's professional drivers.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, I would
One thing that I found was like these every time I had like trouble being lapped or anything, it's always with an LMP2. The hypercar drivers are always really, really nice. If they see there's a corner coming up in a few hundred meters, even though they can pass just before the corner, they'll just stick behind because it's just a much more sensible thing to do.
Yeah. It could be plain statistics because the hypercar field is way smaller than LMP2.
Yeah, that's true as well. So they're not, it's less of a risk for them, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
I mean, pretty unfortunate, but I guess this is Blue Steel's first endurance race. So
yeah, you gotta take it with a pinch of salt. You could have it could have gone way worse, and everything that happened wasn't really something in your control.
Yeah,
I have enough experience with that in real life, so you gotta you gotta take it for what it is and just take it seriously, but know this shit can happen. You just gotta do your best and hope for the best.
Yeah. That's the beauty of sports, I guess. Like in real life, I'm sure a lead like we saw in 2016, 24 hours of Le Mans.
With the Toyota.
They were set to win, and then just as they were about to start the
last
final
lap, it was that was so sad. As a Porsche fan, I was kind of happy, but still, it's very sad.
Yeah, if you look at it from Toyota's perspective, it must have been the worst thing that could happen. Driving an entire 24 hours just for the car to stop.
I was watching that race live with a few friends, and one is a massive Toyota fan.
And he was on the verge of tears, and I was trying to hold my laughing because I was such a Porsche fan at the time.
Yeah, because I think at that time Porsche did they win it like 2 times in a row already, or was that
They won it in 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, so that in 2016 it was about to be the second year in a row winning it. It's just unfortunate. These things happen, but yeah, I mean, in the case of the Toyota, it was even worse because that was an overall Le Mans lead that they lost.
Yeah.
So.
GTE is a bit more competitive though in general, but at the same time, these things happen. So.
Yeah, but even though they're more competitive, I noticed we don't get as much screen time. It's probably because the LMP2s have been crazy. I saw at the start of the race, like there were LMP2s going like 3 wide into one of the Mulsanne chicanes.
Yeah, I saw that. That was insane.
The race just started, guys. Calm down. We got 12 more hours to go.
It's way better at the start to just take it easy and.
Yeah, I think in my second stint, I noticed there were like 3 drivers, 3 LMP2s. They were battling, and then they went off into the distance. And then like a few seconds later, there was a code 80 that was called out. So I can only assume it was caused by them. I mean, they were so close. They were bumper to bumper, going into the right hand braking zone. I saw that. It was right in front of me. So I knew when the code 80 was called out, it must have been for those 3 guys. There was no way it could have been anything else.
Yeah, that was insane. I see in the chat, Stein says the M in LMP2 stands for Maldonado.
It could be Maldonado, it could be Maniac, whatever it is. LMP2 is the Maniac prototype too.
What does the M in LMHC stand for then?
I don't know, but they're pretty nice. If I'm not mistaken, so far almost every penalty has been given out only to LMP2s, right? Like I saw. It's kind of
true. I'm not exactly sure on that, but
it's probably because like
it's the largest field that's sort of
it's largest and it's fastest. I mean, like it's not as fast as Hypercar, but Hypercar only has like 3 cars, so that's probably why.
Close between the 2.
But yeah, I mean, thank you for having me. So it's a really good.
As the lead of GTE just slides to the final corner.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a pretty good race so far. It's very unfortunate that you guys got hacked at the start of the race.
Yeah, I wasn't there to witness that, but from what I've heard, it was just.
I was sleeping, and then like an hour in, suddenly my teammate told me the race is about to start, and I'm like, it didn't start an hour ago?
Yeah.
And he explained to me it got hacked. So that's really unfortunate to hear. I can't believe there are people out there that think this is a funny thing to do.
Yeah, it's. Considering the amount of work that's gone into this, it's very, very disappointing.
Yeah, exactly. Like basically entire months worth of planning, right?
Yeah, we had to cancel one of the
F3 races.
F3 races for this, so I'm not canceling to the end.
Really disappointing to see people, just like I don't know why they want to spend like hours of their day just to ruin, leagues, organizations, just immature.
Around 60 or 70 drivers, I believe. That's not very nice.
Yeah. So, but I mean, like you guys were able to face the problem really, really well. So credits to ARL about that. And then since the problem was sorted out, up until now, the entire race has been pretty well, well organized. The stewards' decisions were really good. So congrats. Pretty good, really good job being done today.
Thank you.
Hats off to you guys. It's not easy to pull off a league like this, especially with such a long race, big grid. So really proud to be able to compete in this league, to be honest.
Thanks, Mika.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Happy to have you.
I hope you join the next ARL endurance season.
Yeah, next season I hope will be even more entertaining. Every race will be like this.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much for having me. I guess I'll see you guys next in F3.
Yep. Thanks. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Very unfortunate for Mika and his team. Just a game crash, I believe, that just ruined their race.
It's part of the game, but at the same time, you always hate to see it.
Yeah. Right now, we already have these like 5-6 retirements, I believe, which is very unfortunate.
Yep, that makes 6 retirements, perhaps 7 because.
Yeah, I think it's 7.
If you look at Barcelos, he has a flag next to him, which typically means he's finished.
Yeah, well, Mihai Belascu in P32 also does not have a flag next to his name, but he is finished.
Perhaps I should catch you up on what you've missed while...
Yeah, I tried to eat as fast as I could, but you know.
Yeah, no worries. Hope you enjoyed your meal.
I did. It was delicious lasagna.
Ooh, homemade?
Yeah.
Ooh, damn. Where's mine? I'll trade you a bagel.
If you send a bagel with DHL overnight shipping to Europe, I will pay so much for that.
Okay,
overnight parts from Japan.
I will think about that as the race goes on. Yeah, it better be nice. So,
I believe the Speedy Mite drivers have swapped out for Talbot in the hypercar.
Yep, I was just about to note that myself. Yeah, looks like Talbot is finally giving Greg Hall a rest.
Yeah, he's been at it for a while now.
Yeah, Hall has done, I believe, the first 5 hours by himself, which is incredible.
That's insane. Huge respect to him for that.
Huge respect, but also why?
I respect it so much, and I wish I had the energy to do that. But after like an hour and a half in a car, I'm just dead.
Especially since he was driving on the limit pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, he's been pushing so hard, and it's great to see how they're just throwing the car into the corners, and it always ends up perfectly.
We have
to be rewarded in 10 minutes, I hear.
Yep. So at that time, I'll go through a rundown of the field and how much points they're getting, how many points they're getting. We have Serrano.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
In a chat, I see Tomas Garcia saying, "Well, my stint was interesting." Was that not one of the LMP cars? I believe.
I was riding on board with him at one point, but I don't exactly remember why.
Greg says in chat that he only did 3 hours.
Huh.
Could be that we just missed that.
Yeah, I wasn't in the stream for the first few hours, so it must have been somebody else that was driving.
I was very sneakily on my phone watching the stream at work.
Yeah, that's dedication. Good lad.
Yeah, you know, I almost got caught a few times, but you know, this is worth it.
Oh yeah, I'm proud that you took the necessary measures. I was peeking in and out, but I was also trying desperately to get the stream ready in time.
Yeah, you're hosting the stream right now.
That is correct. So, if you want to see a specific car, I can make that happen. Xiao Hansa looks like he's coming in at the end of the current lap.
Still that drive-through. I believe he already served it, but it could just be an issue with the game.
Yeah, perhaps a bug.
Yeah, most likely.
Drillers doing very well today as expected. This is the Drillers Academy, and their academy team is P2 in LMP2, so that's very impressive.
That's insane.
Coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Sorry, go ahead.
It appears that this is also their first entry into the series because I don't see... Oh, no, never mind. In P12 currently, in the LMP2 standings with 12 points.
They were original entrants to ARL, but unfortunately, as the first season kind of fell apart, they withdrew. But now I'm glad to say they're back, and they are back with a bang.
It's good to have them back, yeah.
Next, we have Arena and Hevesi with a drive-through. One thing I ought to mention was Hevesi collided with a GTE earlier. The GTE, I believe, was at fault because he hung it down the inside of the corner when he definitely should have backed out.
Yeah, if you're overtaking an LMP2 in a GTE, that's usually a sign that you're either Senna or just going to cause a massive incident.
Yeah, luckily Hevesi somehow saved the car, got off scot-free, and the GTE was round.
Do we know which GTE was actually?
I don't remember. It was a back marker, I believe.
Okay.
Is this a battle? No. Oh, is this? No, this is not a battle.
This is not for position, I believe.
I was confused because there's the two G-Force cars.
As Lystola, where is he going to put it up the inside here?
Yeah,
that is a very nice way to just get past. Because right now, the last thing you want is an incident with a GTE car. As we heard from Mika, that's been happening quite often.
Yeah.
Where LMP2 cars, while overtaking, tend to maybe go for a bit opportunistic moves, and that just ends in tears for everybody.
Oh yeah, as I saw earlier while you were off, while you're eating, yeah. I got to have all the fun because I also saw 2 battles, both involving...
Of course, when I leave, everything starts to go off.
Well, it wasn't so much of a battle. It was Mihai Belascu versus, I believe, Hevesi once, and just as they were coming together, Belascu went wide at Indy and straight into the wall, and the battle was over. And I was very disappointed at that because I really wanted to see a battle, as the headlights start to be visible here, so the sun is setting in Le Mans.
Can't wait for the nighttime race.
Very exciting. I believe the race is going to finish at night, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe around 3 a.m. European time.
Yes. So the nighttime racing should be fun, if not eventful, what we shall say.
That's always the most interesting part of the race, because it's when the track is way cooler and the air temperature obviously is as well cooler, which means the cars have more power. I'm not sure if that's simulated in rFactor. However, due to a lower track temperature, the cars have a bit more grip, which means they can push harder.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that's simulated in rFactor. 5 minutes until points will be given out at the 6:30 mark.
When that happens, we'll be taking a quick rundown of the order.
Velasquez's other battle was, I believe, with... I'm trying to think. I believe it was with...
We have someone waiting in the interview room. I'll go ahead and pull him in here.
Sure.
Move to... yeah. Hey, Peter.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm fine. Good job for, commenting the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about how the race is going. We saw the 2 incidents from Mihai earlier.
Yeah. Well, it was a bit of a disappointment, but it's still alright because we're still there. We're still with the group. We haven't lost so much time, I would say. But yeah, it's alright. He's pushing as hard as he can right now, and there are 5 hours and 30 minutes left in the race, if I'm not mistaken, because we're not doing the last hour.
Correct.
Yeah. So 5 hours and a half, basically. So I'll be getting in the car in like 1 hour and a half for a 4-hour stint. But it's been alright. The stints with the softs were good. The pace was there, so that's very reassuring.
Oh, sorry to cut you off, but
Van Valken spins in the Dunlop chicane.
Won't cost him too much though, just a small one. Sorry to cut you off there, Peter. Go on.
No problem. You can call me David. Peter is pretty.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, it's my family name,
Oh.
Yeah, no. It's like Petre, something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I lost my thought. It's still good. We'll push till the end. I think we can get into the top 10 if we get a bit of luck and the pace is there in the later stages, because the night is coming, so it's going to be much cooler for the engine, so everything will go smoother. I think. I hope.
Chat that, they will be having a custom grip map, I guess. Not sure how you would say that, but so as the sun goes down, the grip will improve quite a bit.
Oh, that's going to be very good. Yeah, can't wait for the end of the race. Hope we can get into the points. I think we're 15th or 14th overall right now.
14th, yep.
Yeah. Well, on the stream, Mihai is also on 32nd, but I think that's a bug.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what that is.
Maybe because of the driver stop,
Oh,
if he was
right.
there. Yeah. But yeah, can't wait for me to get back in the car and push some more on this amazing track. I had some battles. I think it was all right.
Yeah, you were looking really consistent during your stint. Pretty quick. You were on the pace very well. Tell us about tell us how you learned this track. Tell us how you kind of got to terms with it and how you're on the pace very well.
Thank you. Firstly, I like this track. Of course, it's Le Mans. I think everybody loves it a bit. At the beginning of my stint, I had 2 spins, which were my only spins in the entire stint.
Get them out of the way early.
Yeah. But after like 30 minutes, you just get into the rhythm, and everything just comes to you, and it's so good because the track is so rewarding when you get it right. And it's fun when you have someone else to battle with as well. But yeah, I learned it by driving it, by just driving it, seeing what the limit is, and I'm still finding the limit. I know where I can push more, but the car doesn't really want, when it has a lot of fuel, it doesn't really like that, so we have to step it a bit back. But yeah, it's very fun. I love it, even though we're pretty down, we'll get up, I hope.
There's still 6.5 or 5.5 hours, so you got more than enough time to make up a ton of places.
Yeah. Well, we are good in quali. I think we started like 10th overall, so it was good. But the start was so bad that we were last. So yeah, I think it's still a good recovery yet. Our goal right now is just to not finish last in our group, which looks for now okay. But yeah, I think we'll bring some more entertainment to the race. I hope.
We can't wait. I've been itching to commentate over a battle, and I just haven't had one yet.
Well, I hope we can bring you that, because we also want to have a good old style battle, just giving each other our best.
Can't wait. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Well, I hope it can happen.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you guys.
Good luck.
Thank you for commenting.
That was David Peter of, if I can find his team again, oh, how did I lose them so fast?
That was David Peter in the... Hang on a minute. My Discord is acting up again.
You've lost it too. Damn it.
He is driving for team... Oh, I found it.
F1 RO.
F1 RO. They are in P...
Belascu's off again. Speaking of F1 RO, into the wall.
Commentators curse, I guess.
Yeah.
Commentator curse, yeah.
I think David should just stay in the commentary box the whole race, because
Looks
Belascu...
like he made it out okay, however, so...
Yeah, he had a very high speed impact with the wall earlier, and the car was fine, and the car appears fine after that collision as well. So we'll have to see how Belascu does for the rest of his stint. I'm sure he'll be wanting to keep it together, keep on the pace. He has been on the pace, but I know he'll just be wanting to eliminate those mistakes. Then we have Krasnai.
Sliding through there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Wow.
The braking zone into the Dunlop chicane is actually very difficult, because the Dunlop curve right before that is to the right, and you just Tokyo drifting it through here.
Initial D.
Very nice.
I think
very nice.
I think that car will have to be changing the seat cover after that.
You can't make your overalls brown if you're clenched closed because of the stress.
Thank you for that mental image, Lodewijk.
Just gonna ignore that. No, but what you tend to see into the Dunlop chicane is that the cars do slide a bit because the rear's locking up, because you're braking and turning at the same time.
Right.
Which also happens at the Indy corner. So it's very difficult to get those two right, especially since some of the drivers will be feeling a bit more fatigued at this stage.
Oh yeah, and the tires will be going off, and the cars are still on heavy-ish fuel. So it's kind of a perfect storm of ways to be in trouble, for mistakes to happen. Jeff Jacobs has a stop and go. Nielsen takes over, or has taken over. That was quite a long time
I
ago.
believe the points have been served now.
That's right. The points have been served. We have a screenshot in the chat. So
I'll be looking into which drivers deserve the points.
We are now going to cut on to the man with the men, sorry, in control.
Man in the lead.
It's Talbot.
Jeremy Talbot. Absolutely dominating as usual with this team. They're surely impressing on their debut here. It's insane what they've been up to this race.
Oh, I think we have someone else in the interview room. If we want to get them right after we're done talking about the points.
If you do the points, I'll go ahead and interview Thomas.
Well, we'll be talking over each other, won't we?
That is very true. We'll be right with him.
Okay. Or we could I could figure out the points and we can pull him in and you can interview him.
Yeah, good.
All right. Do that. Thomas.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Well, I ended my stint 30 minutes ago, so now I'm getting prepared for the other one at the end of the race.
Your stint is at the very end of the race. From at what time do you think?
12 p.m. to 1 a.m. of course, because we have lost 1 hour of the race, but that should be the end for me.
Okay, so quick 1 hour stint at the end. Looking at the standings, your team is 5th overall right now. I'm not sure what the change will be with the points being added. The points for the first half of the race got given 6 minutes ago, and Nick is working those out right now. But just talk us through your stint. How did it go?
It was quite interesting to say the least, because it didn't go well at all. It was a hell from start to finish. We decided to go on to a different strategy that we have planned. So I started my stint in older tires, and I lost my braking point at the end of the straight, and basically brought out the first virtual safety car of the race.
That's very unfortunate, but was it just caused by a personal error or something with your brake pedal or tire wear or something?
From what I know, I think that it was me not being prepared to brake in function of the tire wear. So basically I didn't expect the car to not brake there, and went straight into the wall and had to go back to the pits with a broken rear wing.
That's very unfortunate. Which position is your team right now, actually? Because I can't quite see it on the live.
At the moment, we are 16.
Daniel Grasnell is driving right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Considering you started P32, that's not that bad, making up 16 places so far.
Well, not really, because in the restart of the race, we were told to go back to our position that we got in quali, because our starting driver had an issue to get into the server after quali. So basically, even if the game says that we started at the back, that's not true, because in the formation lap we were allowed to go back to our position.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, the live timing I'm viewing right now is not completely accurate, actually. But yeah, that's very unfortunate for your team, because you guys are able to make up a few places, I believe, in the standings, considering your P5 and the gap ahead is only 7 points. So that's pretty unfortunate. However, you did drive a pretty good stint, if I remember. Outside of that, you were pretty quick, actually.
I mean, technically, I have the speed. I've been working on this setup not only for this race but for future ones, and I can say that I had the pace, but unfortunately too many mistakes from my part ended up throwing us from P9 to P16, and now we are just doing the recovery drive until the end of the race. So
there's still quite a bit of ways to go, so it could end up going back in your way, but you never know.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a game of waiting.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for you, considering you won't be driving for a few hours.
Yeah, I mean, I will be waiting, resting a little bit just to be completely ready for the last stint, and hopefully I can push, gain some positions, and get the team where it deserves to be. Because, I mean, we were doing well at the start. It went wrong with my stint, and I want to fix it. So yeah, hopefully in 4 hours time it will be better
Four
for me.
hours time, you'll be leading the race.
Nah, not that good, but yeah.
But considering you'll be driving the last hour, which is usually when teams want to put their fastest driver in, would you call yourself the fastest driver on your team, or are you a bit humble?
To be honest, seeing the times that me and my teammates have been doing, technically I say that I have the potential to do the fastest laps, but consistently I think they are more consistent than me. I'm a little bit too aggressive sometimes, and it ends up making me go wrong in some laps. And yeah, hopefully at the end of the race I can recover.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you can get a good recovery drive in.
Yeah, I think that people would enjoy that a lot, but
Yeah, I
hopefully.
definitely enjoyed it. I've been waiting for a battle quite a while now. It does look like
Yeah,
the
but
LMP2 field is closing up a tiny bit. I'm not sure if those are lapped cars or...
from what I saw in the car, the gaps are quite close, but yeah, hopefully we can still do a good job.
Yeah, that'd be great to see if you can make up some places. Does look like this is just a few LMP2 cars that are close to each other, but not really on the same lap, as Talbot will want to get past the trio of them quite quickly.
Okay,
You're back.
I have to excuse myself just for a minute, and then I'll give the rundown when I return.
Yeah.
By the way, do we still have Mr. Thomas still with us?
Yes, I'm here still.
Congratulations on your stint. You know, I think you did a great job, and I wish all the best for your team in the second half of the race.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I was waiting just for my turn to go out of the room because silence was going on. So yeah, thank you for the nice words, and yeah, hopefully the race will be good for everyone in the track. So yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
See you later.
All right, Lo, you're gonna be on your own for just a little while. I'm gonna see if I can find
That's scary.
I'm gonna see if I can find a hot spot for you to commentate on. Maybe these two going at it.
One of the LMP2s pulls into the pits. Ooh, this could get quite spicy. I'm not sure if they're on the... and you switch back.
Sorry.
The car in the pits. It looks like this is not for position.
All right.
And Laneza... No, that is not for position.
I'll be back in a moment.
He is getting a nice slipstream on the car ahead. It's a very interesting pop art, bit of comic book style livery. Lanez at the car ahead, running in P13, while Nilsson is down in P17. If you look at the lap time between the LMP2 field, it's actually quite close. Fastest laps is around a gap of 1 to 2 seconds for most of the cars. Beneza had a bit of a fishtail going into the right-hander before the Indy corner. Could have ended a bit differently. Thankfully for him, he managed to keep it clean. Unfortunately, I don't have control over the camera, so we'll just be following Beneza for a little bit as Nick is counting up all the points. So we'll be back with that soon. But if we look at the standings, there's quite a lot that can still happen in LMP2. Considering that if Royal Blue Racing are able to catch P1 Scuderia Ventus, that could still happen. However, if you look further down from P3 down to P12, I believe in LMP2, that can all still change if drivers score the maximum amount of points. I don't believe some of the drivers in P2 will have that opportunity, but definitely teams like Drillers will be able to make up a few places. And it's the same with the GTE. It does look like quite a few teams that have a decent amount of points aren't here today. So there's still quite a lot that could change there. However, the championship is decided. Even if 360 Motorsports were not to score a single point, the P2 team, Iceberg Sim Racing, would not be able to catch them. See in the background that one of the LMP2 cars almost loses it out of the exit of which corner is that? I believe that was not. Here's one of the cars almost lost it running out of Arnage, which is very, very scary since you can lose a lot of time there due to it being followed by a straight. We can see that Jeff Jacobs has retired the car. I'm not sure since when that happened. However, that's very unfortunate because they were running a pretty decent position actually for one of the Sim Apex cars. Yeah? hoping that Nick will return with us soon with the standings. It appears it will take a bit longer, I believe. However, it's important to get it right instead of rushing it in. So as it stands right now, we have Jeremy Talbot in P1 absolutely dominating with a 3-lap lead, I believe. In second, we have Alberto Serrano in the other hypercar. And then following that, we already switch over to P2 due to the LMHC field being quite small this year. We have Jelle Binsberg in P1, Sebastian Schouw in P2, Gabor Hevesi in 3, Andrea Arena in 4th, Ricardo Otero in 5th, Femin Primitivo in 6th, Luciano van Valk in 7th, David Lutz in 8th, Danny de Zwart in 9th, Alejandro Janesi in 10th, Peter Schone, I can't read that name, in 11th, Mihai Velascu in 12th, Linus Lundvall in P13. In P14 we have Daniel Krasnal, 15 Stefan Nilsson, 16 we have Onno Nieuwenhuizen, I believe. And P17 we have Violet Benton, and then in P18 in LMP2 we have Jeff Jacobs. I do believe that Jeff Jacobs has retired from the race. It could be an issue with them switching the car, as we've seen happen a few times in rFactor before. And then in GTE, the leading car, Bart Slobodian, is, I believe, a lap ahead, or no, on the same lap as P2, Alexander Modov. P3, we have Alex Jones. 4, George Balog. 5, Mark Robinson. And then the P2 of Carlos Pons, who is likely had an issue in the race. Then we have Alessandro Barr. That name is cut off again. Very nice. And then John Bennett, who is also retired from the race after a very big issue with Mika Hikimi running that car in P3, switching over to Bennett, who kept it in P3 for quite a while until a very unfortunate game crash. And I believe that we have Mr. Nick back soon. Nope, never mind. Unfortunately, I don't have control over the live stream, so just stick along with Yaneza for a little bit longer until we wait for Nick to come back with the standings updated, and then we'll hopefully find some more action. So stay tuned.
It would appear that Lodewijk has also had some matters to attend to. Apologies for my absence.
I was going to fill my water bottle, but I'm back already.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta stay hydrated while talking the whole day, guys.
Absolutely. Just to let you know, I will... Oh, looks like we have... well, not really a battle, but something to watch anyways.
Benton Fife and... Is that a battle? No, I do not believe so.
No, that would be... We don't know.
Ooh, as Fife nearly loses it. That was very, very close.
Oh, slippery there too. All
Yeah,
over the shop.
I believe they're up for a pit stop soon because they are absolutely just sliding around. They've been in the car for a while as well, so they might have a driver swap coming up soon.
That's true. Yes, she's been in the car for a very long time. Now here comes Roz.
Do you know if it's a brother-sister team or like something else?
I have no idea. Maybe we can ask. Oh!
Ooh, that was very, very dangerous from Ross. I'm not sure what he was doing there.
Yeah, Benton Fife.
If they get the flashing lights of disgust from Fife.
Justifiably flashing lights, and Benton Fife is into the pit lane. Nope, they've disabled that. Okay, thanks for the false alarm. Also, I noticed earlier that Jeff Jacobs has DNF'd.
Yeah, I believe they had a issue with the driver swap.
Oh, very disappointing once again.
Yeah.
So he started with 34. Jonas Kaufman. Oh, a big slide from Benson Fife there. She's really struggling to control the car here on these certainly very worn tires. I don't think she's made a pit stop since she got in the car. Perhaps one, but that was a long
Could
time
also
ago.
be a bit nerves because of a bit of contact with Ross in front.
Very true. Very true.
I'm not exactly sure what that was. It was just Ross sort of cut over in front.
It could have been lag. If you wanna. Oh, Benson Fife drifting it.
Oh my god, that was so close. They need to pit stop soon. This is not very. This isn't going to help their pace at all.
Absolutely
Currently
not.
running P17, I believe, in class. Yeah, P17 in class right now.
Correct. Yeah. And yeah, that car is looking more like a motorboat than a LMP2.
Yeah, this is very, very on the edge.
However, credit to Benton Fife.
Through Indy, just absolutely sliding through there.
Credit where credit's due. Benton Fife is keeping that monster under control. It really wants to step away from her,
Just
but
dancing around.
Yep.
Absolutely crazy.
That is who's in the pits. Oh, that is the car of Jeff Jacobs waiting to be lapped.
Very unfortunate for Jacobs. He was running pretty far up the field in the Sim Apex car.
Absolutely, you know, it makes you wonder, you know, how would it have gone if he hadn't retired? That's always the what if. I'm sure they're asking themselves that as well.
Yeah, maybe we could get either Jacobs or one of his teammates in here. Yeah, it says Jeff Jacobs has left the race, but vehicle has been stored in the garage.
Yeah, that's just what happens when everyone leaves the game during a race, I believe. So, I don't know what's happened. I guess the driver swap issue, like you said.
Could be.
If you'd like, we can do the rundown now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, at the halfway mark, once I scroll down to the teams, at the halfway mark, Talbot is picking up the 25 points for Speedy Might. In second, picking up 18 is Ceramo for Serrano. Binsbergen, also for Speedy Might, picking up the maximum points at the halfway mark. I can't remember how to say that person's name.
Sebastian Schau?
Yeah, Schaus Hansa, I believe is how you say it.
I believe so, yeah. Close enough, you know?
Picks up 18 for Drillers.
Impressive showing from them. I believe they just doubled their points in one race.
Indeed, indeed. In half a race, even.
Yeah, half a race.
Arena picks up 15 for Royal Blue Racing. Hevesi having a good race. I don't believe I have that on my list. Nope, but Hevesi's team will be picking up 12. Otero picks up 10 in 5th place in Class V LMP2s. Leltz for Sim Apex picks up 8. Primotivo. I believe I can find that. Primotivo picks up 6 points for the number 24 Enju Sim Racers. Willems picks up 4. Is that Team 360? No, that.
I believe so.
No, it's UGX Wirenga Team Blue. Lystola came home.
We're just at the 6-hour mark, I believe, in a few minutes or a few seconds time. So that's a bit over halfway, and we can see the sun starting to come down. You really do notice the headlights now.
Yes, it is getting darker, and
track falling as well. This could end up. I would not be surprised if we get a new few fastest laps of the race coming in. Yeah, as you can see in the bottom right corner, we have 5 hours left.
Absolutely, and once teams make their final pit stops, they'll be on fresh tires and low fuel, and fresh driver. So I think we might see the 28 start coming in from the LMP2s.
I believe so.
Van Valkenburg picked up the final point for the LMP2 class. Just finishing my rundown. Slobodian for what's that team that was just destroying the race?
Slobodian?
Yeah, what team? Oh, Slobodian for 274 Rookie Monsters takes the full 25 in the first leg.
Very, very well done from them.
Yep, they were in command the whole way as Slobodian gets lapped by some LMP2s. Arena, who is currently still sitting on the LMP2 podium, goes by. Modave, I still don't think I have that name right, picks up 18 for Angry Bull Racing. Jones for Speedy Might. That's a third place at the 6-hour mark for them. So they, at the 6-hour mark, are sitting first in LMHC, first in LMP2, and third in GT. Incredible showing from
Their
Speedy
first
Might.
race in this series. It's very impressive to see how well they've been performing.
This is a team you'll have to watch out for at every level in the future.
Considering that Alex Jones also started on pole position, I believe that's even more impressive. They started on pole, I believe, in every class. Except for LMP2, but they have started very high up in every class and have just been making their way forward in every class. It's very impressive to see what they've done.
Yeah, what an incredible team. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in VEC very soon. If they aren't already, I should be more...
I believe they are.
Okay, yeah, I should have been more up to date on that one. I mean, of course...
Robert would know that.
Yeah, he would have. Robert, of course, driving for Rookie Monsters. I can't find one of the drivers, but Balak picks up 12 in the GTE class for the halfway. Next came Joe Brown for WSS Esports, also consisting of Plummer and Robinson, who we saw earlier. Barcelo scores 8. If I can find Barcelo, I can tell you what team he's on. For Sanfree Racing Team, Bennett for Blue Steel takes 6, and Barao for... That is confusing. Apologies. Barao races for Sanfree. The Sanfree 18 was Barao, and the Sanfree 20 was Barcelo. And the man mentioned earlier, Balak, races for Sim Apex Jr. There's your rundown after 6 hours of the Mans.
This first half of the race is absolutely flown past. It's very impressive to see just how consistent a lot of the cars are driving, especially at the front of GTE with Slobodian, and of course, without mentioning Jeremy Talvo in the Speedy Might car, who have just been absolutely running away with this race.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of consistent driving, not so much action, but that's okay too. I'm sure everyone can appreciate a very steady, solid drive that everyone has worked countless hours to produce on the track.
The amount of dedication they've put into this is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's definitely something to be said for just watching that play out on track rather than, the battles themselves. This is very interesting to watch in and of itself.
Yeah, the start, especially for LMP2 at the start, was very just 3 wide moments. It was absolutely crazy.
And now it's absolutely settled down. The pot was at boil, and they brought it down to simmer, and now it's cooling off a little bit in the midway portion of the race.
It's also cooling off on track, I believe, as the track temperature will be dropping quite a bit in the next hour or so. And it'll be interesting to see which drivers can adapt to that quickly and which ones will have a bit more difficulty with that.
Yes, indeed.
Because this is actually the point in the race where you can make up a lot of time to the others, where it doesn't really get noticed as much. Because it's the point of the race where you can push as hard as you can, and you need to be able to do that without making any mistakes, obviously.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult at this stage, especially when it's dark, because a lot of people do have visual references that get a bit covered by the nighttime.
Yeah, absolutely. And what'll end up happening is, under the cover of darkness, one car will somehow make up 30 seconds on another, and they'll be right into it again. And we'll be like, how did that happen?
This is not decided at all yet. We can, there's a lot that can happen still.
This is a drive-through. I believe it's the same car. Yep, Schau Hansa, the drive-through that doesn't actually exist. We have Arena in the pits. Let's see if they take on a new driver. Let's not wait too long, though. Okay, we'll come back to Arena. This is one of the NG Racers cars. That's the beautiful livery we were talking about earlier. It belongs to NG Racers.
It looks a lot like the Rebellion cars from last year at Le Mans.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that earlier. They are really pretty.
At the, I believe he's pitting this lap, yeah. At the race itself, at the parade they have on the Friday before 24 Hours of Le Mans, they had a bunch of sort of tour buses, I guess, with the drivers in it that were just throwing like bracelets and T-shirts to the fans.
No way.
I actually got a Rebellion cap that was just thrown at my face.
That's sick. Wish I was there.
Yeah, the atmosphere at Le Mans in real life is absolutely just insane.
Yeah, unfortunately, the atmosphere here is a little bit lacking. The crowds seem to be slightly non-existent.
Yeah, they're AI, so they can't really feel emotion, you know?
Very disappointing. One day, there'll be some way to put people on this track.
VR, you never know.
Yeah.
Like a VR chat group with this or something.
They're already doing it for some sports leagues, I think.
Yeah. I just got from Stein a message saying that they don't know what happened to Jeff Jacobs, that he was just gone out of nowhere.
Uh-oh.
So it could be that his Wi-Fi crashed or something, because it was right after the points were awarded for the first half.
Yeah, that's very disappointing for Sim Apex. They had some good results going there.
Yeah, because they scored points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they had David Leltz, who scored 8 in the LMB2 class. And
did he get any, or was he just outside of the...
It appears that he was just outside.
Spun in front.
Oh, yep.
I believe that is...
That's...
Which car is that?
That's Lundvall's car, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Let's see if we can cut on to
Again,
him. There we go. Yep.
Been very quick this race, but they have just had a ton of minor issues.
Yep, and in endurance racing, minor issues eventually snowball into bigger issues. And unfortunately, that's what's happened today.
Yeah, but that's racing. These things can happen, and it does look like they are still up for points. Maybe if they can keep it together for the second half of the race, because currently they're in which place are they in right now? I can't quite see that.
Yep,
they're currently in P12 in class, so they do have a chance to make up a few places.
Yeah, like we were talking to the teammate earlier, they were speaking about hopefully getting their heads down and pushing forward. However, that Peter Schoonemans ahead of them is a solid driver.
Binsberg waiting on us.
Oh.
Should we pull him in?
Who is it, sorry?
Binsberg, the one that just got out of the leader in GTE.
Yeah, sure, let's bring him in.
Or, not GTE,
LMB2.
Yeah. Hey, Jelle.
Hello.
How was the stint?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, we were leading, so.
Yeah, it was. It's very impressive to see how you guys have just made a lap up so far on the other LMP2 cars.
We're actually a lap ahead now.
Yeah, that's insane. Were there any issues you encountered during the stint, or was it all smooth sailing?
It was mostly smooth sailing. Some people had some spins that we had to avoid, but apart from that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good to see how you just consistently kept quick laps coming in, and it's very good to see that you just got your head down and got to work actually.
Now the team's doing very well as a whole. You took the maximum points for the hypercars, maximum points for yourself. You took those for LMP2, and your teammate is in third. Took third place points, 15 in the GTEs. It must feel good to see the team doing so well.
We have pretty good setups for all the cars. Like our setup engineer did good work, and all the drivers are performing well. The hypercar, obviously there aren't many hypercars to fight with there being 2 now. So, and yeah, well, I mean, it's unfortunate for the GTE. I mean, they could have been in first place. They got taken out.
Yeah, at the Porsche curves by LMP2 car, right?
Yeah, LMP2 leader at the time, so we automatically entered the lead, even though we were catching really quickly. But
I feel conspiracy coming.
well, our car got off worse, so.
Yeah, exactly.
They had a bit of problems, but yeah, I mean, we're pulling away from the Driller's car behind, who seems to still have a drive-through. But
I believe that might be a glitch with the stream. I'm not sure if they actually have a drive-through.
Okay. But yeah, well, I mean, it's going well, isn't it?
Is this a sign of things to come for your team in the next season?
I don't know. We shall see.
Very Mercedes-like, not putting yourself too high on a pedestal.
Yeah, no. Why would we? It's not done yet.
It ain't over until it's over, so still 4 hours and 48 minutes to go. So anything can happen, but so far a very, very clean race from all of your cars, except for the GTE, of course, who got taken out, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're doing well for now. I mean, the racing is good. Most people are trying to be clean.
As we see some contact with David Leltz and Krasnai on the stream, that was very, very clumsy, actually.
Yeah. As I jinxed it.
Yeah.
None look the worse off for it, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, just a little love tap.
One more question before we let you go. What should we look? Oh, okay.
What was that? Oh, that was just him leaving your live stream, I believe.
Oh no, I joined the live stream.
Okay.
One more question before I let you go. What should we expect to see in the second half of the race from? I'm drawing a blank here. Speedy Might.
Your car. Speedy Might, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing for most cars, like the hypercar and the P2, I'm guessing we're just gonna log laps and extend the gaps we have already. And I think that should be doable. Both drivers that are in those cars now are really fast. And the GT thinks that with a little bit of luck they can still get the first place. Because they are faster and they have been fast all race, even with the damage. But yeah.
They've been flying the whole race.
Well, bold words from Team Speedy Might. They think they can do the treble. Thank you so much for your time, Yele.
No problem.
Good luck in the second half. I mean, doesn't look like you need it, but good luck nonetheless.
You always need luck. This is racing.
Are you driving anymore for the rest of the race, or?
Yeah. No, we're driving it. We're two-manning it, so I need to drive more.
What time?
No clue. When the other driver feels that he needs to get out of the car. So.
Fair enough.
All right, good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, good luck,
good luck with the rest of the broadcast, and
thank you.
Thanks.
Probably see you guys around. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Jelle Binsbergen, the leader in the LMP2 class in the Speedy Might car. They've just absolutely been dominating so far in LMP2 and in Hypercar.
Yeah, incredible performance from them today. We can't say it enough, apparently. I keep talking about it.
I keep sounding like a broken record just saying the same, just keep talking about it as we go on board with them, I believe. Or is that?
But it really is the story of the race. I mean, we didn't expect this level of dominance from Speedy Might.
Yeah, they've made up 6 places in LMP2. That was definitely not expected. You could make a case that you would be able to expect that for the overall victory.
Yeah.
However, in LMP2 and in GT3 or GTE, sorry, you can't really expect that, to be honest.
Now I want to get a look at their GT car. Oh wait, was that a...
As someone ran a bit off. Nuremberg just braking a bit too late, most likely.
Yeah, that's Nuremberg in the... I swear... Oh, in the UGX. I can't read what I wrote. Varinga Red. They're having a decent race today.
Yeah, this is around the stage where you'd expect either drivers to make a few minor mistakes or to just
Speaking of
absolutely...
mistakes...
Ooh, as Nielsen just absolutely smacks the wall. That was a hefty hit, but it looks like he's able to continue.
Let's stay on board to see if there's any counter steer correction. Yep, that's suspension damage.
The suspension is absolutely ruined. He'd be lucky to get it to the pits at this point.
Well, he has... Oh, there's the pit stop going on. Very unfortunate turn of events for Nievenberg.
Needs to be very careful running into the Porsche curves because it's very easy to lose the car with suspension damage.
Yep, let's stay on board with him, see how he goes, makes it to the pits. If he can make it there, I'd say that's a job well done.
We really did jinx it, just right when we said, yeah, this is...
Oh.
Ooh, as he...
Oh.
And he's gonna go around. Hopefully he stays off the racing line. Manages to keep the engine running.
You can't really blame him for that, can you? I mean, on this track...
Serrano nearly had to take avoiding action there, I believe.
Well, no harm, no foul. On this track, though, suspension damage, the way it twists and turns, undulates, the elevation changes.
It's the last thing you want.
Yeah.
A damaged front wing you can still deal with, but damaged suspension is just way too inconsistent to be able to drive well with.
Here's Alex Jones for the aforementioned Speedy Might team. He says he thinks he can catch up to P1.
That'd be very impressive to see, especially considering this is again their first entry in this series. It's the first entry for every single Speedy Might car, and they've just absolutely shown that they're a force to be reckoned with in the series.
Yep, they certainly have. They're stamping their name, making a big statement in their first race in ARL. And I'll tell you what, that car has done the fastest lap out of all the GTEs so far, even quicker than P1. Unfortunately, we don't have live timing, so I can't tell you if he's lapping quicker than the car ahead at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to know if he's lapping that quickly consistently, or if it was just a one-time thing.
Either way, the driving looks quite good, although he did miss the exit there by a little bit. Not that I can talk. Van Doren's going to lap him now. So if we look to the car ahead, they're on quite different places in the circuit.
The gap is pretty large, I think.
But Dave's coming on to Indy now, and Jones
is in the Porsche curves. That is a very, very large gap, actually.
That's what, about 3/4 of the track?
I believe so. He's about 2 minutes or so behind.
Well, it'll be a tough ask.
It's difficult for him to catch that.
Yeah.
We still do have how much? 4 and a bit hours? 4 hours and 45 minutes or so. So it's definitely doable. However, it is going to be a very, very big task for him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Now, who's this driver?
That was...
Oh, Balak.
Yeah.
Balak earned 12 points from the first leg of the race, and he would be on pace for another 12 if things go as they do.
Has anything changed in the standings yet?
That is exactly what I was going to check. I swear we're on one wavelength today. Well,
very nice. Reading each other's minds.
In terms of the fight for the LMP2,
let me rephrase that. Is it still possible for Royal Blue to catch Scuderia Ventus?
Well, Royal Blue picked up 15 points in leg 1. So that brought them up to a total of 87.
87. That would mean they cannot catch it anymore, I believe. Wait, yeah, they can. They can. If they get P1 or P2, I believe they will just catch up to Scuderia Ventus.
P2 would be a tie, which would be interesting.
I'm not sure what that would mean. Which team would win on countback? I believe Scuderia Ventus.
I'm sure we have some capable. Sorry, go ahead.
Olaf spins into the
oh dear.
chicane.
Oh, yep. He's taking
able to recover fairly quickly.
Taking a big detour through there.
Of course, he will have to watch out now for overheating tires.
And Ventus is Santu's team. They did not actually score, I believe, in the first round.
That'll be interesting to see if they can get back into the points, because they were quite far outside, if I'm not mistaken. They're about a lap behind.
Right, after that that problem they had earlier.
Who's in the pits right now, or they just switched to Enquist. They just switched back to Santu. He's on the same lap as the 4 cars ahead of him, so it's definitely doable for him, but you can never be sure. Yeah, there he is. He's just gotten out of the pits.
Follow along with Mr. Enquist, also known as Don Alexi, apparently.
Yes. Let's see if we can get his teammate in here.
Hey, that's a good call.
We also have a planned interview with Violet, I believe, in about 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good. So yeah, as of right now, if Royal Blue, that is Alex Jones, were to make up one position and overtake Alexander Modev, there would be a tie in the LMP2 standings, so long as...
That would be very interesting to see.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the complete wrong person. Not Alex Jones. Have to wait until it circles around again. If Arena would overtake Shao Hansen, then there would be a tie. So long as...
Arena is further down the order, I believe, correct?
They must have switched out drivers. My apologies.
Could be. I'll look at which teammates he's got.
It's either Kalaxai, Slovenak, or Barkley. I believe Slovenak's in the car right now. Yes, it is Slovenak in P4.
So they need to catch up to P2 in order to tie the standings, which is doable. However, it would be very, very difficult for them to catch that up right now, considering I believe they're a lap down as well.
Yes, they would need to make up approximately 4 or 5 minutes of time.
That's definitely doable. However, I would not be surprised if they...
David.
But yeah, we've still got 4.5 hours or so left to go, so anything can still happen.
David Leltz apparently going into the pits on this lap.
Yes.
And as is Benjamin Ross, so Slovenak may just take that place for free.
Still no word on what happened with Jeff Jacobs.
That's interesting.
It's very odd because I asked it to Stein, and he said they just haven't heard anything back from him.
Huh.
They did score points, correct, in the first half?
Jacobs did not, but David Leltz did.
Okay, that's very interesting then that he just flat out stopped the car.
Yeah, perhaps he had some kind of family emergency, or
could be.
I mean, you never know. There could have been like a fire in his house or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'd personally focus on that more than telling my team what was happening.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Was that a car up in the Porsche?
Dunlop?
No, I guess I was wrong. Might have just been a car taking the curve. Oh, we had a car going to the pits.
Someone was going into the pits.
That's-
That is David Leltz. Very interesting scheme they have. It's their F3 car, I believe, is very heavily based off the Braun GP car from 2009 in Formula 1.
Yeah, that's...
And also the leader from GTE Pro is coming in behind them.
Ooh, very interesting.
That would be... Who is currently in that car?
Oh, whoops, sorry. That is... Slobodian. He's still in the car. I'm assuming they will swap drivers here.
They might actually, because he's been in that car for quite a few hours.
So I'm going to check out who has yet to see action for that car. I know there's one driver who's been waiting. It's... I am lost for some reason. Oh, it is... Kashif Iftikhar has not seen action yet.
He'll likely be coming in around this time because what teams want to do at this time is put their most consistent driver in.
Huh?
Since this is really a time where you can make up a lot of time in just driving consistently, as Stijn Prins is stepping into the Sim Apex car.
Yeah, that's actually a negative because Slobodian has just gone right back out.
Don't fix something that isn't broken, as they always say.
I guess not. Perhaps they just thought of Iftikhar as a slot-in driver, so they'll put him in when they're in a pinch.
Could be, yeah.
And they can trust him to get a car around the track in one piece if both of them are exhausted. I'm not entirely sure. We still have 4.5 hours to go. Perhaps we'll be seeing him just at the end for maybe 2 hours or 2.5 hours.
Could be. Should we bring in the Violet for the interview?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Alright, so how did your stint go?
Whew, it's actually quite fun, actually.
Yeah, I saw at the very end you were sliding around a lot through Indy and the
Porsche. Oh yeah. The weight transfer since about the second stint for the Porsche curves was a bit off. Like, just wasn't handling it as well as it did. I'm not sure if it was just because of cooling track temperatures or air temperatures, but it seems okay now. My teammate's got on the car and he's finding it somewhat stable.
Yeah, you definitely put on a good show, that's for sure. It was pretty interesting to watch.
I could have easily done a quadruple stint too, but I really had the car underneath me. It's just a shame we had some irreparable damage that was really putting our pace down on what we could truly get.
Yeah, because I think... Which position are you in right now? I can't quite see it.
17th overall, so that's about P15 in class?
Yeah, is Aiden driving?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys have made up a few places, however, it's very unfortunate that you had damage, because you never know what could have happened if you had a perfect working car.
Because the damage started when the 24 Endu car hit us on lap 1. And which it got a drive through for, but when it hit us on lap 1, I was still making up positions, fighting all the way to P2. Then my teammate Luca got in, because we had to pit early due to all the mess, because I couldn't continue. And he had an incident, lost his rear wing, so that's what really dealt us the blow, and that's why we're down on straight line speed and with irreparable damage.
Oh, Hansen spins, I believe. Or that was quite a while ago, but yeah, it was crazy to see how the LMP2 field started the race with people running 3 wide and stuff on the first lap, which is a bit dangerous, to be honest.
Yeah, there was a car just going through T1. I could see the smoke of a car spinning, and it just suddenly appeared in my way. I'm surprised I missed it and still managed to hit the apexes.
That's how you want to do it. Just barely get past and still be as quick as possible. But it was a pretty impressive start from you guys, going all the way up to P2, I believe.
What would you like to achieve by the end of the race?
Potentially a top 10. Hopefully. I mean, I'm just trying to look at it now. The top 10 is
That's
about
few laps ahead, I believe.
Yeah, 2 laps ahead, which can be made up if we have luck go our way.
Yeah, if people have the same luck you guys had at the first half of the race, then it should be doable.
Yeah. I mean, this race, not gonna lie, I've kind of over practiced for. I did like a 24-hour race, just like Friday and Thursday, just in the LMP2, just practicing laps.
Wow.
That's a lot of dedication.
I know. The LMP2 is a car I just can never get enough of driving. It's such a fun and good car to drive, especially when you have the setup like we do now.
Yeah, it's very important, especially for a longer race, that you have a good setup, because it can improve your lap times by about a half a second per lap, which over 12 hours is just unmissable.
Yeah. Like in qualifying too, I got my lap ruined by was the provisional pole sitter texting in chat. So I messed up my first chicane. He got a warning for that, and then he also continued qualifying after the LMP2s were called in. So he got back of the grid penalty and a drive-through.
Which car was that? That was
Jamie Tatuhay. So I think that's a Driller's car, the 21.
Oh, yeah, I believe so. They're currently sitting in P12 in the standings. Do you know which position you're in? Because I can't quite see your name in between.
15. We're P15.
Okay, 360 number 36.
Yes, we are P15.
It's definitely doable to score some points, and considering how close the field is from P15 all the way up to P7, if you get some luck, it's very doable to score a decent amount of points and just overtake a few people in one.
Yeah. When if it causing that constant yellow flag up at turn 1, it's
it's very
Jonas Kaufman. The car is out of the race, but it's just not been registered by the game.
Yeah, it's in the pit lane, I believe, and they haven't it could be
DNF'd
solved by disqualifying the car, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I keep getting yellow flag warnings. I'm like, wait, where? Because I don't want to suddenly run into the back of a car if I can't see it. And,
I'll see what I can do to get
that race.
one of the admins to remove that car from the race. But it's very odd, because they haven't even set a single lap, so it's quite unusual,
Quite
actually.
Odd. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Violet. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, just in time, we got a big battle brewing between Van Doren and Schooneman. It's been brewing for the past few corners, and now they're side by side.
Ooh, this is going to get good. Going into Indy, this could be very, very opportunistic for both drivers.
Nobody's giving an inch. Looks like Schooneman down the inside is going to have the edge. Van Doren,
As they do touch.
Oh, contact!
Again, and Van Doren just absolutely spins. That's very unfortunate for him.
Van Doren into the rear of Schooneman. Disappointing.
As Santo Ekvist had a very the best seat in the house, actually, to watch that.
He did. I'm sure he enjoyed that battle.
But I'm sure he'd like to join in on the battle as well. And
right.
Is he a lap behind them? It might be that he is.
No,
he's on the same lap as them.
He is.
He's very close to passing.
So now Enquist gains a position, and now he gets to go after Schooneman's. Actually, no, they are on. I believe they are on different laps.
From what I see, they're both 7 laps behind the leader, so this could get very spicy soon.
This is what we've been waiting for. A battle. Oh, both off track there.
From very, very wide. This could end very scary if they go for it into the forward curves.
Enquist lunges and gets him.
Just absolutely sends it.
What a move. What a move.
I would not have tried that.
I can't find the camera I want to use. That's the one.
This is a very nice angle to just see how far, because it doesn't really get noticed how far that right turn is.
Right. Yeah, it's a long sweeping thing. And it looks
like you break around halfway through it, so it is very easy on worn tires to just lock it up there.
and then you're dead. There's no saving that. And it looks like the edge here goes to Engqvist.
Yeah, we heard from him earlier. They had a very unfortunate start to the race where they just crashed out, I believe, due to a braking issue, was it not? Or was it an issue with the lap car?
I think it was their driver just disconnected.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
He's doing a very decent recovery job actually. He's currently in P. What would that be?
I think he's almost in the points now.
Yeah, he's currently in P12. Yeah, he's in the points.
So that means that
he's currently on 1 point.
Royal, if things ended as they are right now, Ventus would win the championship for the LMP2 class. Otherwise, if he holds this position,
and I believe the car ahead of him is also on the same lap, so he could make even more places.
Unfortunately, that's the end of the battles we have today, because that car is not on the same lap. Not today.
And Prince and Swart are all on the same lap.
Okay, well, let's go.
This could heat up even more for Engqvist. He's definitely one of the people to watch in this.
Let's go check in on them. Mr. Prince. And there's his next rival, Diswart. Prince is about a third of a lap away, I would say. Oh! Big mistake from Stein.
Oh, no.
And there's the rear wing.
Very unfortunate for him.
Oh, no. Well...
He definitely has suspension damage as well. This is going to be very difficult to recover.
Let's ride on board with him. Yep. Oh.
Yeah, that... Ooh.
That does not look like fun. He's cut the corner there. Is anyone coming? No, he looks clear. He is.
That is going to be... That's heartbreaking for him. He was doing so well, and his team was also driving quite well in the points, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know how that incident happened. He flew into that wall.
It just looked like a bit of a braking failure. I can rewind a bit to watch what happened.
Sure, let me know.
Yeah, it looks... Yeah, he turned in and lost the back a bit, overcorrected, and just slid back into the wall.
Wow, that's very unfortunate. Prince, big mistake there. Look at the back of that car.
Go back to 5:23.56 in the session time, then you can see it.
I don't.
He just sort of overcorrects and just loses the back.
I don't entirely know how to do that.
Oh, if you go on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
YouTube screen, and then in the bottom left corner you have session 5:23, the time.
Okay.
That's very unfortunate for him.
I thought you were telling me to do that. I'm like, well.
Oh no, I'm just.
Looks like we could have something brewing here. Figueroa's in.
We have Tom in the chat. Hey.
We have who in the chat?
One of the main staff members for Endurance.
Yes, we do have a battle. Figueras and Primotivo have a car between them no longer. Figueras dispatches Modave.
That could have gone very wrong.
Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort. Figueras trying to chase down.
Last year, I believe, at Le Mans with a Corvette and one of the Porsches. Or one just turned in a bit too much during that, at that exact corner as well, and the Corvette just ended right into the wall.
You keep referencing Le Mans, and I keep getting jealous that I can't understand those references.
I've watched every race of it from the past 10 years or so.
Wow.
They upload them on YouTube, and it's like the full race replay, and I've watched every single one that they have.
A true racing fan, this one. And it's in his blood. See Primotivo take a tighter line into there, but then a bit of a compromised exit, and Viqueras is right up his chuff as they head onto this short straight.
Very tasty.
Round this right-hander, Figueras. The S's, thank you very much. Primotivo looking to keep Figueras behind. Talbot is there too. He'll be getting involved sooner rather than later.
he'll want to get through this very cleanly because it's very, very scary for him, especially since they're both picking 2 different lines onto the straight. This could end up very wrong for him as well.
And it's very crucial for both of them to minimize the amount of time lost letting Talbot through.
Figueras is now going to get a bit of a slipstream from him, so that will help him.
Now, will he go for the overtake? Oh my gosh.
That
And the spin from Figueras. Looks like contact there between the two.
Figueras still managing to get going quite quickly. He's not lost too much time, but still very unfortunate for him.
Did he hit Talbot? Let's see if Talbot's up the road.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, Talbot is behind.
Ooh, no. He's got 3 laps lead, so unless he has a major damage, he should be fine.
Yep, just still a bit disappointing to see that contact.
And he's back ahead of them both.
I was looking at the wrong car. Apologies.
It's interesting to see the line that Figueras takes through that corner, because he doesn't go all the way to the left side of the track.
Right, I'm wondering if it's more driver-based or car-based.
It could be a bit driver-based. It might be that he wants to take a bit of a tighter line through there. But I'm not sure exactly why he would want to do that.
And as you see now, Figueras lagging a lot behind. He messed up that corner, and that's going to just extend the gap of... is that Schoenemans? No, that is Primitivo. Another battle prematurely over, unfortunately.
You never know. They it wasn't like the car behind lost too much time in that incident, so he could just catch up to him very quickly.
Indeed, I'm sure we'll be checking back on that later. McGowan, the LMP2 leader, is into the pits for Speedy Might. Serrano, P2 for the LMHCs, and Talbot, of course, leading by 4 laps now over Albert Serrano. Lo, what do you think of the race so far?
It's been pretty crazy, to be honest. And the main storyline, of course, being the Speedy Mike cars just absolutely running away with 2 classes and almost getting into the 3rd. It's just a great performance from them so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of storylines you could take, and that one I would say, I would agree with you, is the absolute most prevalent storyline today.
Along with drivers like Engqvist making a pretty good recovery so far. Already back into the points after a pretty disappointing first stint for him.
Just saw someone picking themselves out of the gravel.
There's a fight for P11, if we could go to that.
A fight for P11, that is
between Engqvist and Schoeneman, I believe.
I missed this. Doran down the inside, he's got him.
This was boiling over a few laps ago, where Doran ended up in the wall.
Oh, yeah.
He does get past.
And I'm sure...
But Schoeneman is not going to let him go that easy. He's already getting into his slipstream. I do believe that Van Doren may have a bit lower rear wing setting, though, so he does look like he's not catching up too much in the slipstream.
Well, yeah, it looks... I don't think he'll have a move coming into this corner. Nope.
Not... He could go for one into...
oh, a mistake!
Schoenemans
is round. I'm sure he'll be disappointed at that. I know pushing very hard to catch Van Doren. Keep within touching distance, but just slightly overcooked it.
That's very unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
Again, they are still pretty close to each other, so I wouldn't be surprised if they catch up to each other again.
Indeed. What was the battle we were looking at before? Figueras versus Primitivo?
Yes.
Let's see how that's doing. Yeah. There's still...
The gap is pretty large right now, but you never know. This is definitely one to keep in mind.
Unfortunately, you can't see him behind. Oh, yeah, you can see him just in the distance, so it's about half a straight. One mistake from Primitivo, and they're right back together again. Not that we want to see that.
We do want to see some good racing, but we don't want people to crash.
And this just in, Primitivo looks to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap.
I'm not sure if they're pitting out of sync, however, so it could be that Primitivo is actually pretty far behind him in the actual race.
Indeed.
But due to pit stops that he was ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. However, no matter how they get there, I'm glad to see some on-track action.
Exactly.
Let's go.
We see Vlad asking for a interview, I believe, with 2 people. Let's bring Vlad in.
Sure.
Good evening, Vlad. How are you?
Mixed feelings. I think you know why.
Yep. That was a pretty big incident with Stein.
Well, we are just testing new specification of the rear wing, so we needed to get that one off.
Yeah. That's the best way to do it. Quicker than having them have to remove it themselves.
Yeah, because it will just take too much time, And we like taken the suspension as well, because why not?
Might as well. Testing a new suspension upgrade, I guess.
Yeah. Like, we need stiffer suspension, so we had to do it.
I mean, by crashing, you did soften the suspension a little bit, I believe. As we ride on board with Prince, it does look like he just got back out. He's currently in P12, which would mean he's just outside of the points for his class. But in my opinion, it looked like he overcorrected going into that corner. How did you see the incident?
I only had the chance to watch it through the live stream replay, so I think he just turned in too early, then got scared maybe, and maybe he wanted to correct it and just the car snapped, because these cars have kind of tendency to do that. But yeah, exactly. I think we were doing really good. I'm happy how we are doing now. So it's our first endurance race, so we are not making a big deal of it.
Yeah,
so we're just having fun.
Having scored in the first half, you can be proud of that at least. But
yeah, we were P8, but yeah, then some issues came, but it's okay. Yeah.
12 in class, you can still catch up to the cars ahead though. There's still 4 and a bit hours to go.
Yeah, a lot of time.
The gap, yeah, Stein is a lap behind, and then the lap ahead of him has about 5 or 6 cars on it. So if he gets to that lap, he can definitely make up quite a decent amount of time.
I'm gonna drive in the last 2 hours, so yeah, I'm excited for the nighttime driving. It's gonna be fun.
Well,
I think teammates as well. So
Robo Vlad going in.
Robo Vlad?
Yeah.
Oh no, my internet.
Say, you're hacking.
Yeah. Velasco is in the pits.
2 cars coming into the pits, 3 different LMP2s,
Discord.
all coming first up. But what position would you be happy with right now, all things considered?
I don't know, which positions are points over the 2?
Top 10.
Oh, top 10. Okay, well, top 10.
That's definitely doable, considering cars up to P7 are all in the same lap in class.
Yeah, I think we can. I hope we can do that. So yeah, race is long. Some people may blow their engines. Some people, I don't know, can do the same thing as we did. So
yeah, we've seen quite a few people making just silly mistakes, so it could be doable.
Yeah, exactly. So everybody's kind of all over the place, I saw. So yeah.
Yeah, you have to just stay in the race and hope you can make up all the positions that people drop. So
exactly, mainly people are. I saw a lot of people getting drive-throughs. I think from extending.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that have just track extended a bit too far. But considering your team is actually quite stacked with talent, you, Stein, and David are all 3 very quick drivers. I think it's definitely doable for you to at least have a chance at the points.
Yeah, we are coming in for them.
So watch out Peter, Johan, Santu, Danny, and Carlos.
Oh, Santu is there? Oh, I don't think we are gonna catch Santu then.
Santu is in P9 right now, I believe. He's been making up quite a few places.
P10.
P10.
Oh, I thought they retired. Damn.
Okay. Managed to get back going.
Well, I mean, I'm really glad they are continuing. Of course,
sure.
I don't want my other competitors to
It's okay, Vlad. You don't have to
retire.
take the whole any deeper.
I understand. I understand it.
Okay, thank you guys. I'm going to go now.
All right, thanks, Vlad.
Good luck.
See ya.
So Vlad currently in P12 after his teammate Stein Prince had a bit of an issue going into one of the turns, to put it lightly.
Yeah,
but
bit of an
still
issue.
Quite optimistic about what they can achieve.
And I think everyone is at this point. I mean, you really have to be if you want to just keep racing with the highest pace possible. You want to keep pushing yourself to try to get that point.
Yeah, everybody knows that anything can still happen at this stage, so I don't think people are too worried about being in a position right outside of the points.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're a lap down, lots of things can happen. You never know what their pit strategy is. People can crash. Everything can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a cliche that we keep saying that anything can happen, but it's true. It's absolutely true.
Yeah, exactly. Let's bring Onno Nieuwenberg in here.
Sure.
Hello, Onno.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. Talk us through your stint. What happened?
Yeah, the last stint I did was pretty good, pretty stable. I had only in the third stint of the 3, I had some small mistakes, also related to the tires. Somehow the LP2 car is a little bit twitchy in the third stint with the tires.
Yeah, it's very easy to overheat the tires on high fuel.
Yeah, and it's the first 2 stints was great. It was really turning. I catched Aiden Williams, the 36 team, and also the 76. After some how do you call it? Eventful first half of the race.
Yeah, the first lap I heard from LMP2 was absolutely insane. Currently in P15 in class, I believe. Do you think you guys can still bring home some points, or is that out of the table?
I don't think so. We are a lap down behind the 25. They are a little bit faster than that we can drive the laps. I don't think that will be possible. But we still have the 86. Our sister team is they are in the points. So
number 86. Which driver is that right now?
Danny de Zwart.
Oh, okay,
that's also the quickest of that team. But
this is definitely the stage where you want a quick driver in the car because they can make a huge difference. Currently in position number 9, which would be 7 over in class.
Yeah.
But both of your cars have been making up quite a few places. You've made up 3, I believe, and he's made up also 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So all things considered, it's not a bad race so far.
No, absolutely not. If you look at what I've been experiencing during the race in first lap and the first stint mainly, we had I think 3 times rebuilt the entire car almost.
Yeah, I heard that.
So we had one time 200 seconds of damage. So if you then look where we are now, 17th overall.
Yeah, ahead
and
of
15 in the class. Yeah, you cannot complain about it.
Yeah, you're ahead of a few cars that also have had similar issues, but definitely if you've had 3 massive penalties or repairs, I mean, then that's pretty impressive considering some of the other cars behind you guys have had way less repairs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ross spins, I believe. Did we miss that?
Yeah, it was just a little while ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the pace that we can drive, we can drive a pretty good pace. But the car is so tricky to drive fast. If you want to do that, it costs so much of your tires. And if you make one mistake, the entire race is over. So you don't want to do that in a race of 12 hours. Yeah, you need to be fast to catch up the guys. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of you got to find the balance between the two. And usually a few tweaks on the setup will help with that in general. However, in a 12-hour race, you definitely need a lot of luck, and I don't think you guys had particularly great luck, unfortunately.
No, no. Normally the times that I can drive is almost pretty much the same as that Danny can drive.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit slower. So normally I should be more we should be more side of the top 10, but yeah. If you got so much damage that we had at the beginning of the race, you need to play catch up and then try to get luck with other one's mistakes.
Yeah, you gotta just hope that others have the same luck you did at the first half, and that you that it sort of switches between the two.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But we still are really proud of what we're doing. The main, almost everyone in these teams are very new to endurance racing.
Yeah, this is a new entry for the series, right?
Yeah. For rFactor, we are new in the endurance series. Dennis Wieringa, who is driving actually now. He's now in the pits, I see. He has some experience in iRacing, but in rFactor, we're pretty new. So it's for all of us a huge learning curve in rFactor. How does it work? How do you set up the car? And then, just name it.
Yeah, even though they're both very realistic, they're both pretty different from each other.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to switch between the two.
Yeah. If you look, for example, setting up the car in rFactor, you much more need to know what everything does. You don't get any help from rFactor from if you change it does that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in Assetto Corsa and iRacing, you have a bit of a guide to help you.
Yeah. And that's mainly the point that we had in practice. Actually, we had only 3 weeks of practice before this race, so that's still a little bit.
Yeah, I've heard from a few drivers that they've done full 24-hour races as practice.
Yeah. We didn't do that with this car.
Yeah, I'm assuming the other car had a bit more time because they've been a bit more consistent with their lap times.
Yeah, they are. Danny is pretty quick. That made a huge difference in the beginning of the race. That's where they had the luck. Brian Templars is also in that car. He's so pretty quick. He can drive the laps. He has also some experience, also with the car. And Manuel, he's really new, so he needs to learn a lot. And that doesn't matter anything. But you see, they are a little bit consistent. Not many problems, not many crashes. Just turning the laps and profit from everything.
Yeah, that's very important right now. Is that you just drive your own race, not really focused on what's going on around you, and just do what you can to make up the time.
Yeah. Only the traffic is sometimes a little bit difficult. If you are behind a GTE car, beginning of the Porsche curve, you have to wait.
Yeah, you have to wait or find a way around them, which is very, very difficult.
Yeah, I lost 1 lap, almost 5 seconds behind a GTE because of the Porsche curve.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate if you come across a car there.
Yeah. That's racing.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it.
No, really.
Yeah. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, actually. Which position would you actually be happy with for the remainder of the race?
I would happy if we can still pick up, get the 36.
Catch up to number 36. That would be
Aiden Williams. Yeah, the Orica 360.
Or just stay ahead of him.
We want to get in ahead of him. We're on a pretty different strategy. They need to box a little bit of few laps behind after us. So every time we get in the pits, we need to catch up, and then they make the pit stop. So it's a little bit switching positions with them.
The pit stops are out of sync.
Yeah.
Is this an overtake for position between Schoeneman and Clement? I believe
yes,
it is. However, that is a very, very clean move from Clement around the outside. Runs it a little bit wide, and they're still alongside, but there is a Porsche. Are they going to overtake them on both sides? I don't think so. They do get the flash, and that could have ended very dangerously for
this
Schoeneman.
is for position.
This is going to be very good to see what they do into Indianapolis.
Down the inside. Schoeneman.
This is going to be very interesting. Holds it around the outside into the first part, and that was very impressive. Wow.
Well, Anno, thanks for joining us. Good luck for the rest of your race.
Yeah, you're welcome, and good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thanks so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Olno and his team a bit less experienced, however, still pretty impressive what they've done, all things considered.
Yep. They're fighting hard, and a few mistakes, but that's with every team. So,
yeah, this is their first entry as well, I believe, and considering they had less time.
Schoeneman's lost it.
Ooh, no! That's into the wall.
Let's take a look on board.
Found the suspension damage.
Well, looks like
this could end up very dangerously if he pulls onto track.
He's
He's
gonna
right
have to
on
be
the
waiting
apex right now.
And
Ooh,
he's
that
good
could
to
have
go.
ended very scarily.
Let's see.
It doesn't look like he's got too much suspension. Yeah, he definitely does.
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see when he straightens it out. Also, check out that Ferris wheel in the distance.
I've been on that Ferris wheel. It's very, very nice.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
At like midnight, it's so crazy to just see the race.
So I don't think they have any suspension damage, but
It's definitely aero damage, so they're going to come in just to be sure. However, I don't think they've got a massive issue with the car.
So I think storyline number 2 has got to be that every time two cars battle, there seems to be an incident.
And we have 5 hours remaining. We've just hit the 5-hour time.
Yes, sir.
Well, 4 hours because we're shortening by an hour. As I believe we have a, we have a Speedy Mite one too.
No. Yes.
Due to one of the hypercars pitting, that was a. Who was in that car? It was
Ricky Jimenez.
Yeah, who was in it before that? Before they swapped?
Oh, it would have to be Serrano.
Yeah, Serrano. So that is a very, very nice 1-2 for Speedy Mite. Very good to see from them.
Wow. If you'd have told me that would happen at the start of the race,
I would not believe that there would be a LMP2 car in P2 right now.
Wow. Well, there's still 4 hours for Jimenez to catch up to McGowan, and we probably will see that at some point just to the sheer speed of the LMHC, but it will be interesting, you know?
Yeah, they're so much faster on the straights. It's not normal.
Either way, it'll be an interesting dynamic to see, because the LMP2 does not have to let the LMHC go through, I don't think.
He does not. He's on the same lap.
So, yeah. It'll be interesting to actually see that battle, because I think the LMP2 is faster in the corners.
It's a tiny, tiny bit faster in the corners, but on the straights it just absolutely gets demolished. As Schoeneman drives back out of the pits, I think his car has been repaired.
Looks like it. I don't see any damage. Let's get a closer look. None on the rear wing.
That was very unfortunate for him. Just barely got overtaken in a pretty impressive manner by was that Clemente? Yeah, that was very impressive from him. And then this happens to
yeah, the round the outside move, very nice. With that being said, I have been commentating for I think
quite a while,
5 hours now, so I'm gonna go take an extended break.
I would go eat something if I were you. Just take a nap.
Yeah, I'm starving. I'll be back in perhaps an hour and a half.
Yes, I'll see you later.
Yeah, have fun with the last bit of the race. I don't know.
I think Samit will be joining me soon.
Oh, that is awesome. Okay.
That's going to be very interesting.
All right. I'll catch you later.
See you later.
Oh wait, code 8. I will have to put the VSC on the screen. And the VSC is active.
I am not quite sure what that VSC is for.
Me neither. Let's see if we can have a look around the field. These are all the retired cars. There's Talbot and McGowan.
1-2 again from Speedy Mite. Very impressive from them.
Right, it's still active, and they're actually going to gain a little bit from this. Just a small amount of time. There's Jimenez, and looks like there's been a driver swap. Tatsui's gone in for, who is that? For Drillers. For the 21 car. Followed by Sloven. I believe, oh, there's Jimenez. Yep, I cannot see who that incident might have been for. I will stick around until.
In any case, they have likely returned back to the.
That must be it.
Speedy Mite car.
Might
be Alex Jones.
If so, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, that'd be very very unfortunate because they were running P2, I believe. I believe they did recover up a position.
Were they? All right.
Could be. They are currently 2 laps behind the leader, though, so I wouldn't count on them necessarily catching up too quickly, as we will be ending the VSC now, I believe.
And green, green, green.
The green flag is
Green
back out.
flag. I believe I'm going to get scolded because I did not install a plugin that will allow the camera to switch. Yeah. Figueroa's going up the inside of Leclerc. He's not wasting any time as the VSC resumes. He's actually on an in-lap.
As Figueras comes into the pits, I don't believe this is planned because it wasn't that long ago that he came in for a pit stop. I believe Robert wants to come in here, so I'll bring him in.
All right.
Robert, how are you?
Hello.
How have you been stewarding this whole race?
Yes, pretty much. 30 minutes I had to go.
I can't really hear you. Can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I pretty much Stuart did the whole race except 30 minutes.
So you've been busy with this since 2 p.m. basically with the race, like not including qualifying, of course. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, actually it was even before qualifying because I had to figure out the TeamSpeak trolls.
Oh god, yeah, that was not very nice.
Must have been a headache.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, but we couldn't do anything. Someone leaked the password to the server, so...
Unreal.
We delayed the race for a couple of minutes and just used the in-game chat instead of the TeamSpeak Whisper test.
Yeah, it's not very nice that people just want to come in here and do something like that.
Yeah, I don't know why would someone would do something like that.
But anyways, we're not going to let that happen, from ruining the race, because so far it's been absolutely thrilling. With obviously the main storyline being Speedy Mite just absolutely running away with it. What are your thoughts on them just coming in here in their first race in the season, and pretty much just, yeah, as I said, running away with everything?
Yeah, Speedy Mite is a very professional team. They are running in the multiple leagues, so even if this is the first ARL race they did, they are very strong and yeah, they deserve the P1 and P2. But still 4 hours to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly. Anything can happen. However, a 4-lap lead isn't going to diminish 5 laps now, I think. It's not going to diminish very quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Even if incident would happen, they would still have a pretty big gap. So over 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm more looking at P2 and P3, because P3 had a penalty and they're catching up a bit now. Yeah, sorry if I interrupted you.
Oh, no problem.
No worries.
But I think you deserve a bit of a break, having been stewarding since before 2 p.m. It's a pretty long shift. How have you been doing this? What's keeping you going?
So it was pretty quiet out there. We didn't have a lot of incidents compared to the other races. I think this is because Le Mans is a very big track, so you encounter the traffic much more less than in other tracks. And
the track is also, in pretty much every spot, is quite wide, so you can take 3 cars into most corners. So the chance that you do crash if you lap someone is quite small.
Yes, exactly. And you have a lot of runoff area, so even if you go out, you should be okay.
Yeah, exactly. There's a few spots like I believe that's the first Porsche curve where there is a wall right on exit, so it's quite easy to mess up there. However, we've only seen that happen once or twice, I believe, with Schoneberg or Schoneman, I believe.
Yeah, it's very good that that portion is next to the pit, so a code 80 doesn't really need to be called. Just
Yeah, exactly.
a little caution in sector 3.
Yeah. As we ride along with a few different cars.
Yeah, in
Schoneman
other
going around
news,
the outside.
Prince is just a few seconds ahead of Schoenemann, who is only a few seconds ahead of Clemente, and I believe all of this is for position.
That is correct, I believe.
So
Prince, Schoenemann, yeah, that's all for position. This could get very spicy, and it's also for point position. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's for a points position, so this could get very, very hot soon.
Now, I was going to make an adjustment to the stream, but I think while this is going on, we should definitely leave the stream on just to see what happens here.
Yeah, let's leave this going for a little bit.
So there doesn't look like they're going to catch Stein anytime soon. But Clemente and sorry, who are we riding on board with? Clemente and Schoenemann could have a good battle. However, Aiden Williams is sitting in the middle of them right now. And he goes wide, and that should allow Clemente to get by. And it does. Clemente now can have a go at Schoenemann if he gets close enough.
You should be able to get a bit of a slipstream here. You might be able to go for it in the second part of the straightaway.
Let's get the rear view going on Schoenemann.
It looks like Clemente broke a tiny bit later, so he might be able to get a tiny bit closer to him.
I swear we think the same things at the same time.
We're one person, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. We share a brain.
So yeah, Clemente has closed up, certainly in that last corner.
Also, Aiden Williams, who's a lap or two behind them, is getting pretty close to them, so this could also... Yeah, Williams is trying to unlap himself from Clemente. That's a bit cheeky.
Yeah, he's getting
As
feisty.
He crosses in front of him. He crossed in front of him. That was a bit dangerous, to be honest.
You have to wonder how much Schoenemann has paid Williams to do this.
Yeah. This is Jerez 97 in Formula 1.
Yes, I don't know what that means. I don't know why I said yes.
Yeah, the Sauber blocked Villeneuve, your hero.
Yeah.
He blocked Jacques Villeneuve when he was getting lapped. And Sauber was powered by Ferrari. And Villeneuve's biggest rival was Michael Schumacher.
Right. Cheating Ferrari.
Aren't we used to that, though?
I mean, yeah, but it sucks when it goes against you.
Yeah. I hope Samit isn't here to hear that.
Yeah, sorry, Samit, if you're listening to the stream post-hand, Ferrari's cool.
Grazie, ragazzi.
Yep, grande lavoro. Clemente slowly but surely making progress on Schoenemann through Indy. Oh, a little bit of a slide there from Clemente, and I think the better run here will go to Schoenemann. Is that a toe? I think he's getting a small toe. Ah, Schoenemann's getting a toe from this. Oh, but now he's going to go up the inside of the GTE, compromise his line. And Clemente will be compromised even worse. They're fighting one battle after another just to have the battle with each other.
This is taking way longer than I expected. I was hoping they'd get a bit closer to each other. However, it does appear that they have around the same pace. The most likely spot where they'll get close to each other is on the back straightaway, though.
Yeah, I think the lap traffic is coming into effect as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think.
But it is interesting to see how they both got through that at a fairly similar pace.
Yeah, I think Schoenemann is slightly better at dispatching the traffic, and I believe, drawing a blank. I believe Clemente is slightly quicker.
A tiny bit, yeah. If you look at the timings, I believe he's a few tenths quicker.
Oh, Schooneman! Big slide!
Oh, no,
Can he
no.
save it? No!
No.
Schooneman's
Oof.
round!
That's so unfortunate.
Oh,
Can he keep it
wow. No, he's
He doesn't
lost him.
stall the engine, which is very, very lucky for him.
Oh, he had to use the starter there, I think.
That's so sad.
Clemente takes the position.
He might be able to catch up to Prince as well soon.
For that last points paying spot as well. I think he's got a big gap to Prince. He does. So I'm gonna use this time. We're gonna pause the stream. We're gonna play an ad from our sponsor, Lyft, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Lyft Incorporated is a lifestyle brand driven by esports founded in 2018. Our mission is to lift esports to a higher level by offering the best esports products and services. We believe that a healthy lifestyle contributes to every aspect of the athletes. Lyft represents the life of a successful esports player. We define our brand with esports merchandise, supplements, and coaching. We rise by lifting you. Hop in the lift, do it different.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome, welcome.
We're live.
There's so many people have joined the server since and it's back on. Can you turn on the stream on Discord, I mean. Turn on the live stream on Discord because then I can watch it along. Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome, welcome.
We're live.
There's so... Well, as we can see, in the few minutes we've been gone, the night has really come down. Thank you.
I just realized I talked with my mic muted.
I heard you for a bit there.
Yeah, but it was muted to the stream.
Okay.
So just to let you guys know, what's going to happen is the stream will randomly switch between cars every once in a while. And I'll make myself available in case they want me to switch to any important battles. Otherwise, I'm going to go take a rest because I'm very tired, and I should be back later.
Go take a very, very well-deserved rest. You did a great job.
Thanks, buddy. You're going to need a rest too sooner or later.
I'm honestly not even tired yet. This is just very, pretty energizing, actually.
Alright, well, I've had fun with you. I hope you enjoyed it too. And I'll see you later. Gonna mute my mic.
See you later.
And enjoy, everyone, the last 4 hours and 30 minutes. Sooner or later.
I'm honestly not even tired yet. This is just very, as we can see, the order of drivers, I'm not sure if anything has really changed.
I hope you enjoyed it too. And I'll see you later. Gonna mute my mic.
See you later.
And enjoy, everyone, the last 4 hours and 30 minutes. Sooner or later.
I'm honestly not even tired yet. This is just very, as we can see, the order of drivers, I'm not sure if anything has really changed.
I hope you enjoyed it too. And I'll see you later. Gonna mute my mic.
See you later.
And enjoy, everyone, the last 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Other than that, there's been a few driver swaps. It appears that Santu is having an issue, though, that he just disconnected, most likely, which is very unfortunate because he was running in P8, I believe, which would be P6 in class. And as we have about 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, it's been a great race so far. It's been good to see how competitive the field has been, especially LMP2 and GT3 or GTE as well. They've both been pretty close together, so it's been pretty good to watch. we should be having a second commentator coming in soon, Robert, and most likely we'll have Samit coming in later today. And who is this who has just joined?
Hi.
Hey, Robert. How are you? Oh,
Yeah, I'm fine.
nice.
Just
It's been a
came.
crazy race so far. Absolutely
Yeah,
unbelievable.
a lot of fights, couple of good overtakes.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it, but the second hypercar got back past Ollie McGowan, so it's no longer a Speedy My 1-2.
Yeah, we should have expected that the hypercar is much faster on Le Mans than the LMP2.
Yeah,
If it was a
I'm
track
sorry, go
like
ahead.
Silverstone, the gap is like 2 seconds, which isn't a lot, so an LMP2 could fight with a hypercar in that case. But on Le Mans is like 7 or 8 seconds, so pretty hard to
Yeah,
fight.
exactly. The on this track, the back half is just a straightaway, basically. So it's not that surprising that they got back past.
Yep. The LMP2 has a very similar speed in the corners as the hypercar. I would say even a little bit faster than
Yeah,
it due
tiny,
to
tiny bit, but it's not
yeah.
that big of a difference. To be
But
honest,
the
though,
hyper
a fast hypercar driver is still quicker
yeah,
in
that's true.
corners. Like, the
But
difference is so small.
the hypercar just pulls away on the straight. Top speed is like 20 kph extra at least.
Yeah, true. It's way faster on the straight.
I think LMP2 top speed is around 320 and the hypercar is hitting 350 with ease.
Yeah,
So
that's so fast. It's insane.
yep.
We should be having Samit joining the stream soon, but he's not been here quite yet.
He should arrive at any time. Oh, Santu and Kvist DNF'd.
Yeah, exactly. He had an issue. The gap between P1 and P2 for LMP2 is, I think, the lifetiming is still down, so I'm not exactly sure what the gap would be.
Lifetiming gaps isn't very good. You can't really rely on it.
It's unfortunately we can't also choose which cars to spectate. Oh, Ono says 55 seconds. Thank you for that.
So Oli is on the back straight, just entered the second chicane, and Jamie just entered the Musan straight. So the gap should be 20 to 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, or yeah, about a minute actually. So we could see Jamie catching up and maybe winning. They had a very bad start with some penalties, and they were at the back of the grid, so would be a nice recover drive.
Tom is asking in chat, with Santo DNF, is there still a chance of championship win for Royal Blue? I believe not, because they needed to finish P2 in order to win the championship. The points have yet to be updated because Scuderia Ventus, I believe they were in the points. But in any case, Royal Blue Racing need to finish second or above in order to win the championship.
So the gap before the race started was 33 points behind the Venturo and the Royal Blue Racing. And with
Scuderia Ventus scored 1 point, I believe, and Royal Blue 15 or so.
Okay, let me just check really quick, because I did the math, and Royal Blue finished third, so they get half of the points for third place.
That'd be 15 points.
Yeah, I think, let me quickly check. So for P3, you get usually 30 points, but it being half is 15. And with 15, they need, even if they finish P2, they will be equal on points, but Scuderia Ventus has much more wins than Royal Blue, so...
On countback, Scuderia Ventus would win.
Yes.
So in that case, Tom, there's not really a chance for Royal Blue to win this championship.
They need to finish P1.
Unless they finish P1, which is at this point very unlikely, especially considering that the Speedy Mike car is just running away with this.
Yep. And they are 1 lap behind the Speedy Might car, so 1 lap and a half at least. So Santu got 0 points in the first half. So yeah, even if Royal Blue finishes P2, Ventus will still win the championship.
Yeah, true. So they really need to finish P1, which is only really going to happen if the Speedy Mike car retires, which I don't currently see happening.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, Ono says that Santu is driving again. Thank you for that. He has lost quite a few places, which is very unfortunate for him. So that is not very great for them, especially considering that they had a pretty poor start to the race, brought it all the way back up to back into the points, and now have dropped back down.
Yep. Santu was actually P2 in quali and had a good start, but the incidents dropped him back a lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's very unfortunate for him because he was driving so well, and yeah, he could have. It's sort of a question of what could it be, because he could have won the championship actually in this race.
Yeah, even if
Quite unfortunate for him.
if he scores no points, Royal Blue still needs to win the second half. So if they wanna win the championship,
Exactly. So there is still a chance.
yeah, it's a very small chance, but yes, there is hope.
Yeah. But either way, Santo and his teammate are both very quick drivers.
Yeah, I raced against Santo a lot of times. I even raced with him at one point. He's a very consistent driver and learns everything very fast. Like, to get on his pace, I need 50 laps while he needs only 10.
Really?
Yeah, he has a lot of experience with the car and he just gets very fast laps immediately.
Yeah, from what I've heard, he's very good at adapting to the track and just learning very quickly. Or some
Yeah,
people need like at least 50 laps to learn a track. He can do it within 10 or so.
yeah, he's really good at maximizing pace in a very short time.
Yeah, you only really see that from people who have been doing this since they were very, very young.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience, so you can see that in his lap times and consistency.
Exactly.
Oh, I got a report, so I'll go for 1 or 2 minutes to resolve
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
and I'll be back.
Look into that. It appears that the overall leaders have swapped drivers again. Now they have Nick Da Silva, who has not made an appearance for this, I believe. He's driving pretty well so far, actually. He's still got a massive lead to the P2 car, and the second LMHC car is on the same lap as their LMP2 car, which is very impressive from the LMP2 car. And it appears that they are still in P3 on GTE. However, they have made a lap up because they were a lap behind the leaders, and now they are on the same lap. But of course, you can't discount the work from Marshall because they've made up 11 places in this race so far. As we can see, they are going to be lapping a GTE car that is fairly clean. Could have gone a lot worse.
Okay, I'm back.
Compromiser
And
lined into the chicane. Are you back?
yes, I'm back. Looks like Sant wants to come for the interview, so
Oh yeah, let's bring him in here.
yeah, I'll tell him to come.
Yeah. We'll be bringing Santu in here for a moment. He just retired from the race. Very unfortunate for him. It'll be interesting to see what his thoughts are on that. Can imagine that he won't be too happy. We have Santu here. How are you? Hello.
Santu.
I believe his microphone might be out because I do not hear him.
Yeah, probably. Just wait a second.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Okay,
hey,
we hear you now.
So what happened? That was very unfortunate. You just
well, just lost the audio and game frozen. Got kicked out of the game, and when I tried to rejoin, it said obviously it said that the car was stored in the garage, and upon rejoining, I couldn't race anymore because there was no car. I tried to disqualify myself and undisqualify myself, as obviously as I'm an admin and I would do that for everyone else, but it didn't work, so we had to retire.
That's so unfortunate, but just another technical failure. We've seen this a few times actually so far this race.
This is for me, lost the championship at Le Mans before 1 year ago. I lost the championship in another league in the last race because of the exact same bug on the Mulsanne straight, and I got kicked out of the game. So just hoping it doesn't happen again because it would be so fun.
I'm pretty sure that you guys are safe in the championship because you scored 1 point in the first half, which means Royal Blue will have to either win the race in order to catch up to you, which is most likely not going to happen.
Oh, I didn't even know that we scored 1 point. That's news to me.
Yeah, you scored 1 point, so I'm pretty sure you're safe.
Wait, I don't. Even if he scored 1 point, Royal Blue still needs to win the race.
Yeah, Royal Blue need to win either way, and considering how fast the Speedy Mike car is, I don't think they'll be able to do that. So we might just have you crowned as champion in a few hours' time.
Yeah, maybe.
I can hear the nerves. It must be very exciting for you to hear this.
I mean, the worst, I came into this race thinking, oh yeah, we will do 6 hours. I will probably finish in front of the number 13, and we will take the championship, and then just Sunday drive till the end and not care about the position. And the worst nightmare was that this would happen and we wouldn't be able to score any points. And now it has happened, so just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, it must be extremely nerve-wracking because it's all out of your hands right now. You can't really change anything about this.
Before it happened, we were looking at the times and how much I was gaining on everybody, and we decided that P4 was going to be the target at the end of the race because looking from times, that should have been easily possible.
Yeah, that would have been doable.
I was pretty much on the same pace with the Speedy Mite car, maybe a bit faster even, but it would have been an interesting race. But I'm just sad that it ended early.
Yeah, it's very disappointing that it ended early. However, you do have a big enough gap to be in order to be fairly safe in the championship. So for you, it's just fingers crossed and hope that that the Royal Blue car doesn't catch up.
For me, I think it's more about getting to the end. That would have been we continued. We knew that we might not be able to get points anymore after all of those issues we had with running out of fuel kinda, and then the issue with the damage with hitting that CTE by my own stupidity. But we decided to continue, just to go to the end, and I could get to do some donuts again.
Yeah, that would have been very nice to see.
Yeah, like the dream was to come home and at the end, no matter what position, and hopefully win the championship and just get to celebrate it. But that won't happen obviously now. So that's
you can always just host your own little practice session on the track and then do some donuts. But yeah, of course, it's not the way you would have wanted it to end. However, you can be fairly confident that you will walk away with the championship. Because currently the royal blue car. Robert, do you know which position the royal blue car is in actually?
Yes, they are P3 currently.
P3 class.
Oh, and another car just ran out of fuel. It's the 113 Gannon Racing team. They're in the pits right now.
I am pretty sure though, Santu, that even if they get P1, you would still win due to having won more races.
No, if they win the race, they will win by points. But
Oh, no.
I think if they get P2, then it will be tie in points, and my team should win based on results. But I'm not sure on that. I haven't looked at it so much. But obviously, it's a bit sad having won the past 3 races after getting going at the start of the season. And
yeah, the last 3 races from your team have been extremely impressive. However, it's very, very stressful for you to see that they could still close in. But I personally hope it runs out well for you.
in the end, it wouldn't be the first championship I've lost. Obviously, haven't really come close to any championship in the past few months, but in the past year I've lost a couple, and I've kind of gotten used to it. Always something happens in the final race or something, and that kind of ends it. But,
Oh, that's so unlucky.
But like, it might happen or it might not happen. Just gotta see at the end of the race.
Yeah, we can only watch and see. We still have several hours to go. We're still 3 hours and 10 minutes left. So anything can still happen. However, I would, if I were you, just take it easy and relax for now. Know that you did what you could, and that it's out of your control now.
Yeah, we have still 1 car racing, so I'm gonna go and support that team.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Just focus on the other cars, try to get them as high up as possible, and then see what they can do.
Well, I came away from this race doing the fastest lap of the race, so at least that's something, and I will take it.
Yeah, your fastest lap was blistering compared to the other drivers.
Let's hope it stands. At least I hope so. But at least I managed to do something. It was a fun race, and I hope everyone watching the stream also has fun.
Yeah. Ooh, it appears that Ramon Clemente has retired from the race. He was
They
running...
ran out of fuel.
Oh yeah, of course. That's very unfortunate for him, because he was running in a pretty decent position, if I remember correctly. So that's not very fortunate for him. Anyway, Santo, is there anything else you want to say, or is that everything?
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
Hope you are having fun. Commented.
I am definitely having fun. For a first time, this is pretty easy.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we will bring current P2.
Yeah, we can bring Mathieu Leclerc in soon.
Yeah, I will move him right now.
Yeah, we can bring him in. Hello, Matthew.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Maybe wanted to drive some more, but it's time to let the wheel to the teammate.
Yeah, because you were running in P2 in class, correct?
Yes. Currently, we still battle for the podium.
Yeah, because the car that's currently in P1 with Simon Marshall behind the wheel, they are a bit ahead of you guys. But
yes.
Overall, it was a pretty impressive stint from you. How did you see it?
I would say with the 2 stints I did earlier, I was more confident with the track because maybe was not enough training, I would say. So the lap times were more under the 4 minutes bar, I would say. I managed to do the 3:57 with the Porsche, and we have a small lack of performance if we look at the times of the BMW M8. So I was pleased to do all my laps under the 4 minutes. Unfortunately, in my last stint, I did a small spin, and I lost about 20 seconds. So maybe Simon gets one more fresh air, because we were battling around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Now it's nearly
Yeah, I was
11
watching
o'clock,
that. That was
and now
right at the
he's
start of my
got a
stint.
1 minute 30 gap. So we would try to close the gap at maybe with our faster driver in the last stints. But
Yeah,
it's not
considering you
sure.
still have 3 hours to go before the end of the race, that's definitely doable.
I think still errors or spins, or maybe as you said, maybe lack of fuel if you by mistakes can happen. So we don't know whatever could happen. With the small retirement we get, for sure the traffic is more easy to take, I would say, when you are in the GT cars.
Yeah, exactly. Since you have to focus more on what's behind you, not exactly what's coming in ahead of you.
I did some quite laps alone, I would say, or maybe when the P2 and the hypercar overtook me in the main straight.
Yeah.
Of in it was fine.
So looking at the standings, it appears that your team is this is your first race in this series.
Yes.
And it looks like you've impressed immediately. You're likely going to be finishing P4 or even P3 in the standings.
That's good. Good news. Yes, for us, I would say we are quite new team. We mainly drive on the GT cars, so mainly on the Studio 397 GT3. And now my teammates love the Porsche GTE, so we took the opportunity of ARL 12 hours of Le Mans to perform a bigger race for us, because we used to do 6 hours of Le Mans last years. So we wanted to do more, so now we do 12. Maybe one day we will do 24. Yes, we do step by step.
Yeah, it's
in the
important to
beginning,
build it up bit by bit. And considering a debut in P2 in the first half of the race is very impressive. Obviously, a very good begin so far.
on my side, I've already done 24 hours on LMP2, so I'm quite used to endurance race, as my other teammate Mustab, and for my colleague Alex and Flo, they are not fond of LMP2, but we try to push them to go to LMP2 class next time.
Yeah. In your opinion, what would you rather drive, an LMP2 or a GT3?
I prefer the LMP2. Since the mode is out, I drive I would say every week the LMP2 race.
Yeah.
So I did also the SRC VEC also. So I love the LMP2. But for me it was the first time with the GT, so it took a little bit of time to manage the braking, because I would say all the car in GT3 used to have the assistance with the ABS. So with the GTE you may lock the front wheels, so you get some strong vibration in the full speed back.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you do a run nearly 13 or 14 laps, you have to take care of your tires with the braking.
Yeah, tire management in the GTE is a bit more difficult due to not having ABS. But LMP2, it tends to be a lot quicker, but I also noticed that it's a bit more twitchy on throttle.
Yes. And one last thing for us, it is nice because we get quite good weather, I would say. We thanks the organization to give us a smart weather, I would say.
Yeah, we decided against having a randomized weather because that could just end up very very crazily. However, it is planned, I believe, so we should be seeing that the weather changes a tiny bit. However, it won't be raining or anything.
It is similar to real life. We copied the weather forecast from Le Mans and imported it into the game.
Okay.
Okay.
And for me also, I perform my first stints nearly 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and finish at 7 o'clock and a half. And so I was in daylight. Now I managed to do the day to night transition. It was fine. I have to find my breaking point, but after 6-7 laps, it was okay.
Yeah, the day to night transition is actually the most difficult part of the race because
I
that's
agree.
when the grip changes the most from lap to lap. So it's very, very impressive that most people got through it cleanly. And I think someone has spun in the back of the track. I can't quite see it. It looked like someone spun him into the wall at the final chicane, at the 4 chicanes.
Oh, okay, I'm checking right now.
Yeah. Anyways, is there anything else you want to say?
I wish luck to every current driver still in the race. Every team can manage to go to check that flag, and would like to thank you one more time to allow us to participate in your 12 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, of course. I hope it was a good race for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you later.
Right. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
That was Leclerc, not related to Charles, however, but either way, a very quick driver. His teammate, Florent Marty, is currently running in P2 in the GTE class. They'll be ones to watch to see if they can sort of catch up to the car in P1, which is a Aston Martin, I believe.
Yes,
And,
Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, this is both of their first entry, I believe, into the series, so both making a name for themselves right away.
Yep, they are both new entries, but I think both team have a lot of experience in endurance racing, especially Rookie Monsters. They have a lot of entries in a lot of championships, so I would say they're one of the most experienced teams out there.
Yeah, them and Speedy might have been very impressive.
Yeah, they are very good as well. Unfortunately, Ricky Jimenez overtook Oli for P2 in general, but Oli is still P1 in LMP2 class, so even if it isn't a 1-2, it's still a very good result for them.
Yeah, they can be very proud of themselves for their first race in this series.
Yeah, double win is a very impressive thing to pull off.
They might be able to get the triple win if Alex Jones manages to catch up a lap to Simon Marshall. He is in the pit lane right now. He's on the same lap as Florent Marty. However, they are not very close to each other on track, I believe.
Yeah, Florent Marty is right at the end of the Mulsanne straight, and the Speedy Might GT just entered it, so at least 1 minute gap between them.
Yeah, the gap between those two cars is getting smaller. However, there's definitely a chance for them to get together as we just reached the 3 hour to go mark about a minute ago. And yeah, there's 3 hours to go.
The Speedy My GT is extremely consistent. I'm just looking at the lap times. They did like 10 55s in a row without huge
That's
gaps
very
between
quick.
them.
How?
I don't know.
That's pretty much a whole half a stint, actually. So that's very impressive.
Yeah, that's very good. And Florent Marty is doing 4 seconds slower, so there might be a chance of them catching up. Even Simon, because
Yeah,
he's
they
doing
might be able to
40.
catch Simon.
Yeah, that could be an option.
However, one thing we still have not gotten an update on is Jeff Jacobs, who retired about 3 hours ago, I'd say. Even
I
though he
think
was in a pretty decent position, actually. He retired, and there's been no update on him.
I don't know the incident either. I will try to search for it in the replay system in rFactor, but I don't know if I can find the crash.
Yeah, I think it wasn't a crash. I think his Wi-Fi just cut out or something.
Yeah, most probably because it shows as disconnect, not DNF. Oh no, it's actually a DNF.
Yeah,
So,
they retired the car.
oh, okay.
That was also a new entry. I believe that was one of the Sim Apex cars.
Yeah. It's actually a GeForce, but renamed into Sim Apex.
Yeah, Sim Apex joined forces with them in the F3 series as well, and
Yeah.
it's very interesting to see how they've been pretty much dominating the team championship in F3 so far.
Yeah, Sim Apex has a very good lead in F3, but Blue Steel Racing are behind them.
Yeah,
And
in
closing.
F3, the Blue Steel team and the Sim Apex team are absolutely just stacked with talent. Two drivers on both teams are champions of the F3 season. Vladislav Mochilenko, who won Season 1, and Miksa Mortiferum, who won Season 2, I believe.
Yes.
And currently, it's a pretty close championship as well, considering that two of the top 3 drivers have missed a race.
And the interesting thing is that not the champions are fighting, but their teammates. So Stein Prince, that got a P2 in Season 1, and Mika Hakimi, that got P2 in Season 2. So we'll probably see a new champion. But Vladislav Moshilenko is catching up really quick on them. So we might see a 3-way fight at the end of the season.
Yeah, considering we're only 3 rounds in, it's pretty impressive to see how close they still are.
Yeah,
Especially
and
since Vladislav had a major win last round in Zandvoort, where he won one race and came second in the second race, I believe.
yeah, which Stein won. So it was a double win for Sim Apex.
Absolutely dominant from them.
Yeah, was awesome. A very interesting race to watch. A lot of action.
Exactly. I just realized we hit 250 subscribers on the YouTube channel. I did not
Yeah,
notice that yet.
we did a couple of hours ago, and we broke our record of viewers. I think the previous record was around 38, and we got 90 or something today.
Yeah, we
So
had 90 in the early stages of the race.
yeah, that's awesome. Like we got 3 times more than what we usually get.
Yeah, that's very impressive, especially considering this is still the first season of the Endurance Championship. As we ride along with one of the LMP2 cars through the Dunlop curves.
Yeah, it's the 21 of Drillers Esports. They are running in P2 in class and
They
P4 in
are
general.
currently P12 in the standings. However, considering how close it is from P7 to P12, it's very likely that they'll jump a few places.
I think they joined the last race. This being season 1, we had a couple of unpopular races at the beginning with around a bit over 10 cars. So the championship was pretty much won by the guys who showed up at every race. Except for the LMP2 championship that is still fighting today.
Yeah, we had the same with F3 in Season 1, that the people that won had they won the championship due to them just showing up every round, which is obviously a valid way to win a championship. However, Season 2 and Season 3 have had way more competition, actually.
Yeah, we are expecting to have a bigger and more consistent grid as well in Season 2. And on the one-off event that will happen in the following months, we are planning, me and the other staff members, to organize the Season 2 and some one-off events and make them as good as we can make them.
Yeah, because it's been a pretty exciting thing to see how quickly the league has developed, especially from the start of this season to grow as quickly as we have, actually.
Yeah, I think only in the last 2 or 3 months we doubled our members on Discord. Same with the car numbers. In the first races, compared to the last ones, we nearly tripled the drivers and car.
Yeah, it's great to see because you've even passed F3, which is pretty scary because F3's been around for a few years longer.
Yeah, endurance is really gaining popularity in the sim racing community. I think in endurance racing, you are not so. I don't know if stressed is the best word to explain, but in a sprint race, you need to be concentrated 100% at every second. In endurance, you need to get into the zone and just do consistent laps.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah, and keep your mind fresh.
And if you have an accident in a sprint race, it's very difficult to recover from that. However, in this, if you have an incident, most likely you'll be able to recover to at least a points position.
Yeah, we can see that on the 21 Drillers car. They had a couple of penalties at the start and the back of the grid after they didn't obey the time in quali, and they are
Yeah, they
currently
got a
running
back
in
of grid,
P2.
right?
What?
They got sent to the back of the grid, correct?
Yeah, they got a back of the grid penalty and a drive-through. And in the first laps they had an incident as well, which dropped them even more far. So, oh, and we see them touch with the Endo Sim Racer's car here. It was a little bump, nothing special.
So far, we've actually not had that many retirements. I was expecting a bit more, considering how incident-filled this race has been, actually, and how close the racing has been as well.
Yeah, I mean, ARL is not exactly the best league out there. We are
Yeah,
still
we're still
growing.
young and we're still improving because it's impossible to be the best from the start.
Yeah, this is season 1 and we didn't have any experience,
Someone
so...
runs a bit wide. Ooh, that was very
that was
cheeky.
close. Yeah, they tried to get
that a
away
lap
from the
car?
80 OSR car.
Was that a lap car?
Yeah, I think it was a left car.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and now we run with the number 67 of Sim Apex Racing Team.
Someone says P1 and GTE disconnected. What?
Oh, Simon Marshall disconnected. He left the race.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, this will spice up things really well.
That is so unfortunate for him. And he's retired the car. He's retired the car. Well, we just had Leclerc in for a bit of a chat, and now his team is leading the race. Is this another example of a commentator's curse?
I don't know, probably.
And this does mean that the Speedy Mike car, who was catching the car that was in P2 very quickly.
Yeah, they might win the race, actually.
They might win They might win every single class, which would be absolutely insane to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome for... Oh, Simon is retrying to enter, but I don't know if he will
He might be able to re-enter,
do that.
but it says next on the timesheet, it says he's disqualified or finished the race. I mean, that'd be so unfortunate for him.
I think it's game over for him.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is so unlucky.
If he is able to reconnect, that'd be very good for him, but it might not be able to.
Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah, that's why I love endurance racing. You can expect everything from it.
This is very unexpected. Oh my god. One of the
Like-
leaders from... That is so just insane. Yep,
Yeah,
as Omar says, he's out of the race. He can't reconnect. That is so unfortunate for him. Unless Robert, you might know this. If you disqualify him and undisqualify him, would that work or?
No, it won't work. I tried this with other teams as well after they
Oh,
lost connection
no.
to the server.
This is so sad for him. He's trying. David Plummer, his teammate, I believe, is trying, but that's most likely not going to work.
Yeah, he's just unlucky.
Oh no, that is so unfortunate. And he's already been passed by Florent.
Yeah, he's down now.
Oh no. This is so unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, but there will still be a very good fight for the win in GT. Because if you are paying attention, the guy in P3, that's the Sim Apex car, they are pretty quick. They are doing 4 flat. Oh no, that I was looking at Simon's laps. Yeah, they are doing 35s, 36. So that's the same pace as the guy in P2. So
Yeah.
by the end of the race, they might be able to catch up P1 and overtake them, but
Speed Mike
as
car
you saw,
gets
it's
lapped
endurance.
by car number 21, I believe. Tucks right into his slipstream.
Oh, yeah.
That is so unfortunate for them. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just very interesting to see these things happening. Like 1 hour ago, not even 1 hour ago, 15 minutes ago, Florent Martin and his team was like, "No, I'm not gonna win this.
Yeah, it was
Game over."
Matthew Leclerc who came in here and said,
Yeah.
no, I don't think we have a chance to win this. However, it changes so fast. You can never be sure at this stage in the race, to be honest.
Yeah. That's why I love endurance racing. I said that multiple times now. And that's the things that might give a chance to Royal Racing to win the championship, because as you saw, anything can happen now.
Yeah, exactly. We had the same with Santu, who retired the car, and he still is in the position to win the championship, I believe.
Yeah, he is.
So it could still change. However, the chance of that is not very large at this point. As we see, is that the leader of Hypercar
No,
moving into the pits? No, that's P2.
this is P2. They are catching P1 like 3 seconds per lap. Ibrahim is a very fast driver. I would even say an alien in rFactor 2.
I wish I had that speed.
Yeah, me too. He's extremely fast. As you can see right now, he's doing laps that are 3 or 4 seconds faster than Speedy Might car. So we might see them catch up. But the gap is pretty big, over 2 minutes at least. So yeah, we will see.
It's a massive gap. I'm not sure if they'll be able to catch him. However, you never know, as we've said a few times.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Royal Blue car isn't that fast. They are doing laps that are a little bit slower than Speedy Might, so only an incident would help them win the championship.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they can win the championship because of Speedy Might.
Yeah, it could. A lot of things can happen, like top 1 and 2 colliding, or just 2 unlucky disconnects. And yeah, that would bring the championship to Royal Blue Racing.
Yeah, you can never be sure what's happening right now, especially since there's 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, I believe. So we still have
Yeah,
a few ways.
around that. Also, night is
Yeah,
Oh
night
wait,
driving is way more difficult.
yeah, Dave Plummer is actually from another GTE team. He got disconnected. So
Another one
two,
as well.
yeah, so two
He's lost in 5 minutes.
yeah, 2 different GTE teams disconnected in 2 minutes. That's rFactor 2. They're working on fixing the bug though, so we should see
I
a
hope
fix
they
in
do.
a couple of months or week.
This is the main reason I haven't switched over quite yet, actually, because I'm afraid of this type of thing happening to me.
I play rFactor for nearly 1 year and never encountered a disconnect or a screen freeze.
Really?
But some people have it every day, but in every race.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the F3 chat and I'm being called Ted Kravitz, Martin Brundle, and Davide Valsecchi in one chat.
Huh. Yeah, Ibrahim and the number 21 car is still doing fastest laps after fastest laps. It's just very impressive how they keep running with this pace.
He's extremely quick. It's incredible to see how he's driving this fast without even making any mistakes.
Yeah, he's very experienced and is very fast. I think they are pushing now to get the P1 and the win, but we'll see. We never know what happens.
Yeah, exactly. They might be able to catch him because it's not even a lap difference anymore. You might be able to see that better.
Yeah, Ibrahim just is just exiting the Porsche curves, and Oli, the driver for Speedy Might, is on the Musan straight, right between the two chicanes.
It looks like Ibrahim is coming into. Is that Indianapolis? No.
No,
That's,
it's the final chicane.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the YouTube stream on accident. He's into the Ford curves, and the Speedy Might car. Which position was he in?
The Speedy Might LMP2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are leading the race right now in the Musan straight.
Oh, Musan. Okay.
Yeah, they just entered the second chicane.
I'm a bit brain dead right now. I've been doing this since about 6 p.m. So I've been at this for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm stewarding and actually not stewarding, managing the servers and stewarding for I think 6 hours now.
Yeah,
So
you're the MVP here, to be honest.
I don't know why, but I'm still feeling good, and I've slept 6 hours because I had to solve some issues with the rFactor 2 server last night. But I'm still feeling strong.
Yeah, we've been doing this for quite a while now, and it's good to sort of get into a groove at this point.
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
We've us two, we've been in this doing this for a while now, so we're in a bit of a groove actually.
Yeah, with 2.5 hours to go, we still need to be pretty strong. I think next year do you know the guy that does 24 hours of Daytona alone?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I'll do that, but for stewarding.
Really?
No, I don't know.
Good luck with that, to be honest. I would
Yeah,
not be able to do that.
why not? It would be an interesting race.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour race in this series. I would consider it. Can people please stop riding on board our Speedy Might cars, please? Oh, I don't think they're talking about the stream. I think people in the server itself.
Yeah,
spectating
probably.
them to see what they're doing, which is pretty unsportsmanly, actually.
Yeah, it gives it's similar with the guys that were trolling the TeamSpeak. Oh, and we have one more guy that wants to get interviewed. Dennis from UGX Viarenga Racing Team Red.
Yeah,
They
we
are currently.
interviewed his teammate earlier today, so we can bring him in now.
Yeah, I'm gonna move with him now.
Yeah. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, hello.
How are you? How's the race been so far?
Yeah, it's great. It's good. I had one little issue in my stint where I damaged the car, so I had to go back to the pits. But yeah, they're going great.
Was that not a spin at one of the Porsche curves, or was that somewhere else?
It was indeed at the Porsche curves. Unfortunately, I was a little bit too eager to overtake a GTE car, so I lost the back of the car. Fortunately, lost the rear wing as well. But yeah, you know, these things sometimes happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's happened to almost every car so far, I think.
Yeah,
almost
definitely.
Every car's had at least one moment where they lose it a bit and had to go back to the pits for damage, which is expectable since this race is 11 hours long and we're already about 9 hours in.
Yeah, and I'm still excited as the first hour actually. Still wide awake.
It's been great to watch so far.
Yes, but, I know. The streams are absolutely great to watch as well. Also noticed you were talking about our cars. Actually, the chrome look on the cars that we have on our rear wing and on the splitter of the cars. Actually, I don't know if you noticed, there's also text between the chrome bars.
I did not see that.
No, there are a couple of slogans from famous drivers on the red car, from famous Formula 1 drivers, and slogans from famous Le Mans drivers on the blue car.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking at them right
which
now,
drivers? Which drivers, actually?
Right now we have Ben Venom in the car, in the red car. And we have, I think it is Manuel Willems, P9 in the blue car.
So one is in the points right now, I believe, and the other is just outside, correct?
Yeah, well, the red car, this was the car that I drive, came all the way from the back. So that we are back in P12 in our own class is not a bad job, if I say so myself.
Yeah, I was interviewing your teammate earlier in the day, I believe. It was
Ono.
Ono.
Yeah.
And he said you guys would be happy if you made up a few more places. At that point, I believe you guys were P14 or P15 in class. And since then, I've just been flying, honestly. It's been pretty interesting to see how many places you guys have made up.
Yeah, it's really, now we also get the confidence back in the car and also maybe a little bit in ourselves. So yeah, I'm very happy with the results that both teams are doing, especially, because I'm a team owner and a driver. So that's yeah, you look a little bit to both cars that way.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's also great to see both cars doing amazing and also be a part of one of those cars as a driver. It's something that's quite unique, and well, actually our plan is to go next year with a full season with you.
Yeah, that'd be great to see, especially considering the first season so far has been pretty successful, considering what happened so far. And we hope the second season will be even better, because we've grown so much this year. It'd be great to see what we can get achieved. But outside of that, what position would you be happy with for both cars in about an hour or two time? Because
I hope, little wish, but I hope both cars will make it to the top 10. But if we can keep it on the gray stuff, then we'll be happy too.
Yeah. Because that's the bare minimum. But Venema is currently 2 laps out of the points. Do you think he can make up that time?
Well, I think Ben is a great driver, and he's doing his absolute best to make it sure that, that we're going to try to make it happen. He will pit soon, so Ono will take over, and then I'll finish the race. We are now only going to do double stints because it's going to be quite hard on the tires, especially on the rear tires with the LMP2 when you have a high fuel load.
Yeah, especially when you're pushing this hard at the end.
Yeah, we're definitely pushing as hard as we can, but also within reasons, because we don't want to spin and crash out, of course.
Yeah, exactly. That's the last thing you want when you've got like
definitely. But I think even if we finish P14 and P9, I'll be just as happy if we finish both cars in the top 10, because for the team blue car, it's amazing that they stayed in the top 10 the whole race, especially just as Ono said as well, it's our first time here. We have some little experience in iRacing, but especially in rFactor Endurance, it's our first time here to see one car again in the top 10 and one car who came all the way from the back to number P14 in the overall class. I say we did a good job here.
It's very impressive to see the improvements you guys have made, especially considering this is a first-time race.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's been actually really cool to see a lot of the cars on the grid here are actually new to the series. And you guys as well, obviously. And it looks like you'll be able to make a few points, a few possessions in the LMP2 class in the championship standings.
Yeah, we're going to do our best. So that's, let's wait and see, I hope.
Yeah, because I also heard from Ono that you guys didn't have as much time to practice as other teams. Because if you have had at least 24 hours in game time, well, you guys have had not that much, I've heard.
No, because it also was a little bit late goal. I saw the effort, of course, on your Facebook website, and I thought, it's quite cool to do this. But then, of course, the second thing you have to do is to get a team together. And fortunately, we have quite a big team with 20+ drivers. But then, of course, you have to say, all right, who's going to race, who wants to race, and luckily we managed quite quickly actually to get 2 cars in. But then, of course, second thing is you want to have a good paint.
Yeah.
So that's of course you want to look your car you want the look of the car also to be amazing. And well, the good thing about our car is she goes as fast as she looks.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
a
good
very
thing.
beautiful livery. What are the quotes you actually have on the car?
All right, should we play a game?
Yeah,
I'll name a quote, and you can name which driver that was.
I'm very bad at racing history, but I'll see what I can do.
All right. I'll start with one of the Team Red car, and it's going to be an easy one. I think also people in the chat will know this one. The first one is, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
That would be Senna. No, Maldonado. Maldonado.
Definitely Maldonado.
No. Maldonado adapted to his own version, so
Maldonado has the one that if there is no gap, just go for it.
Yeah.
Me and was me in Formula 1 games all the time as well.
Yeah. But indeed, it's Ayrton Senna. All right. Well, one more on the red car. Life is all about passion. Thank you for sharing mine.
Yeah, I don't know this one.
That's difficult. Does somebody in the chat know that?
Oh, that will be a good one. That will be a good one.
We'll have to wait a bit for the delay because it tends to take about 30 seconds before something appears in the live stream.
I'm 13. I watch Formula 1 for 2 years. I don't know anything about history.
I've been watching since 2012.
I'll give one hint for the chat. This was on a helmet of a Formula 1 driver in 2012 who did his last race.
Oh, Schumacher.
Yes, indeed. Very good. Very good. All right,
I watched
one more.
That race. It was so. My dad was a massive Schumacher fan. It was so emotional to see.
It was. All right, I'll have one more on the blue car. Winning Le Mans didn't change my career, but it definitely gave me a boost.
I know this one is Nico.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
Very good. Very good.
It's so crazy that guy won Le Mans and he still didn't get any respect in the Formula 1 world.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. It's also very, very strange because Nico won actually everything before Formula 1. GP2, A1GP, Formula 3, karting, you name it.
It's insane because he's such a talented driver. And then as soon as he reached Formula 1, he had a few pole positions, I think, and was leading a race at one point and then got taken out by Hamilton.
Yeah, that was also in 2012, I believe.
Yeah, same race.
Yeah, same race.
Yeah. Fun fact.
That was the third race I watched live. First one was US Grand Prix. I went to the race itself, and then the second one was Abu Dhabi, and the third was that race, and it was the best one I've ever watched.
Well, I only been to one Formula 1 race. That was in 2018 in Austria, where Max won. So for me, as a Dutch guy, that was also amazing.
Yeah, I was watching that live on TV. That was such a crazy race.
Yeah, I think actually 2019, after his bad start, was actually more pretty because that was when we saw the Honda power really at full speed.
Yeah, exactly. It was really interesting to see how much power they made at that time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, one more.
All right,
sure. All right, here we go. My proudest moments are beating Ferrari for the World Championship in 1965 and working with Ford to win Le Mans in 1966 and 1967.
I forgot his name.
That's not Ken Miles, right?
It's not Ken Miles, no.
It's Damon Hill.
No. You were close with Ken Miles.
Carroll Shelby.
Yeah, there we go.
Absolute legend. I went to his hometown a few times. He's an awesome dude. I saw him at a car show once in Texas as well. He's a very
really.
Nice guy.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm so jealous of you now.
He was such a legend.
He was.
Ooh, as someone ran off at the final corner. Is that not the Steelers car?
Oh, I just realized I heard 95 and I said Damon Hill instead of 65.
Oh, Damon Hill.
No, but those are the messages. We have 3 messages actually. We have we can do one more if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
Then we have all of them. Right. Really, you should succeed. Once more. Really, you should always discuss the defeats because you can learn so much more from failure than from success.
That sounds like something Total Wolf would say.
Again, you're quite close.
Lauda.
Yes, indeed. It was Lauda, indeed. All right, one more in the blue car, then we have all the messages. Le Mans is such a great race because you can never do anything alone. You always have to work as a team member. And being a team member makes you a better person.
That is a very difficult one.
No idea.
It was a Le Mans driver.
Alonso?
No.
Modern or a bit older?
No, a little bit older.
I'm just gonna name a random one that I know, Stefan Belov.
A little bit younger. So around 2000 and 2000. Let's see, when did he retire? 2012, I think, was his last race.
I wasn't even born then.
I was 10 years old then, so I would not know it either.
I'm also 26, so I'm not that old myself. It was Tom Christensen who said that once.
Oh,
Mr. Lamar himself.
He's pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, I had the luck to meet him last year in Assen on the DTM that was there. He's a really nice guy actually. Quite open actually. You can really have a great discussion with him.
Yeah, I had the same with Brendan Hartley at a Porsche event a few years back. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, never met Brendan actually, but I heard he's a pretty nice guy indeed as well.
The only racing driver that I've met that wasn't nice is Patrick Dempsey, and that's because he's just a celebrity.
Are all celebrities the same?
Most of them aren't that nice.
Yeah, no, never met Patrick Dempsey. I met a couple of F1 drivers also with online racing. A couple of weeks ago, I had a drive with Giovinazzi on a test race. Well, actually, I saw the underside of Giovinazzi because he flew over me, but that was a completely different thing.
No. That's the last thing.
It still was practice, though. It was still practice in Formula 3 and iRacing. But, yeah.
What are the differences you feel with iRacing and rFactor, actually?
Well, let's say both simulators are great in what they're doing, especially rFactor when you look at the tire model of rFactor.
Yeah, it's way more accurate than iRacing.
Yeah, indeed, it's so detailed. You really have to think about not only the external temperature, but also the internal temperature that you can heat up by braking.
Yeah, exactly.
And external temperature that you can have with scrubbing your tires. And in iRacing, I think the way the car feels on the track due to your force feedback and the springs is maybe a little bit better in iRacing. But as I said, they're both great in what they're doing. So I'm not comparing one with each other and saying, well, one is better than the other. Things like in rFactor we have rain. That's not something that's implemented yet in iRacing.
Aren't they working on that?
I think they are. They first have to do a little bit more changes to their tire model because
definitely
has been a little bit issues.
Anything is better than Assetto Corsa though with the tire model.
Yeah, definitely. I have not raced that much Assetto Corsa.
Just cooling the tires down.
Yeah, as I said, I've not raced that much with. I think you meant Competizione.
Oh, Competizione, they improved it quite a big amount, but the original Assetto Corsa, the tire model is not very great.
I think the tire model there is a little bit like the one in rFactor 1.
No, the rFactor tire model is much better than the original AC one.
Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know
mods for the
that.
Assetto Corsa one, but it's still not that great.
No. Yeah, you also have now Automobilista 2, which I also played since the beta and is slowly improving, but still not nearly there where I hope it's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see sort of the future of the whole sim racing genre, because you have iRacing still improving. rFactor 2 is pretty much perfect as it is right now.
No.
So it'll be interesting to see what they can improve there, except for the bugs, obviously, and the graphics.
It's great, except for the bugs.
Yeah.
No, I think, the fun thing of being Dutch is that, and racing also for the Dutch Sim Race Association, is that we have a very close, let's say, relationship with Studio 397.
Yeah.
And also with Marcel Offermans. So, and we know that a couple of interesting things are coming, especially due to the beta, of course, who is the beta UI, who is improving, well, actually month by month. So that's a good thing, of course.
Do you have any secrets you can tell about the future of rFactor?
No. I'm not that big of a guy. No, I just do at the Dutch Sim Race Association. Of course, I race there myself, and I do the commentating there.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm not. I don't know any big secrets that's coming out. Unfortunately. I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Yeah, I wish I knew some more about Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione, because those two are, I feel, going to be big in the future. However, it's very niche because it's only GT3.
Yeah, I also think you are actually, by making it only a GT3, you are only going for a small group of people who actually love GT3. If you love, for instance, open wheel racing, and that's a good thing about iRacing rFactor, they have a wide scale of every car you want to drive, from touring cars to open wheelers to dirt cars, you name it, and they have it.
And it's all pretty realistic as well in iRacing. There's nothing. Ooh, as one of the cars just absolutely slides out of the Arnage corner. I was very close to losing it. Is this a battle for position, Robert? Between...
Okay, let me check really quick. I saw Stein Prince overtaking the two cars. He's unlapping. He's doing pretty good laps.
Stein is back into the points, actually. He's
yes, he is.
11
He's
overall. He's
P9.
in P9 in class.
Oh, and he touches with GT.
Oh no, that's
the GT
that's
spun.
that's the Speedy Mite car as well. That's
that's. They were in the lead of the race. They overtook Florent Marti.
Oh no, that's very, very unfortunate for them.
I don't know if they have a lot of
However,
damage.
that is very... Oh no.
Yeah, just very unlucky.
Yeah, he's still in the lead. He's got over a lap lead, so even if he does have a tiny bit of damage, he should be safe.
Yeah, he's still going out. He didn't pit, so yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, that's... Ooh, this could heat things up a little bit as someone goes up the inside into, or at least tries to go up the inside into the Dunlop curves. But anyways, Dennis, is there anything else you got to say, or?
No, I was just waiting for you to finish. No problem. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, guys, in the chat that it might be a little bit longer than planned, but
no problem.
No problem.
Have a good one, guys. Have
Always
a good
good to
race.
talk
I'll
to
have
new
to
people.
make myself ready for my stints.
Yeah, good luck.
See you later, guys.
Bye bye.
Yeah, and we can see a new commentator arriving now, Mika Hakimi.
Yeah, hello. Since my race ended early, I thought I'd spend some time commentating alongside you guys.
Yeah, might as well.
So if I can get the live timing link open up right now, I can see which cars are in the lead. But it looks like we've got all eyes on the Scuderia Adriatica right now. I must say, Le Mans looks beautiful in this game at night.
It's
it's really
very,
good.
very nice. But you just missed it, I think. Stein and the leader in GTE just tangled a tiny bit.
Yeah, I saw down at the Porsche curves. I think they made contact. Yeah.
And we can see now.
Deja vu for you.
Scuderia.
Looks like he's going down the inside the second chicane. Oh, Stein only just closes him off there. I think that was clean enough, but it looks like one of the cars are actually getting blue flagged right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Is Adriatica fighting Stein for position or not?
Yes, they are. Adriatica is P12 and Stein is P11, and they have P5 behind them, but they just unlapped, so they should get rid of him pretty quick.
If I were the driver in P5 right now, I would wait a bit. So.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I'm sure Stein and the Scuderia Adriatica car, they would want to get out of the way as quickly as they can, but you know, they're more focused on this battle they have between themselves compared to the...
I still and Prince want to just sort this out real quick. I think as he flashes his lights at Stein, this could get very close as they go into Indianapolis, and he's got past.
Yeah, it looks like Stein made it relatively easy for the Scuderia Adriatica car there.
Past, actually. As Stein runs a little bit wide on exit.
Maybe Stein knows that, you know, there's a long straight coming up. Maybe he can get the switch and get him back.
The camera switched to the leader in LMP2, I believe. That is the Speedy Mites car. However, I've been commentating since about 6 p.m., so I'm probably going to go to bed soon.
Alright.
It's been a long day, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
It's been
Where can I find
So,
yeah. Where can I find the link to the live timing? Which
I
channel?
think it's still down.
Oh, it's still down?
No, live timing should be up. At least I think I can see it. Yeah, it works for me just fine.
Can you send the link?
Yeah, I will in the streamer in lobby.
All right. Must be feeling really nice for these drivers to drive at night. I mean, driving at Le Mans at night with the headlights and everything must feel really, really nice.
Yeah, it's a wonderful trek at night.
Mm-hmm. I mean, sadly, me and my teammates, we didn't get to. We were really looking forward to racing at night, to be honest, but sadly, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it was out of your control.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was in Porsche curves that you got punted, right? Or was it?
Yeah, it was. We got. I mean, like, sort of my stint, I did get punted off at the Porsche curves, but we managed to, fight our way back up to P3. But yeah, I'm not sure which corner actually. My teammate got disconnected, but either way, it was just really unlucky for us.
Yeah, we've had quite a few drivers that disconnected. Actually, we have.
Yeah, I heard my driver that disconnected was from the UK, and apparently there were like 2 other drivers from the UK that had connection issues. So there's something going on over there that we don't know about.
We've got 8 people that disconnected from issues, I believe.
Yeah. So really unlucky for them. I mean, like, if they disconnected while they're not driving, then it would be fine. But just like my teammate's case, it would really suck when they disconnect while they're in a really strong position.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like the leader of this LMP2 class has actually caught up to one of the GTE cars. So, and yeah, you definitely don't want to get caught up behind another car here. In this particular section, he's managed to dispose of that car pretty quickly. But since it's like a lot of sequence of left and right corners, if you're stuck behind another car, you can either lose a lot of time, or if you're too eager to overtake, you might make matters worse for the both of you.
Yeah, exactly. In the S's, it's very, very tight as well. So there's also a very little runoff at the end of it. So you really need to be careful at that part.
It looks like there's 2 other LMP2 cars that are battling ahead of the leader. The leader would definitely want to get rid of he would definitely want to lap these 2 cars as quickly as he can. But it looks like they're battling. So just like the case between Stein and the Scuderia Adriatica car, the leader has come up to a pair of cars battling. So they're not gonna move over quickly enough for him. It looks like this being pushed to the wall as well. That was really close, but he's got rid of one of the back markers. Now it's time for the other one, but it doesn't look like he can lap him quickly enough. And while he's doing that, the third car might actually be able to take advantage of it and overtake it to the second chicane, but I still think he's a bit too far back.
If I were him, I would not have pulled back in front of the other car because he's 5 laps ahead. He doesn't need to take any risks at this point.
Yeah.
The other car is also not really catching him. They're running pretty much the exact same lap times.
Yeah, that's true. But if you make a mistake or if you tangle with back markers, you're gonna lose more time. You might lose the race, so it's better you just stay behind them, lose a few seconds.
Especially if he gets suspension damage at that point, he has pretty much a whole lap to. As someone spun off at the back.
Yeah, it looks like there's a guy that spun off there. It's really unfortunate, but you can't really see who it is. Yep, looks like he's back on track already.
Yeah.
So Steinprint just got a drive-through penalty for touching with the
Speedy Might car.
Yeah, Speedy Might car.
That's unfortunate for him because he was in the points, I believe.
Yep, I think he's served his penalty now. I can't see his name on the live timing.
He driver swapped with David Lelit. I'm just giving him the penalty now. Yeah, I just gave it.
Yeah, so David has to serve that penalty right now. So David currently sits in 12th place. So if he's got about like a 3-lap lead on the car behind, which is Thomas Garcia. So it looks like the drive-through penalty won't demote them further down, except it'll just increase the gap to the car ahead, which is definitely not what they want.
Yeah, because they are on the same lap as the car ahead, but...
Oh yeah, sorry. They are on the same lap as the car behind, so actually they might drop a few positions, but I don't think Thomas Garcia is close enough.
Yeah, they're a minute 20 behind, so they should be safe. However, it's not that great because they're only 16 seconds or so behind the car ahead of them. And... yeah. Otherwise... yeah, the Speedy Might car is still just absolutely running away from the rest of the field.
Yep.
They've been just throwing out the greatest laps I've seen this whole race since the start of the race, to be honest. Last lap is second slower than the car behind them, but that doesn't really matter.
The gap is too big for 1 second to catch up.
Unless they retire or something, I don't see them getting caught.
Also, P1 in hypercar has a 5 laps lead. That's just huge. That's
Yeah.
close to 30 minutes.
It looks like he's done 2 lesser pit stops, to be honest. So there's probably something that happened with the second place hypercar, which is currently being driven by Ricky Jimenez. So maybe Ricky Jimenez, his team, maybe there were some collisions or they went off track or damage that forced them to do 2 extra pit stops compared to the leader, which probably put them 5 laps down. But speaking about Ricky Jimenez, it looks like he set the fastest lap of the race so far quite recently as well. So he's really, really on the pace, but I don't think he's going to be able to close down a 5-lap gap. But at the same time, we've got about 2 hours plus left. So, who knows? Anything can happen. Something might happen to the leader as well, as we've seen in Le Mans 2016 in real life.
Yeah, that was, I watched that live with a few friends. That was insane.
Yeah, I can imagine. But what I can't imagine is how the driver must have felt. All 3 of them.
I would be crying my eyes out.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Sebastian Buemi that was in that car, and some people said you could, like, from the stand, you could hear him screaming. This is how angry he was.
Buemi deserves it, though. I hate him.
Yeah.
Did you see
He
his rant
complains too
in
much.
in the FE paddock that one time a few years ago, where he was just ranting against every single driver in the paddock, and I thought,
Oh yeah, and then like he even got mad at like the wrong driver at one point.
Yeah. He was like, "You hit me or no?" He was like, "No, I didn't hit you." "Yeah, you hit me." I was like, "Shut up, dude."
This guy, Buemi, is just kind of, I don't know, when things don't go his way, he screams way too much. It's just
For someone at
annoying.
his level, you'd expect him to be able to
Yeah,
control that a
I'm
little.
surprised he's still a Red Bull Junior, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought he got dropped.
No, because if I'm not mistaken, I still see him racing with like a Red Bull and stuff on his helmet. So
Yeah, true.
it's probably still endorsed by Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull have way too many people that they endorse.
Yeah.
It sort of loses its meaning, though, which is kind of weird, because they sponsor so many people.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like Ricky Jimenez right now is set a green first and third sector. So his last lap was a 3-minute 24.6. So yeah, definitely he's lapping about 1.5 seconds quicker than the leader. So he's got pace. So there must have been something that happened that put him 5 laps down.
Yeah, he's got a similar pace. If you look at the fastest laps they've driven, though, P1 has done a 3:22, P2 has done a 3:25. So it could just be that right now they're a bit closer because the nighttime might suit them a bit better with their setup.
Yeah, that's true.
But you never know. It could be that they're actually quite close to each other.
And it looks like right now for the GTE class, you've got 2 BMW M8s in the top 3.
One of them, the leader, I think, is Speedy Might again, who are leading Hypercar, LMP2, and GTE, which is absolutely insane for their first race.
Wow, that's very, very impressive. He's got a 27-second gap to the car behind. So in the world of endurance racing, I don't think that's pretty safe. But speaking about Ricky Jimenez and his quick lap times, the leader has definitely responded, because right now, if you look at the live timing, both of them are on fire. They're setting really, really quick sector times within like 0.2 of each other.
Yeah,
and speaking of the leader, he's setting green lap time, so he's definitely responded to the second place, trying to set the fastest
last lap
of the
was a
race.
3:26, while the other car was a 3:24. So he should be a bit worried about that.
No, he shouldn't be worried. He's got 5 laps. He's 5 laps ahead of the car behind. So if he pushes too hard, things might not go his way. His race might end
Even if
a
he
lot earlier than he
a
thinks.
lap faster, he'd be safe, I think.
Yeah.
But anyways, I've been doing this since just a bit before 6 p.m. So I think I'm gonna go soon.
All right.
All right. I'll see you guys later. I might catch the end of the race. If I don't, then good luck to whoever wins the LMP2 championship. That's the only one that's not been decided yet. The odds are that it's looking like it's going to be Santo and his team with Scuderia Ventus, because they're leading with quite a big gap so far. But yeah, I'll see you guys later.
All right, bye bye, man.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, so Lodewijk left. It's just me and you now.
So judging by the lap times right now, the leader has just set a 1 minute 20.1 in his second sector. So just waiting for Ricky Jimenez right now to cross. It looks like maybe he hasn't reached the second sector yet or something, because it's not appearing on the live timing for some reason. But the leader is just set 3 minute 24.7, which is just 1/10 slower than what Ricky Jimenez said last time on the previous lap. So the leader has definitely picked up the pace.
Even if the leader would have been 10 seconds slower, they have a 5 laps gap that's just huge.
Yeah,
they are safe.
They're safe. They don't need to get the fastest lap or something. There's no point for fastest lap, right?
Oh no, there isn't.
Yeah, so there's no point trying to push your car beyond the limit, because more often than not, the car might spin out and things are just gonna get worse.
Yeah, and also we have our new commentator Hessel. Can you say anything?
Yes, I am on my commute.
Hi and
Yes.
welcome to the stream.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll be commentating also for at least coming half hour.
It's like the race. There's not much going on, is it? All of the cars are pretty much spread out. A lot of them have DNF'd. It looks like there's a bit of space between all the cars on the grid right now. And as I say that, we have two. We see one LMP2 car going off the road a little bit there, but that puts him right behind another LMP2 car. So maybe he'll get the slipstream. Maybe in a few laps he'll close down enough. We'll have something to we'll have at least one more battle to commentate about. Because right now, by the looks of it, every single car is like on their own.
I guess in the coming laps there will be more driver swaps, as we're kind of on a turning point of stints again. But yeah, and hopefully that will make up for some good fights again, because that, at least I think, will close up the field a bit, at least for some cars.
Also, we have Santu Engvist, the current LMP2 leader here, ready to tell us some juicy championship news. Santu, can you say anything?
As it appears, it seems like Scuderia Ventus will be winning the race, but news, I've left the team effective immediately, so they will not be winning the championship with me, and that's fun.
So, did you just leave Scuderia Ventus before the race finishes?
So that I have been kicked out of Scuderia Ventus during the race.
Oh wow!
So
those are some interesting news.
So often you see a driver getting sacked halfway through the race.
Interesting news, obviously. I'm a bit surprised myself, but obviously.
Are you willing to provide any insight as to why that decision was made?
There's been some toxicity behind the scenes, I would say, and they chose that it was the best for them to kick me out in the middle of a race.
I see.
So, I guess I'm gonna go on the rooting for Royal Blue Racing then.
Speaking of Royal Blue Racing, it looks like they're having a pretty strong race right now.
Indeed, they have.
Also, by the way, in the meanwhile, Dennis Wires, who had an interview a bit ago, also is now back in the car and running.
Oh, yeah, the driver for Viaringa Racing Team Red.
Yes.
Number 85.
The one with the quotes.
Yeah, we need to pay attention to the GTE fight, because Speedy Might Racing is currently in P2 and they are catching up P1 really quick. I'm currently looking at the lap times. Speedy Might is doing 350s, 55, 56. Yeah, while the guy in front of him,
yeah.
Florent, is doing 4 minutes over.
I think Cameron Sansano right now, he might be having a pit stop because that's an unusually slow lap time. It's about a minute slower than what they would normally set. So it's probably a pit stop going on. They probably did a driver swap somewhere, or they're probably still doing a driver swap. Oh, no, sorry. I think they just did a driver swap, or at least they just refueled and put on a new set of tires, so that put them a little bit lower down.
Yeah, they are catching P1 really fast, so by the end of the race, 2 hours left, they should overtake them very easily. His pace is just insane, 5 seconds faster than everyone else. Well, actually, P3 is having a very good time as well, setting fast laps too.
3 minute 54 by the driver that is third in the GTE class. But the only problem is, if I'm not mistaken, he's about 1 lap behind.
Not 1 lap, more like 2 minutes, but 2 hours to go. So, as you saw in GT with the driver that the leader that DNF'd, anything can happen.
Yeah, it can go really fast. If you spin out once and have damage from which you would have to pit, it can be over within a lap. They can be on your tail.
Yeah, that's endurance racing. You never know what is gonna happen.
I think Jimenez, the driver that I was talking about in second place, has done a driver swap. So right now in second place is Albert Serrano. Previous lap was a 3 minute 31. So it looks like his final sector was very, very slow. So there's probably traffic that he came up upon or something that happened there. But like I said, the leader Nick Da Silva, when he saw the second place hypercar, despite being 5 laps behind, setting times that were quicker than him, he's immediately responded. Right now, every single lap, he's just going quicker and quicker and quicker. His previous lap was a 3 minute 23.
Yeah, we can see that they are really pushing, so they will not lose time to P2, even if they have a gap of 5 laps. We also can see Ibrahim Khan driving for Drillers number 21 is still catching up the Speedy Might car, so it will be an interesting fight by the end of the race.
Ibrahim Khan right now is about 50 seconds behind third place, Gel Binsbergen. So it'll be interesting to see if he can close up within these final 2 hours and snatch the final podium spot.
Yeah, that will be very interesting. And also, the gap between P1 and P2 in GT is only 7 seconds, so that will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, the gap has been going down lower and lower and lower, and right now it's gotten to a point where it's getting really dangerous for the leader in the GTE, who is currently Florent Marty.
Yeah, I think in 2 or 3 laps you will see an overtake, because Cameron is extremely fast right now. He did a 53.9. That's 8 seconds faster than the guy in front. That's just very impressive. 8 seconds, even for Le Mans, is still a huge gap.
Yeah.
The crash before with Simapex LMP2 lost some time, but they seem like they didn't get very affected by that.
Yeah, it seems like David Lutz has already served drive-through the stop and go penalty or drive-through penalty that was assigned, and that puts them currently in P12. But they're pretty close to Manuel Willems in 11th place, so just 4.2 seconds separate them.
Yeah, David is pushing to catch up.
Also, David is driving way faster lap times than the guy in front, so I hope to see some action going on there in a short bit.
Yep, you're right. In the previous lap, he went 7 seconds quicker than the car hit.
Yeah, it's just impressive how these gaps. are shrinking down. And we also see that speed is not the biggest thing in endurance racing, because fastest drivers are behind slower ones. So
I think Manuel Williams also made a mistake in sector 2, as he was
Oh, and we see a
24
car
seconds
spun on the
slower as his
straight.
fastest sector 2. So I guess something there has gone wrong.
Well, yeah, and speaking about that, I think David Lutz has finally caught up to Manuel Williams. Only 0.4 seconds separate them as they start up the lap. David
Let's
Lutz
go.
going to the first chicane. Looks like he's getting closer and closer and closer. The dirty air from the car hit might affect him through these Dunlop chicanes, but it looks like he's really eager to get past. He's right up behind the gearbox of Manuel Williams. This is an interesting fight brewing here. David Lutz throwing his car all over the place trying to get in front of Manuel Williams, but I think if he's patient enough,
already
he's
going for it.
for the Mulsanne straight. I think that move might be made a little too soon because he is ahead right now, but he might just hand free slipstream to Manuel Williams here. But it looks like David Lutz is just carrying insane speed. Manuel Williams is nowhere near him.
Oh, the Alberto Serrano just got the drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. So he might use lose P2 to the LMP2 of Speedy Might.
Yeah, that's true. Because Gel Binsbergen is only 2 minutes behind him, so he might second place might be out of reach for Albert Serrano, especially if he continues making these mistakes. But it looks like this battle is getting really close between Manuel Williams and Thomas Garcia. Is that? I'm not sure.
Oh, and David Lels overtook Manuel Williams, who had a spin, I think, because he lost around 10 seconds to the car in front.
Yeah, Manuel Williams lost a heap of time in the previous lap there, and now he's being left by David Lutz. So David Lutz right now up into P11. The next car that he has to chase down is 1 minute down the road. So if he wants to catch up to the car ahead, he's gotta try and close down a 1 minute gap. But judging by the lap times, the car ahead is having some problems himself because David Lutz's previous lap time 3 minute 35. Car ahead Edward Hoekstra only said a 3 minute 53, so that's about 20 seconds slower.
Oh, and Cameron is making a move for P1 and in the GT class, and he just overtook Florent Marty in the first chicane of the Mulsanne straight. So
yeah, but now for Marty, he has the slipstream. But we know that the BMW M8 has superior straight line speed, so Florent Marty might not be able to close down quickly enough. But of course, that's only the first part of the Mulsanne straight. He's gonna be he has like 2 or 3 entire long stretches that he can use to close down the gap.
Also, I guess that I have an explanation for the lack of pace at Manuel. In the live timing, it says he has a 100% damage. And that would
so
also
with the car.
be in line with him, especially losing time in sector 2, where aerodynamics are crucial.
Yeah.
So I guess that is the reason for the lack of speed of Manuel Williams.
Also, an interesting stat about Manuel Williams: he's driven a total of 144 laps right now. That's just insane.
Yeah, it's a 12-hour race, so yeah, we'll see a lot of laps being done.
Yeah. So on a track that's 13.6 kilometers long, like Circuit de la Sarthe, doing 144 laps means you've covered a distance of about 1,900 kilometers.
Yes, here it says he has covered a distance of 926.4 kilometers.
So that's probably just from his side, I guess.
Just imagine how far that is. Like, from where I am in the Netherlands, it's probably already to Paris or so. Just what they have driven in this race.
Yeah,
Let
it's
alone
awesome to
with
see
practice
that.
and all, being counted up with that. It's just epic.
Also, we need to take in consideration the speed of the cars doing over 300 kph. That affects the travel distance as well. But still, driving for 11 hours is not that easy for a team to do. And we see number 21 pitting. So they probably go for the last tire change and just go to the end.
Yeah, one stint in a GTE is actually around 55 minutes long. So, judging at the point we're at in the race right now, you could see another 2 more pit stops or 3.
Manuel Williams is in the pits.
Yeah, and we can see
trying to repair the damage.
Yeah, it's gonna take him a while because 100% damage is very, very heavy.
I guess he's even going to get. I don't know how bad the damage is in time, how long it will take, but maybe he will even get behind Ono.
A little look at the GT fight. Cameron managed to pull away from Florent like 20 seconds, so he has a pretty good gap and he's still pulling. And we see sorry, I can't pronounce these names. Pretsmisla doing 4 or 5 seconds faster than the guy in front, Florent, does. So we might see another fight in the GT class by the end of the race.
Yeah, I think Zemislav probably has new tires, so he might be able to. The gap is about a minute, so maybe if the car in front pits, he'll be able to.
That could make up for a great fight. Like if the guy in front would get on fresher tires, but would get behind fuck me, the BMW guy. That I think that would make for a great fight, because then I guess the Porsche would have a bit better pace compared to the BMW.
It looks like right now Kalle Laistola, he might have the leader right behind him. Or is that a battle for position? I don't think it is, because on the live timing it says that the car behind him is 6 seconds down the road. So, but it's a really strong performance from Kalle Laistola so far. Currently in 9th place in the LMP2, doing 3 minute 32.9 on the previous lap. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's very fast.
We should still be careful about the fight for LMP2 lead, because Ibrahim is really catching Jelle Binsbergen. He's doing fastest lap after fastest lap. So yeah, we should pay attention to that as well.
Yeah.
I think Max Brackley has had a driver swap, as it doesn't display a last lap for him.
Yeah, for Royal Blue Racing that are fighting for the championship as well tonight. They're down in P4, so their championship hopes are done. They need to get P1 in this second half of the race to get the win, but it doesn't look like this would happen.
Never say never, but that sounds quite like a challenge.
Yeah, it will be pretty hard to get 2 laps in 2 hours.
Talking about Florent Marty and the leader in the GTE class, Cameron Sansano, they're only, as it stands right now, only 10 seconds separate them. But it looks like Cameron Sansano is actually setting quicker lap times than Florent Marty. So if Cameron Sansano wants to stay in front of Florent Marty, he's got to maintain this pace.
Also, if you look very careful at the standings, we have a triple win for Team Speedymite Racing, so that's extremely impressive for their first race here in ARL. Getting every win possible in all 3 classes, it's really good.
That's incredibly dominant.
Yeah.
The team that has the most wins at the 24 Hours of Le Mans is Just Racing, at least in real life, with 13 Le Mans wins. 13. It's insane. the driver with the most wins that already got mentioned when I think Edwin was here, or no, Dennis.
Mhm.
Was Tom Christensen. He's the most successful Le Mans driver with 9 wins.
Yeah.
And the most successful manufacturer is Porsche with 19 wins.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, but Porsche also like drove all the classes there were. Like at
Yeah.
least at Le Mans, like.
Oh, that's like Hypercar is actually caught up to the back of an LMP2 here. I wonder who that is because like it might slow them down.
It's Albert Serrano, the end of sim
Sarno
race.
has a penalty that he has to serve, doesn't he? Or has he already done it?
Yeah, the hypercar lead is pretty much done. Nick Da Silva is very close to lapping Alberto again.
Kala Leistola is slowly pulling away from Edward Hoekstra, so I guess there won't be much action there in the upcoming time.
And we see the GT in P3 coming into the pits right now.
So keeping an eye out on the gap between the two GTE leaders, Cameron Sansano has managed to build up the gap. The gap is right now 16 seconds ahead of Florent Mardi. So the previous lap time, he was 7 seconds quicker than the car behind. So I don't think, in terms of pace, Cameron Sansano has nothing to worry about right now. He's just got to keep the car on the track in order to win the GTE class.
Yeah, they're much faster than anyone else in the class, so it will be pretty much an easy win if they don't have any incidents anymore.
Yeah, that's true, and also they need to make sure their connection stays, connected, because your race can easily finish if your driver suddenly disconnects from the race.
Yeah, pretty much half of the DNFs today were just disconnects. With the current situation in the world, the internet isn't very stable. We can see that by the DNFs made by disconnections.
Also, the fight where we hoped for with Florent and Przemysław is not likely to happen, as Przemysław again pitted and Florent still didn't.
Yeah, he will probably pit in the following laps, so we will see. He's losing about 5 seconds a lap, so Przemysław might catch him up. So yeah, and we still have around 1 hour and a half to go, so you never know.
Now Luca Gray is in the pits.
Yeah. They're 20 minutes off the normal LMP2 strategy. I think they will just go flat out instead of saving, so they don't need to do one more pit. It will be the better strategy for them. But yeah, I'm not driving, so they know better. Oh, and we
also
see
Edward Hoekstra into the pits.
Yeah, Fancy Esports entering. We should expect more teams LMP2 to enter.
Yes, but David Lelts didn't have a pit very long ago, so they might get back into a fight when they're at the track.
Oh, Gaber Hevesi served the stop and go penalty or drive through because they didn't stay a lot in the pits, like a few seconds. That might be from the... Oh, and David Lelts just got a drive-through penalty. I don't know. Oh, and we see Thomas Garcia spun on the straight as well.
A lot of action going on right now. There's 3 cars in the pits right now.
Yep.
So as we near the final hour of this endurance race, we can see that there's starting to there's a lot of action is starting to happen. Right now, let me just check what the most interesting fight could be. It looks like Luciano van Valken is actually just 17 seconds behind David Liltz. Of course, David Liltz has a penalty that he's got to serve, so he's going to lose that position to Luciano van Valken. That'll put Luciano van Valken up into 10th place and demotes David Liltz maybe down to 11th or 12th.
Oh, actually, David already served the penalty a few laps ago, so he's running pretty strong in P7 right now. He might make up some places.
Mm-hmm.
Now Nick De Silva, leader of the race, is also in pits.
Yeah, hypercar strategy is very similar with GT1. Stints are around 1 hour. I think hypercar have the stints a little bit longer. LMP2 has the shorter ones, around 35 to 40 minutes. So the strategy is a bit more complicated there. But yeah, it's a pretty nice race for now. And Ibrahim is still catching Binsbergen for the lead in P1. I think the gap is shortening every lap. Because Ibrahim is doing very fast laps. He did a 27.7 last lap. That's, I think, new PB for the race. That's just extremely fast.
Do you reckon Carlos of Cala Lestoya can still catch Carlos Duran by the end of the race?
But the looks of it, Carlos Lastola is pretty consistent with his lap times. He's setting mostly 3 minute 33, 3 minute 32, compared to Carlos Duran, who's only doing a 3 minute 35 at best. So it looks like he's catching by about 2-3 seconds a lap. So Carlos Lastola, he needs to overcome a gap of about 2 minutes and 39 seconds. But I don't know. I guess we have to see and wait until the final hour of the race to see if he's going to be able to catch up. Of course, finishing 9th today would mean that he finishes 7th in his class. So that's a pretty good result.
Yeah, so...
also, in the live stream chat, I see that Iceman commented that the live timing is not telling the truth. Our driver has a 100% damage, or at least that's what the live timing says, but he haven't done any mistake. Okay,
yeah,
so...
Live timing is a little bit bugged. We can't do anything about it. We will improve it for the next season, buying a premium one. So, yeah.
For now, this is good, but
Of course, one thing that's interesting to see is at the start of the race just now we had an air temperature and track temperature of about 20 degrees Celsius, and now it's down to 14 degrees Celsius because, of course, we're driving in the night. So that's one cool thing about this simulator. It actually follows the real life weather and temperatures. It's not something you get in most simulators.
And that's also something with this simulator that will really affect strategies, because tires will last longer.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
There's basically the tires under less stress, there's less temperature, less heat going into the tires, so the tires last a little bit longer. So the strategies will differ as you head into the night.
Normally, I don't know about the other cars, but in the LMP2 you can even triple stint on the soft tires. It's not very fast, but it's still an option. So we might see more teams doing this now with
the reason why
are down.
The reason why triple stinting isn't a thing in, let's say, GTE is because if you're refueling your entire tank, it's gonna take this. I mean, it's a free pit stop for you to change your tires because it doesn't add additional time for you to change your tires and refuel at the same time. But I think it's a different case for the LMP2. So yeah, there's a lot more strategy play with the LMP2.
Yeah, the LMP2 has a much smaller fuel tank. It has about 75 liters, so if you want to change tires, you need to wait for about 10 seconds more than usual.
Mhm.
So some teams opt to just double stint or even triple stint. Also, there are leagues that are implying a rule that says you can't refuel and change tires at the same time. So the tire change will actually take around 30 to 40 seconds.
Mhm.
In that case, triple stinting is actually recommended. But in ARL, we don't have that rule, so you can change every pit and you'll only lose like 10 seconds.
Maybe it's a rule that should be implemented for the next season to spice up the racing, get strategies a little bit more mixed up.
Yeah, we will take that into consideration for the next season. It's always interesting to spice up a little bit the strategies, because you can opt for the slower time on the track and the shorter time in the pit, or inverse.
Yeah. Speaking of Ibrahim Khan, right now the gap has gone down to 34 seconds. He's gaining and gaining and gaining on that final podium positions, but currently occupied by Gel Binsbergen. So on the previous lap, Ibrahim Khan set a lap time that was 3.1 seconds quicker than Gel Binsbergen. So Gel Binsbergen, he's under serious threat from Ibrahim Khan here, who's on a ramp